Yeah, but they're not easy.
David Posen at Columbia
Great.
University.
David Posen? Okay.
He's a good example.
Okay.
People
So
are experts on like non-hope.
We're going to get started. You
Sure.
want to take it from the top since you...
Looks like we're getting started. Looks like I'm introducing myself. Let's. Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Wu, and this is our 8:30 morning panel. I'm going to talk maybe 10 or 15 minutes about what you see here, about the ideas of the 90s when, you know, this whole moment we're in began. The internet was new, and what people thought was going to happen, and then, in some sense, what did happen. Before I start, I want to say something about this conference. First, thanks for inviting me. I got to say, there are some conferences you attend and maybe go to every year, and you know, in good ways and bad ways, kind of similar kind of thing, and you see same people. I would not say that's true of this conference. I got to give you credit, Luigi, and other organizers, that you know, 2 years ago we were. I think the topic was the consumer welfare standard and its critics, and we had an extremely technical discussion of like variations and challenges to, you know, an antitrust standard that most people in the world never heard of. And now we're sort of talking about democracy, speech, concentration, and, you know, everything possible. You know, at times yesterday I felt a little bit like I was floating in outer space. Not fully sure. So part of what I want to do in my talk this morning is, in some ways, try to structure, in my own head at least, and maybe some of you, what I think is happening, what the speech models are that have changed over the last 30 or 40 years, and finally, a little bit on what I think both general and specific platforms should be doing. So see if this works. Let's go back to the 90s. And look at the papers written during that era. Here is what I have to give credit to Eugene Volokh for this prescient piece on cheap speech and what it will do. And in this paper, 95, there's Eugene Volokh, sort of libertarian perspective. And he says, you know, the problem with the marketplace of ideas is it's too intermediated, it's too hard to get into. Once it's easier and cheaper to speak, we will have that sort of ideal of what, you know, it was supposed to always be. Cheap speech will mean that far more speakers, rich and poor, popular and not, banal and avant-garde, will be able to make their work available to all, and this will be a much more democratic, diverse environment than we had in the 90s. This is Howard Rheingold, also writing in 1993. About the idea of censorship, and I think this is the first in-print quote of this idea that the net interprets censorship as damage and roots around it. So a great optimism that the scourge of so long an age, censorship, will finally be defeated by superior information technologies, in this case the internet and its routing capabilities. The Supreme Court suggests this, you know, is kind of from every political viewpoint. Supreme Court here, Justice Stevens is on behalf of a majority of the Supreme Court, sort of portraying talking about the promise of the internet in a case that was a challenge to indecency regulations, envisions the internet as sort of this virtual library. The emphasis is on you know, sort of the citizen with the choice of millions of volumes. Everybody can access what they want. And there's no involuntary, one thing rereading this and emphasize is the sort of primacy of choice. Nothing is encountered in an involuntary fashion. Everything, you are in the internet age, absolutely the master of your own speech diet. And for that reason, indecency regulation designed to prevent people from getting access to minors from getting access, that is unconstitutional because, as he says there, you know, it's not like children would ever stumble across indecent content on the internet. It just doesn't work that way as a matter of design. So those were the ideas, and I think you can sort of see them coming together. And And it speaks to a model of the marketplace of ideas and speech, which is easily characterized by a bottleneck approach. So there, on the left there, you have enormous supply of ideas. But the problem is that there are two sort of forces of repression. One of them, information intermediaries, you know, the big CBS News or the New York Times or other, I guess, elite intermediaries. And then you have government with its censorship powers, and they narrow this, you know, open and wild pool of ideas to a small output, which is creates a very constrained marketplace of ideas. So this is, I think, by many people, left and right, how the challenge in speech was perceived in the 1990s, and also how the internet would fix it. It would make censorship impossible by virtue of the advanced technologies of the internet, so a technological solution to government censorship, and it would make intermediation unnecessary so that anyone could speak to anyone at any time, therefore leading us to the promised age of the true delivered marketplace of ideas that would fulfill the visions of the American founders and other free speech visionaries. Okay, so where did things go wrong? I think there were three complications to this model that I want to bring up. The first was a fundamental misunderstanding of what was scarce or what would become scarce. So in the 90s or 80s, or you know, maybe for most of human history, information was scarce. There was this thing called boredom, which I think not very few of us experience anymore. Although if you're experiencing it during my talk, you can. Well, I can already see that people start. If you are bored, you can tell as a speaker when people get bored, they find a way to amuse themselves. So, information was scarce. People, bored, were sort of desperate for little bits of entertainment. Sometimes, I read a lot of history of media history and so forth, and you have sometimes have depictions of people, in the 19th century, and tiny scraps of information are like food to starving people. I was one country, I think it was Hungary, set up something where the phone would ring at a certain time of the day, and you pick it up, and like the daily news would come out of the phone, and that was like extremely popular and exciting, and so on. So, we don't, I think, have that problem anymore. We have an abundance. Most of us struggle with an enormous abundance of information, too much information, a flood. And therefore, the reigning problem in our time is a problem of attentional scarcity because, of course, time is a limited resource. We only have 24 hours a day, 168 hours a week. Maybe I got that wrong. Whatever, 24 hours a day. And you can't expand that. Well, information can expand, I don't know, infinitely, but can certainly expand much more than our attention. So there's some physics underneath this that create the problem. So that, I think, set up the rise of attention as the controlling scarcity, set up a lot of the speech control and business models that then would come to dominate the next 20 years. And I know some of this is familiar, but I just want to put it all together. So one thing is the rise of the platform model, which, of course, everybody is familiar with. I shall take a small break to use your scarce attention to advertise my forthcoming book on this topic, coming out in November of this year. So the platform model is, driven by, particularly the advertising-based ones, driven by a taste for time and attention, seeks to keep people on site. In some ways has a model similar to a casino, where the ultimate goal is just keeping people there, knowing that you will make either advertising revenue or fee revenue or be able to take people's margins or get data. It doesn't matter. Whatever you do, whatever people do, you can't lose if you're a platform. So this model where you kind of try to work on loyalty and capturing consumers, a certain kind of dependence through convenience becomes dominant model. You can see how that rises from attentional scarcity being important. Governments who want to control speech, particularly the authoritarian governments in China and Russia, get wise to the idea that they should use information for information control. In other words, that the older playbook of censorship is much more difficult. It is correct that it's harder to censor the internet. China does that too, but it's slightly harder to do that. And a more effective technique in an attentionally scarce environment is to flood and build tribal loyalty to certain sources of information. And then as a punishment, to use information in a weaponized fashion to direct troll attacks or other harassment forms to chill speech and chill speakers who are disfavored. And then finally, first again pioneered in China, but also more recently in the United States and other countries, just take ownership. Something I think Luigi's going to talk about. Take ownership of the main media, the main platforms, special social media platforms, or control of them in some way or another by making them afraid of things so you have greater control. Overall, if I think we're going to describe a 100-year arc here or something, I think there's a pervasive return by governments to propaganda techniques as opposed to censorship techniques. First, it's sort of a return to the 1930s, I guess, when propaganda in 40s, where propaganda was at its 30s and 40s most practiced. Different techniques, different kinds of platform, different media, but the same sense that it's important to control the information or to have the right information reaching people as a means of control. And that starts to explain, I'm getting the last 2 minutes, this is J.D. Vance recently in Europe complaining or talking about freedom of expression. I think some of what I've said here explains the thesis or the point, which I made in a very confusing question yesterday, that anti-censorship has begun to evolve into a tool to support information control. It's a weird-looking sentence, but let me explain what this means. If your techniques of information control are flooding, loyalty, and harassment, then you need an anti-censorship principle protects those methods. So I think that's an important point. And this isn't to deny that there's a problem of true viewpoint censorship, and that's a problem I acknowledge and I think is real. But you can use the technique is to use the problem of what is undoubtedly some true viewpoint censorship as a license to say there should be no policing of harassment, flooding, techniques used by authoritarian governments to control speech. So it's very, I think, important technique. And I think we're seeing evidence. But that's why I was asking those questions about Israel yesterday. So I want to end with what I think, I want to say two things about what platforms should be doing, my view, obviously a contentious topic. I do think platforms should be reluctant to police content, viewpoints. I think that, I'm speaking about general purpose platforms. So I want to be clear that I think there's a really important difference between the general purpose platforms and the more specific platforms devoted to particular topics like Reddit, subreddits, and 4chan. The ones that see themselves, hold them out as general, hold themselves out, see the common carriers of speech, I think should be reluctant to police viewpoint, but must and should be policing the other form of speech control, harassment, deliberate defamation, atrocity, propaganda, robot-aided flooding, and so forth, and robots in general. In the end, I think, in many ways, what I'm most tempted, I know we have people from the Brandeis Center here, and I'm often inspired by Brandeis's sense and many others' sense that, maybe anything that gets too big is sort of dangerous. And maybe the better answer is avoiding general speech platforms altogether, given their power. I mean, there was some, I was sort of thinking about this. When you start to I mean, I don't have that many followers on Twitter, but I have, 50 or 60,000 or something. And already that starts to affect, who you become. And I can't imagine what it's like to have 10 million. I think it makes you insane. And so I kind of feel that like anyone having 100, I just think there's some dangers in general speech platforms at all. And, one individual being able to reach 10 million people at once is maybe just a danger that would be better. I don't know how you avoid it exactly, but would be better off without. In favor of a world of more decentralized, a lot of very specific speech environments with very different rules. And I'm sort of thinking of the way Reddit is, where subreddits are very heavily moderated and policed, and they usually have some idea. For example, I like baseball, and on like any fan site, there's certain things you can and can't say. It's very like moderated and constructed, and maybe that's better. Maybe these sort of general speech platforms, unless they're going to be just intrinsically kind of dangerous. So that's what I have, and I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Tim. Filippo, who is not here but is listening very carefully, reminds us that we should do the disclosure statement. I have done mine yesterday. Can you do yours?
Sure. What's the disclosure statement?
You receive an indication of whether you have any financial interest.
Oh, no, I don't have any financial interest.
Okay.
I've taken great financial damage over the last couple of days, but no, I don't. I actually I don't want to say like I'm some great person, but I don't do any consulting because I find it, I just don't like it.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So let's, this panel is meant, at least in my view, to transition from yesterday to today. So yesterday was about mostly the world of news and the world of platforms, and what Tim said is very relevant to that world. Today, we want to do something a little bit more strange, so please hold on, because we're interested in understanding how the structure of the so-called marketplace of ideas impact what ideas emerge and how they function. And so let me explain that to you a little bit, because we have heard yesterday from Chairman Ferguson that the metaphor of the marketplace of ideas starts with Justice Holmes. And basically Holmes believed in the competition of ideas, and believed that like the competition in the product market, this will naturally select the best ideas. But the question is it true? Can we apply the logic of the survival of the fittest to the market for ideas? It would be a big mistake to think that this metaphor originates from Darwin's idea of evolution, because in an evolutionary context, the term fitness does not really refer to how strong you are or how effective you are. It refers to how good you are at reproducing yourself, okay? So all this idea of the survival of the fittest is social scientists misinterpreting Darwin. It's not the survival of the fittest, but if I can say, of the sexiest. Often the two concepts coincide. In nature, you generally don't reproduce if you are completely sort of unfit. However, there are phenomenal examples of how the two things go apart. So there is a bird, it's called the long-tailed widow bird, that is a beautiful bird with a very long tail. And just one defect, it cannot fly. And it cannot fly because the tail is so long that it cannot fly. So how did natural selection produce this? Is because apparently the tail attracts the female version of the bird a lot. And so it's very good at reproducing itself, but in a way that will never say that is really fit from a efficiency point of view. And now you can, if you really want to push this analogy in the marketplace of idea, then it's not the survival of the fittest, but maybe the survival of the most viral idea, which is not necessarily the best idea, of the truest idea. And maybe that's exactly what we observe in social media. So we cannot rely on biology. If we rely on the economic argument, we now know, maybe Holmes did not know at the time, but we now know that one condition for a competitive equilibrium to deliver an efficient outcome is that every participant is a price taker. So translated in common language means that nobody has market power. And unfortunately, this condition is rarely present in the marketplace of idea. And in fact, in the production and distribution of ideas, we have two major distortions. The first one comes from the power of the government. The government is a big player in the marketplace of idea, and as unfortunately we're realizing these days, is also a major source of financing of even private universities. Now, for those of you who have seen the quote, he who pays the piper will call the tune, actually, ironically, this quote comes from a debate that took place in the Mont Pelerin Society about the financing of universities. And some of this were saying, we don't want government money because government money will corrupt us. We need to actually live off our tuition. And by the way, ironically, George Stigler, of the name of the center, actually argued against that because he said that for once, the customers did not know the best because they don't know what research is the best. There should be an elite deciding what you do research on. But that's another story. But I think that what we have ignored, I think way too long, is that who pays the piper calls the tune. And we're being complacent because, I'm sorry to report, this is not the first time that the government intervened massively to shape universities. And we have seen the use of Title IX by previous administration. And the use of Title VI today is nothing else than a harsher, worse interpretation of the same idea. So I think that the only constant that we see is that the market for ideas is severely distorted. Now, there is a second distortion in the market of ideas that is often ignored, especially by my colleagues, and this is the private economic power. Let me give you an example that many of you will like. So in 2016, before the election of Donald Trump, I was at a party in New York for an opening of a book. I don't remember which book it was, and there were a bunch of journalists, and I remember discussing with two of them, and I conveniently forgotten who they were, so don't ask me because I don't remember. It's not relevant. But I was discussing exactly some of the tweets that Guy put up yesterday about the fact that Trump was criticizing harshly Bezos and the motive of why Bezos bought the Washington Post. And I remember with those two journalists saying, of all the crazy things that Trump says, this one strikes me as the least crazy. And of course, the journalists went ballistic, said, how could you possibly say, and et cetera. So I try to play dumb, which is not something I'm very good at, but I sort of try and say, you know, I'm Italian, so I don't know the United States, but I can tell you that in Italy, that's the case. In fact, the major industrialist at the time where I grew up, it was the owner of Fiat, owned a newspaper and was proud he never made a dime with that newspaper. Okay? By the way, for those in the room, his grandchild now controls The Economist, but that's a different story. And so there was this clear indication that you buy a newspaper not to make money, but to influence government policy. And I said, yeah, you know, in Italy it's like that. But I have a friend, I was thinking about Guy, knows Israel pretty well. In Israel, that's the case. I have another friend in Greece, and in Greece, that's the case. And so I started to tell all the other countries, not to mention Latin America, God forbids, and so on and so forth. So I said, yeah, maybe the United States is the exception. But you have to prove to me that this is the exception, because the rule in other countries, that's the case. And they were very arrogant and said, how could you possibly, give me one example of that. At which point I said, oh, funny you mentioned, because actually, a couple of months ago, there was an important article in the New York Times criticizing the working conditions at Amazon. And they were very proud. You see that we are the representative of the people that put out all the criticism. Wait. So they wrote this article. However, Bezos asked for the public editor to intervene. And in an unprecedented fashion, the public editor sided with Jeff Bezos and not the New York Times. And then I said, and within 1 month, the public editor went to work for the Washington Post. And so at that point, one of the journalists went away insulting me, and the other said, maybe you have a point. But so the point I'm trying to make, and I have nothing against journalists, I love journalists, is, and I will say in a second, this applies in every profession. The point I want to make with this example is that when the market is concentrated, if you work for the New York Times, there are, 3 other publications you might potentially work for? You don't want to burn one of the 3 options by pissing off somebody. That's what I learned in my little Italian environment, because everything is concentrated, but I think applies very well here. And let me tell you, this not apply only to journalists, apply to lawyers as well. So I've been on boards of Italian companies, of large Italian companies, and because I'm a troublemaker, I was always trying to hold them accountable. And so I was always in the independent committee meeting, etc., trying to hire lawyers that will render legal opinion that were not completely biased. And was impossible, even if I had a budget, was impossible to find a decent lawyer that would speak against one of the largest companies in Italy. Why? Because they retaliate, sounds familiar, and so if you speak once against them, they don't hire you again, and so it's impossible for me with one potential engagement to compensate them for all the future rents that we'll lose along the way. As a result, in a country that is actually small, there is no freedom for hiring the best lawyers. Now, not to mention that in Italy, unlike the United States, the lawyers, the top lawyers, are also professors at the universities. And so I had one of these guys say, I wrote this article of the Civil Code. I wrote it for my clients. Okay, so that's the way it works. So how can you have an intellectual marketplace in a situation like this? And just to bring it home, in case you think that I am only dishing on journalists and on lawyers, let's dish on academics as well, okay? You hardly find an industrial chemistry that wants to annoy DuPont or an agricultural one that wants to piss off Monsanto, okay? So one of the great benefits of a market economy is that generally one could actually have many potential buyers. But if these are restricted, this is really losing the intellectual freedom. And in fact, one of the things that I said many years ago in my book, and I stand by, and I think is not fully appreciated in the law arena, is that one of the greatest things about the possibility of bringing class action suit is that basically gives a career opportunity for lawyers of the people. Like Brandeis, I'm saying I'm the lawyer for the people. Most people are the lawyers for the corporation. You go in countries without a class action suit, they're all lawyers for corporation. There are no lawyers for the people. In the class action suit creates the option of having lawyers for the people. And that's the reason why they're so hated in the business community, is because they're the only one that can speak freely and actually have a job the day after. Okay? Because most people who speak freely, they don't have a job the day after. And that's the part I want to discuss today, because this is a spillover that my colleagues that are obsessed with the consumer welfare standard don't understand, that the biggest negative aspect of concentration is the fact we lose our freedom. Okay? And unfortunately, we started this before the recent events, but the recent event proves us prescient. I wish I was wrong, but they prove us prescient. And the problem is, I said there are two powers, the power of the state and the power of the private employer. The worst possible situation is when the two powers conflate, okay? Because, for example, one of the great benefits of the market economy is that one can try to balance the power of the state with the power of the private sector, and in the process gets a little bit of intellectual freedom. Let me remind you that liberalism was born in Europe trying to fight off between the state and the church, and in the battle between the two, something created in the middle that we had our intellectual freedom. However, this is only possible if the two don't conflate. So that's one of the reasons why sort of communism is so terrible, is because the state also owns all the economic power. So there is no space for intellectual freedom in between. However, this balancing act is only possible when economic power is fragmented. When economic power is concentrated, the collusion between the power of the state and the power of the private sector becomes inevitable. So yesterday, Chairman Ferguson stated very clearly, when there are only 3 or 4 players, it's much easier to collude, okay? I'm glad to hear, I was very glad to hear him say that, because I've been saying that all along. In fact, in reverse, Stigler said the same thing. Now, Stigler said that you don't have to worry because there are many players, but he knew perfectly well in his article in the 60s that when there are few players in an industry, it's much, much easier to collude, especially if you have some consultant that's help coordinating. But that's a different story. But it's even easier for the government to exert secret pressure. As even President Trump has discovered, it's hard to exert any pressure on the bond market. However, it's much easier to exert pressure on a couple of banks. And so I think that the great thing about fragmented markets is they provide more intellectual freedom. But then there is a second reason why in concentrated industry this collusion becomes inevitable, is a concentrated industry generates rent. And these rents expose the producer to the fear of government intervention. Because they are too juicy for the government not to do something. The separation between the private sector and the public sector doesn't work, because the temptation of the government to intervene and to capture those rents is enormous, especially in a democracy. Redistribution tends to be very costly, but remember, when you redistribute from an oligopoly or a monopoly, you have negative redistribution cost, right? Because you subtract the rent and you destroy the deadweight loss. So instead of having a cost of redistribution, you have a benefit of distribution. So in every democracy, rents don't last very much. But as a result, the companies that are in a situation of a collusion agreement or rent, they fear the government intervention and they act preemptively. So they feel they have to capture the government, otherwise the government will capture them. And that's where is the essence, I'm sorry to say the same, but I quote Roosevelt, that's the essence of fascism, over ownership of government by an individual, by a group, or by any other controlling private power. And I fear that this is the situation we're finding ourselves today. When you see the way the combination of private power and government power are used to repress our intellectual freedom, our ability to speak, this is what I think is really jeopardizing the marketplace of ideas. Thank you.
That was great, Luis.
My name is Brody Mullins. I'm a longtime former reporter with the Wall Street Journal, author of a book called The Wolves of K Street. I want to thank Tim and Luigi for making my job as a moderator incredibly easy today. We're halfway through. I haven't even said hello yet. I wanted to jump to a topic that Luigi was just talking about, whether there's a difference between the billionaires who own traditional media and the billionaires who own social media. And just one quick data point. In my 20 years at the Wall Street Journal, most of which was during a time when it was owned by Rupert Murdoch, people thought Murdoch was really putting his thumb on the scale and affecting, impacting journalism at the Wall Street Journal. I never saw that. I never saw him direct stories. I never saw him put his thumb on the scale. I never saw him ask for stories, with 3 exceptions. When you're a reporter, you really hope that you write a story where the top people send you a note that's called an attaboy. An attaboy is just an email that just says attaboy or attagirl, good story, we liked it. And in retrospect, I realized that 3 attaboys I got from Rupert Murdoch in 20 years were all when I wrote stories about Google or big tech companies. And at the time, I didn't really realize that he did have a business interest in those topics. But anyway, the question is, has there been a change in what billionaires think they're allowed to do in terms of impacting coverage of the media companies they own in order to help their businesses?
if I may start, I think that there is a very big difference between billionaires who own only media and billionaires who own media as an aside. And I had actually this argument with a colleague who criticized me for my piece on Bezos. And he said, oh, but even the New York Times is owned by a family and is ideological and this and that. First of all, the Salzburg are not billionaire. They barely have 70 million poor people. But most importantly, all their wealth, or the vast majority of wealth, is invested in the New York Times. And so at some level, they are aligned with the success in the marketplace. They are selling a product, and the consumers are creating a pressure on this product. If you are Agnelli in Italy at the time, or Bezos today in the United States, you don't depend on that product. The product is nothing for you. And this is what Ido was saying with the statistic. I think that's the same logic. Is whether you make money or you lose money is completely irrelevant. And it's clear that what it is a PR element. And now, if you are smart, you use it softly. So because the most valuable PR element are the ones that are not recognized as PR element. The reason why we insist so much on disclosure is not because you can do research without funding, because we can't. However, if funding is so irrelevant, why funders are so shy of having that recognized? And so I think that the best strategy is the strategy not to appear. And even the point you make about Murdoch, in this, I think that Andre Mir can talk more about this, but in the famous book by Chomsky, he calls this the system of flak, in which you get rewards when you do the thing that is aligned, and you get punished, or at least you get the silence treatment when you do something else. And, you know, surprise, surprise, most people get this pretty soon, okay? I'm proud that it took so long for you to figure that out, because it means you're not the average person. The average person gets that right away, and they naturally behave. So the power of this, I think that what is completely misunderstood is that the biggest threat we have is self-censorship, okay? So where are the students that were complaining against me inviting Steve Bannon to the University of Chicago? I had students under my house. I had security because my stepdaughter was afraid to walk to school. And they were complaining because I invited Steve Bannon to a debate at the University of Chicago. Now, all the universities are silenced. Where are the students? Where are all the faculty that were complaining against me inviting Steve Bannon? Now, Steve Bannon is invited at Harvard and at the New York Times with rolling the carpet over, and nobody says anything. I think that I find it completely shocking.
Can I take on the question? I think it's a really interesting question. I think that there's obviously something different about two billionaires, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who own social media sites and immediately make themselves the main show. You know, immediately, you know, I never subscribed to Elon's Musk's tweets. Immediately you see them, and you know, he one way or another has made himself, you know, the main there's a big difference between that and the other sort of the Rupert Murdoch style. I mean, one question is why someone like Rupert Murdoch didn't be more aggressive, or why other owners didn't, and you know, maybe it has to do with this. Frankly, I think it flatter the journalists, you know, with the fact that there's journalists who possibly have other employment options, and so if the whole thing becomes a, you know, just an organ of individual, they would leave. But there's no constraint like that in the social media platform. So I do think it's different. I think maybe it's a little more comparable to Soviet control of their newspapers or other, you know, communist, where there was no question where the content was coming from. You know, the state owned the newspaper, and the newspaper existed very clearly. There's no buffer at all, no, much less journalistic ethics. So I think that is a better comparison. Not perfect either, but I do think it's different.
Luigi, you said the biggest threat we have is self-censorship. That seems to lead to your other topic of whether tech companies are trying to censor or bias researchers through data. Can you talk about that?
Yes, because at least in the field of economics, but I think this is certainly true also in the field of medicine and many other fields, there is not only the financing with money, there is access to data. And in today's world, data are worth more than money, at least for academics, because I can tell you that if anybody with an IQ above 90, not even above 100, above 90, has exclusive access to, let's say, the Uber data, they can write enough papers to get tenure at any top place in any university, okay? Just the access to data. And it's actually accepted, it's pretty disgusting, but it's accepted in many places that the person who has access to the data is a co-author with everybody else. And so you can extract co-authorship, and through your sort of but maybe not even a IQ of 90, because you don't need IQ of 90 to extract rents in that situation. So, and if you know that your tenure decision will depend on your access to the data, you self-censor. You self-censor in the stuff that you don't write and you don't say. So it doesn't require that people actually lie. Most academics are honest. There are, of course, the exception, but we'll talk about in a different session. But most are honest. However, they self-censor. So I give you an example, a real example, and actually some of them are even my colleague. There is a paper using Uber data that looks at the gender gap between male drivers and female drivers, okay? Now, first of all, if you a little bit know the industry, you understand that this is a stupid paper to begin with, right? Because there is an algorithm, and so the only thing that could happen is that the tipping is different, and then you blame the customers and not the company if there is a difference, okay? So this is a very safe paper for Uber to write, and they knew that the gender gap will come very small, and so that would be very good to the propaganda, because you see in the gig economy there is no difference between men and women, of course, because we are all pay minimum wages, and so we are all paying the shit, okay? So that's the great thing that this is, we used to say this is socialism, that they are equality in misery, but that's actually seems to be Uber. What is interesting is actually they do find a 7% difference between men and women. Men actually make 7% more driving Uber. And so why? Actually because they drive faster. Now, there is an obvious thing. If you write a paper about gender gap, there is an obvious thing you want to do, because you want to see, are they driving faster and safely? Or are they driving faster and killing people? Because if they're driving faster and killing people and they are rewarded, this is a fantastic example of structural sexism, that you don't see the problem. Why? Because the man. So in the spirit of the paper, it was essential to answer that question, okay? That question is not answered. And what I'm told indirectly is the authors were aware of this problem, but Uber does not allow them, as my friend and co-author John Barriers does not allow people to look at the data on their accidents. Because they have the data, it's possible. So much so that in a piece on ProMarket, sorry if I do propaganda, but in a piece on ProMarket many years ago, I said we should adopt the Sherlock Holmes principle. What is the Sherlock Holmes principle? Remember that the dog did not bark because there was no dog, okay? So if you have prima facie evidence of a problem, and a company has the data to disprove that, and they don't do it, we must assume the problem is there.
We have 15 minutes for questions, if people have questions. Otherwise, lots of questions. Okay. You want to start? I think your hand was up first, all the way to the top. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
This one's for Tim. You ended your remarks saying that anyone with 10 million followers, that's likely a problem and we need to avoid it. I suspect you don't think we should shut down the New York Times, who have more than 10 million readers, or Kim Kardashian, who has more than 300 million followers. And so I don't know how you do this in a way that is content neutral.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was just sort of an aside, an instinct. I think that, I have the sense that the most dangerous thing in all situations is unaccountable power. And I think it, warps. This is not like I'm setting up some rule, but I do think that having a massive following in a single individual is a serious amount of unaccountable power. I think that it is likely going to have corrupting effects on the person themselves. And so I think it's better avoided. I'm putting it that way. I mean, I guess you're trying to say, well, how do you avoid that? And I don't, unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for that. But I think it is structure. I guess I think it's maybe Luigi has a better answer than that, which is also to do with private aggregation of wealth. But I just think it can be seen. And then do I think it's even? I mean, I'm not huge on one celebrity having 10 million followers. I think in an ideal society, you wouldn't have people with 100 million followers. I guess that's my vision.
I actually slightly different. I think people can have as many followers as they want. I think,
I'm
by the
not
way,
saying
you're
I'm banning
behind
people,
because I think they are in the 100 millions. I think that, but anyway, the point is, I think I would stress the accountability aspect. I think that this is where the DSA that we discussed yesterday is useful, because the DSA say, look, if you are a small platform, we couldn't care less about you. But if you're a big platform, with power comes responsibility. I think that this idea that everybody should be held accountable in the same way is not true, because honestly, if I make a mistake, and I make a lot of mistakes, if I make a mistake, I don't generally share things, but imagine that I make a mistake and I share a false news. Actually, I did do once that apparently there was a new Twitter account of Mario Draghi, and I reshared, and it was a fake, okay? We all make mistakes. And I learn from my mistakes. I'm much more careful now. But, I don't have that many followers, and that was not such a terrible thing. So will not cause a lot of problem. If I am Elon Musk, and forget I'm the owner of Twitter for a second, or X. Imagine I have, how many, 200 million followers? Whatever. I have 200 million followers. Wow. And yeah, that's the number. That's the thing. 200 million all over the world. So I see a news in England, and I reshare that news. Mm-hmm. That news turned out to be fake. 5 minutes later, I correct it, or I delete. How many people see the fake news during that period? So if it's Luigi Zangales doing that, very few people. Yeah. If it's Elon Musk, it's gigantic. So should we have higher degree of accountability for such a high amount of power? I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree. That's a good, Taylor Swift, people love Taylor Swift, so she's going to have hundreds of, so I want to not associate myself with some ban. I just think that it's important to recognize the danger, that is a form of power, dangerous, and needs greater amount of accountability, I guess. And we've kind of, if someone with 100 million followers defames someone else, that does a lot of damage very quickly to that person's reputation. And, New York Times, in contrast, I won't say the New York Times is perfect, but they, before they say something defamatory, they tend to have a process to make sure that it's true. If they're going to say something about somebody, there's some internal process, and so that's the difference.
It's not only that. So if I don't know who is now the head of the Salzburg family, but if in the middle of the night wakes up a little bit upset and decides to write something for the New York Times, I imagine that there is a filtering process that is not immediately distributed to and printed on the New York Times. Okay, there is a structure in place. With Twitter or X, there is none. So I can be in the middle of the night, maybe drunk, maybe high with some stuff, we don't know. And I tweet some stuff to 200 million people. Yeah.
It's sort of Marvel Comics, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
And I feel like it is a form of power, and it's not exercised very responsibly, can do a lot of damage.
Let me just give one.
I think I've got everyone excited.
Give one quick insight. I'll take less than 30 seconds. At the Wall Street Journal, we had a big megaphone, and that big megaphone was 2 million people, 3 million people, and nothing compared to that. And my job is to write sort of bad stories about lobbyists or people doing bad things in Washington. These are private citizens. Lobbyists are often doing things that are legal, but are things that were sort of corrupting to the system. The amount of oversight and checks and balances that I needed to go through to get stories through the paper was enormous. There was lots of times we didn't do stories just because we said, this is going to have too much of an impact on this person's career or reputation, and are they that important? Yeah. And those types of safeguards, which also exist at the New York Times, just obviously don't exist on social media. Matt, you want to go?
Yeah, just a follow-up on that, because when I heard 10 million with one person on social media, I immediately thought of the 60 Minutes segment I saw the other day, where this young kids in high school got stopped out from performing with the military band, and so 60 Minutes organized a situation with retired military people, and the announcer said, nobody except your families and some friends would have seen this. Now you're on 60 Minutes, and 10 million people are going to see you play and hear the message of diversity, blah, blah, blah. We used to trust traditional media. We used to trust the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal to have these checks and balances. But now Newsmax had a larger market cap than any of them when it went public. We have all the issues about Fox News. It's not just social media. The question is does everyone that has that kind of reach, traditional or not, have the kind of safeguards that you and I, Brody, know exist at News Corp, even News Corp? Do they have the ethos that even Rupert Murdoch had, that he was concerned about the potential liability or the potential reputational impact of doing something wrong?
I have the belief. I mean, I'd just say a short comment. I have a belief that ethics are more important, or as important as laws, and I think a lot of work was being done since, say, the 20s through ethics of groups that had large institutions that had large megaphones, and I feel that there were bad parts about that. Maybe they were too self-controlled sometimes, but some of the most obvious harms, like destroying people's lives, where private citizens' lives were avoided, and so I'll just leave it there.
I disagree slightly with you, because it's true that ethics can be useful, but generally it's much easier to maintain ethics when you have rants and you're a small group and you kick out somebody from the group if he does not behave. Mm-hmm. And I think that the powerful insights we heard yesterday from Martin Guri is the journalists have lost, the professional journalists have lost this position. They used to be a priestly class with rants, and they behave better because they were a priestly class. Now, the revolution that the internet, the social media brought, is that everybody is on an equal footing. And so it's much, much more difficult to maintain any form of morality. That's where you need the intervention of the law. Because eventually, who was saying the other day, because it's like the printing press, etc. And I forgot, the printing press created 100 years of religious war in Europe that were disastrous, okay? So eventually, we're going to learn on social media, eventually, how many people will be killed along the way in this eventually. So maybe kind of front-running and thinking about some form of, with power comes responsibility, I think is not a bad idea.
Let's hear what Matt has to say, because he has a big audience himself. I wonder, Matt Stoller, I mean. Are you looking behind you?
Speaking of power and responsibility.
No, I'm curious if how he feels about this.
Well, okay, so first of all, I mean, the New York Times, I think it's important to remember that the New York Times helped lie the country into the war in Iraq. And there is a tremendous process that was put on inside the New York Times when reporting on domestic industries with a lot of capital. And one reason is because defamation law disciplines these institutions in a way that, the 500,000 Iraqi children or whatever, they don't have defamation attorneys to discipline the foreign policy reporting. So you see a significant distinction there. And I think a lot of people who, I have an audience, but I also run a media outlet. And defamation is a real cost, right? And we aren't talking about that, but that's a really significant part of the dynamic. It's not that the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal are just nice. They face these kinds of threats. So I think there's a an important question there. But I want to get back to something, I think, Luigi, that you said, which is really interesting. I hadn't thought about it before, the Sherlock Holmes principle, about thinking, because we have this sort of the null hypothesis for dominant power is you have to prove it. You have to prove they did the thing. But what you're saying is they have to prove they didn't. Now, one question I would have there, and I kind of agree with that, it's like we're surrounded by these gravity wells, and we can't say, oh, there's a black hole there, there's a black hole there, because you can't see it, because there's no light coming out. But I guess my question is, if I started to do that, and I do make these kinds of allegations, one might say, and I get a lot of, it does make you crazy. But one question I would have is, I know the pushback I'd get, which is, well, you just have to prove this. Like we have you have to show that there's been a bad thing. We're innocent until proven guilty. How do you think about, and there's some merit to that, how do you think about that tension if you're going to say, look, the Sherlock Holmes principle applies to big guys, right? If you have power, we're just going to assume that you're doing bad things if you can't prove otherwise. There is a legitimate sort of pushback to that. So how do you manage that tension?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're raising an excellent point. I think there should be a procedure, which, by the way, we follow in this case because John Barrios wrote this paper with some co-authors trying to see what was the effect of entry of ride-sharing services in a town on fatalities. And I believe his result, because he started with the assumption, like most of us will, that the effect will be positive, in the, reduction in positive in the social sense, a reduction in fatalities, because we all think that, oh, we're more likely to take a Uber when we are being overserved, and so less likely an accident, blah, blah, blah. So he started with this assumption. But he found a robust, positive statistically result, which is when Uber enters or Lyft enters into a town, the number of fatalities go up, okay? And once you start thinking about that, it's actually obvious. It's like all the great papers show something that was obvious ex post, but not obvious ex ante. And the reason is that the margin which Uber operates is not that really reduce car circulation, because Uber sharing is like a teeny tiny fraction. The reduction in price is such that a lot of people move from public transportation to Uber, okay? And so they increase circulation, increase fatalities. And so he had this paper that had the best available evidence without using Uber data. He tried to publish this paper, and he got rejected at all the major journals, we suspect by people with a financial interest in Uber, but that's a different story, saying, oh, you're not using the state-of-the-art technology. Because it's true. In economics, you have to do a diff and diff with a particular characteristic. And Uber had the data to do that, but was not willing to. So on pro-market, we asked publicly Uber to share the data with John. We waited for a year, nothing came, and so we applied the Sherlock Holmes principle. So I think that that should be the procedure. You cannot just make any allegation and say disprove it. You should try to have the best available data that create a prima facie evidence, give a reasonable time for people to react, but after that, we should assume that that's the case.
That's like the motion to dismiss Stigler.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but...
Neither is he, yeah. Are we
We have time for one more question.
I think Richard had a
Okay, sorry.
long-time question.
Yeah, I know you don't want to talk about the past, we're into the future.
me or him?
Well,
Yeah.
Tim, your paper had were a couple of assumptions. One was information was scarce. Now, if you were an English, let's say, you're a head of household, or you're the wife of the head of household in 1500, you know an awful lot about mushrooms. You know which ones are going to kill you, and you know which ones are not going to kill you. You had a lot of information about a lot of things. I don't think information really was scarce. You also might have had a rich cosmology. So the premise that once information
Maybe I'll change it to entertainment was scarcer.
Well, all right, but then-
Entertainment was scarcer.
then
How's
we-
that?
Then it depends upon what we mean
I
by
mean, I agree with
entertainment.
you. Like, I don't want to battle
But
the
I
physics.
don't want to go
Yeah,
on that. But look, then I got all hot and bothered yesterday about this idea the founders had this absolute standard of free expression. Congress shall make no law. States made lots of laws, and there was a very robust laws of libel. That's what U.S. v. Sullivan was about. First half of the 19th century, if you're a journalist in New York and you say something somebody doesn't like, the other editor is likely to come after you with a cane or maybe to kill you. A lot of journalists got killed. So there was a decentralized informational environment, and that was what the founders assumed. They didn't assume there was a single nationwide environment. The government was the major publisher. In that sense, it put its thumb on the scale. In 1930s, about half of the articles in the New York Times started with press releases. Okay, the role of corporations in shaping elite, that's documented, it's in Discovering the News, you can look it up. The rise of corporate public relations around the time of the First World War, which followed directly after the rise of big corporations and so on, that creates a new informational environment that spawns the likes of a Walter Lippmann. The reason objectivity emerges is that's at the moment when journalists recognize they do not know what is true. Once you've given up on truth, you have objectivity. It's a professional norm to protect the hides of journalists, which worked for about 50 years or so. It's not a 19th century norm. It's a 20th century norm. It's a response to the rise of corporations. So you've got
I appreciate you putting this. I didn't say it differently, by the way, and I also am aware that.
Sorry,
no,
Richard.
Tim is aware of that history. But I'm shifting from
I see.
Tim now. The founders and this idea of absolute Jeffersonian hands-off, nobody constrained. It's just the federal government. Almost all information was decentralized. And in some ways, that is better. It would be better if it were state or local. But then with Luigi, we've had these powerful actors for now 100 years, corporations and government, and they've been very effective because they're not in our history of journalism textbooks. When I first came to Columbia Journalism School, I wanted to teach a course that would include a unit on corporate public relations. I was told you couldn't do that. It's a red line you cannot cross. You cannot teach about it because the journalists don't want to be reminded of the information ecology in which they are operating because it's their professional ethos, it's their sense of self that is a verboten subject. But it's enormously important. It's been enormously important for 100 years, not just the last 10 minutes.
No, I think that let's stop here. We're over time,
Let's
no?
want to hear.
Or no, we're over time. We
Well,
gotta
let me close by saying something. I want to say something that and close what Luigi said. I think we're in a time we're very interested in separation of powers and the challenge of separation of powers. Most people thinking about judiciary, legislative, and executive, but this separation between private power and public power is kind of more fundamental and more important. And you write it. This book is basically about that. I'm not advertising your book, but I'm just saying that I really want to associate myself with that comment. That is the separation I most fear losing.
So we
Let's
have
leave
one more question then.
One question from Alexandra that has come from Europe to say the European perspective.
I want to ask my question, but I got the mic, but
I'll give up the power.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I have a comment and a question. I really much appreciated that you explained how anti-censorship position is so important to cover up on the real mechanisms driving this, which is flooding and harassment.
Right.
I'd start with harassment. I think one thing that is very randomly mentioned at mainstream conferences, that harassment is targeted. It's targeted. It doesn't, affect every part of the population in the same way, but it targets women especially. It targets people of color and queer people. There's a very clear gender and race gap in harassment. And this also plays into the same agenda of the people using these techniques and the government they have basically installed. And I think this is a lot more important to mention because Twitter once was a conversation of everybody in some way, not perfectly, but a lot more. Now on X, it's basically rich white men talking to each other and everybody else get kicked out. Because, if you're a woman, you say anything that Elon Musk doesn't like, the amount of rape threats and death threats you get under your tweets, you stop, you leave. And this is what women are doing. They're just leaving the platform. But nobody's noticing. So I think that is important to mention. Thank you. On the flooding, you say flooding with a very clear term. I like that. What it actually is the combination of amplification and suppression. And I appreciated that yesterday several people said not only amplification, but also suppression. And it was amazing how Chairman Ferguson yesterday answered that question asked by Barry Lynn, I think, would you consider suppression censorship? And he just said no. As long as you're not deplatformed, but you don't get any views, it's fine. So, this shows, this is actual censorship. So my question is, and this amplification process and suppression process is very sophisticated. We discussed algorithms yesterday. There's the whole bot network operations. It's extremely powerful. So it's basically the platform who decide what kind of information we see, which topics trend, which people are seen. On X, it's particularly evident, but also on TikTok, it's the same thing. And this helps talking about the relationship between traditional media and social media. What social media do is the agenda setting for legacy media. And I think that is the most systemic and most important relationship, because they decide what topics society speaks about, what politicians speak about, and what media write about. So the question is, how can we put the focus more on amplification, suppression, flooding as a power mechanism and a getaway from the censorship debate?
Well, I'll just answer very quickly. As I go back, I think to be on solid grounds, you need to, I like the conduct speech distinction. I think that, the platforms or any organ that just gets too far into viewpoint suppression, even if they think they're doing it for the right reason, gets into trouble. But I think that flooding, harassment, suppression is more complicated, but certainly flooding and harassment, robot amplification, all these kind of things are actually conduct, not speech. So that's my answer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good talk.
Okay. Start. Okay. We're good. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Anat Admati. I'm from Stanford University, and my disclosure is that I'm fully paid by Stanford Business School, and everything I do there is funded by pretty much the business school. I have a new Capitalism and Democracy program that is in a neighboring center for democracy development and the rule of law, where we had a conference on global capitalism, trust, and accountability just last week, where there was a small contribution from individuals through the Stanford Business School. Anything else is, both unpaid and harms my financial interests, as probably. Okay, so this panel is about academics. So far we talked mostly about social media, where things come in very small bites, and there's a flood of information and algorithms and all of that. So the question is whether whether the concentration of economic power affects the market for ideas as it marketplace of ideas as it affects academic research. Does academic research get distorted or integrity get distorted by concentration of power? So there's a question of the source of funding for research. Usually we think that it gets distorted and compromised by private money. Nowadays we have a government in the United States which is playing with funding of academic research for reasons unrelated to the research itself, but some other reasons. So that's a new concept for us, which we may have to comment on. So what's the marketplace for ideas supposed to produce for us? It's supposed to produce supposedly truth, wisdom, knowledge. Sometimes that's not, we can't agree on facts these days, but sometimes we're talking about more complicated things that are actually inaccessible to the public. So a lot of the marketplace in academia is about academic publications, out of reach of most people. Translation of any of it needs intermediaries, was mentioned last session. The intermediaries include, lobbyists and PR firms. I was very dismayed recently when an academic proposed to me that I get a PR agent. I can tell you it's very expensive and I cannot afford it, but Jamie Dimon can afford many PR firms, so that explains a little bit of what's going on. Okay, so what happens to academic research? We know it can get distorted. So the well-known stories would be like nutrition research funded by sugar sector that affected the food pyramid for many years. And contributed to public health problems in the US, blaming fat other than carbohydrates for various health problems, and was discovered later was funded by industry. On the way here to get into the topic, and it's not the expertise of our panel, but I can tell you for sure that research on pharmaceuticals, on drugs and medical devices in the United States is greatly controlled by the pharmaceutical companies, which is among the main reasons, or a key reason, that our public health, that the health sector in the US is so bad and we pay so much. So it's about framing, it's about controlling the study, the trials, controlling the data, controlling the journals, the medical journals. Obviously, Purdue Pharma being the example of distorting knowledge, also we're the country that allows advertisement of medicines with very few restrictions. So anyway, there's plenty of ways that academic research can get distorted. In my field of economics, finance, there is funding of centers, funding of research, consulting opportunities, etc. So I'm only the moderator here, so I will let my panel speak. And on the panel are three academics. My colleague from Stanford, Steve Haber, is a professor of history from Maryland, a senior fellow at Hoover. Then we have Bill Kovacic.
Bill.
Bill. Bill is a professor of law at George University.
George University?
George Washington University. And
my dean will applaud
yeah,
you. Thank
George
you.
Washington University, and for 10 years had positions at the FTC Federal Trade Commission as counsel and a commissioner and even a chair. And then we have Tommaso Valletti from Imperial College, a professor of economics, who held positions at the European Competition Commission and Financial Conduct Authority in the UK from Imperial College. Steve, why don't you start?
Okay. Thank you very much, Anat, and let me thank Luigi and the other organizers for inviting me to participate today. By way of disclosures, I am a professor at Stanford University and a senior fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution. I do not have any conflicts of interest as defined by the Stigler Center. In the interest of full disclosure, from 2014 to 2019, I served as faculty director of the Hoover Institution's Working Group on Intellectual Property, Innovation, and Prosperity. IP2, as it was known, did not accept contracts or grants from corporations. It only accepted support in the form of unrestricted gifts to the Hoover Institution. Some major donors included Qualcomm, Pfizer, and InterDigital. I stepped down from that role 6 years ago. Luigi Zingales always surprises me. Not only because he's so smart, but he seems to know so much about people. So when he asked me to be on this panel, he somehow must have known that my first 2 years of graduate school were funded by a National Defense Education Act Title VI fellowship. Title VI of the NDA provided funding to universities to generate scholars with expertise in the sciences and math, but also in foreign languages and foreign societies. That's where I got my fellowship. It was created during the Eisenhower administration. One does not have to be a consumer of conspiracy theories to draw the inference that its purpose was to produce a talent pool from which the CIA could recruit area studies experts. Now, I mention this because it points out that it is very easy to fall into a narrative about a fall from grace. There was a time when universities and the professors within were pure, uninfluenced by filthy lucre. We have now fallen from grace because corporations increasingly fund university research. So here's the truth of the matter. Universities have always depended on money. As the webpage of this conference points out in its first paragraph, he who pays the piper will call the tune. If you go back into the history of America's great universities, what you discover is initially the source of funding was religious organizations who had religious goals. Harvard was founded in 1636 by Puritans in anticipation of the need for training clergy in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Columbia was founded in 1752 as King's College on lands owned by Trinity Church on the condition that the college be affiliated with the Church of England. Over time, the ties to religious organizations became less direct, but there still remained a religious component or aspect to the funding of universities. So you all know that the University of Chicago was founded with money from John D. Rockefeller, a great philanthropist, and Robert Barron. That was a joke, but this is a tough audience. Now, what you may not know is that Rockefeller did not make the donation to the university directly. Rather, he made it to the American Baptist Education Society, which was established for the promotion of Christian education under Baptist auspices in North America. The American Baptist Education Society then went on to found the University of Chicago, as well as many other universities in the United States. My own employer, Stanford University, was founded by Leland Stanford and his wife Jane, and it prohibited sectarian instruction. This is in 1885. But its founding grant stipulated that the trustees have the duty, quote, to have taught in the university the immortality of the soul, the existence of an all-wise and benevolent creator, and that obedience to his laws is the highest duty of man. So World War II and the Cold War changed the source of funding from robber barons, some of whom had religious inclinations, to the federal government. Limitations of time prevent me from going into the history of all of this, but suffice to say that my tiny graduate fellowship, which I am grateful for, by the way, because until the fellowship started, I was working in a dog food warehouse. That's really true. There was none of this 5-year guaranteed funding and you know, the dean washes your car on Tuesday. Lest you think this money came without strings, let me quote Dwight Eisenhower while he was president of Columbia University. There will be no witch hunts at Columbia. This was in regard to the McCarthy era, because there will be no witches. Now, all right, that got a laugh. Okay. We see the legacy of federal funding playing out now in the press, where Americans are learning, shocked, gambling here, shocked that universities with billions in endowment receive billions of dollars from the federal government. And they are also learning, shocked, mind you, that the federal government is not a disinterested actor. With the end of the Cold War, federal funding did not completely go away, but it's no longer a blank check for universities. And so over the last 20 years or so, private corporations have become increasingly important, particularly in computer science, engineering, chemistry, and medicine. The concern of this panel seems to be that somehow the infusion of corporate money allows corporations to shape knowledge in the public sphere. I'm not sure we should accept this hypothesis without interrogating it. Here is an alternative hypothesis inspired by Luigi's comments in the previous panel. The free exchange of ideas has tended to flourish when there is competition. The growth of corporate, I'll wrap up very quickly. The growth of corporate funding can therefore be understood as a counterweight to the influence of the federal government, which we are now seeing play out in real time. But let me then continue to channel my inner Luigi. What about the problem of collusion between the government and the corporations? That is certainly a potential problem. I actually wrote a book about this phenomenon in Mexico. I encourage you to buy many copies. It's called The Politics of Property Rights, and that way somebody other than my mother will have read it. But bear in mind that there are large corporations with diverging interests in the United States. And their divergence in interests is driven by the fact that they occupy different places in complex production chains. And they battle over the producer surplus produced by that chain. Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is my sense that antitrust investigations are not always launched by the government investigating horizontal mergers that are generating monopoly rents. Rather, they're often driven by one large corporation in a production chain demanding that the DOJ or FTC investigate monopolistic behavior by another large firm in the production chain. All this is to say that one can advance the hypothesis, and I throw it out to the audience for discussion, that the infusion of corporate money may actually be creating more competition in the market for ideas than diminishing it. Thank you.
Bill?
Thank you, Anand, for organizing the program, to Luigi, to Filippo in absentia, and to Guy for the pleasure of being here. I get my salary from George, who receives funds from private donors. Private donors, including companies, law firms, and consultancies, though not very lavishly. And I also receive a stipend from Oxford University Press for co-editing a journal there. I think one way to address the topic, and Steve has suggested it already, is to think about what an ideal world might look like for academic research funding, and to think about where the money might come from. How might one go about doing it? As a prelude, it's unmistakable that firms have certainly recognized, in a way that's very closely connected to competition law, the importance of developing a body of ideas. I think this recognition came about in the late 60s and in the 1970s as antitrust attention to concentrated industries increased, and government agencies began taking measures that seriously threatened the divestiture of both single firm monopolies and tight oligopolies. As that situation became a more serious threat, firms began to invest more in academia. General Motors was one of the leading enterprises that begins funding microeconomic policy research in the late 60s and into the early 1970s. A single academic and practitioner event, the Airlie House Conference in 1974, produces a volume called Industrial Concentration. It is set up in many ways as a critique of the Bayesian hypothesis that connected high levels of concentration with higher levels of profitability. When you look in the appendix, you have a list of all of the donors. It's a who's who of corporate America that funded the event. I think business enterprises understood as the threat became more serious. Putting up with annoying challenges to vertical restraints was not enjoyable, but putting up with the possibility of what was widely called the death sentence was a very serious matter. That's when I think the pipeline of funding really increases and steps up. Where might one get the money? There are a number of possibilities. You could raise student fees. You could greatly increase student fees and fund more research simply with student fees. That doesn't necessarily solve the access to business data issue. One might think we're already charging enough, certainly in private universities, but you could charge more. And you could use the amount that you're charging to fund research. Yes, you could turn more to government funds, and government funds have been crucial for research on a number of fronts. But we've seen that there's a huge vulnerability. None of these options come without serious side effects. In the 1990s, the overwhelming source of funding for research on economic development and the development of legal institutions abroad came through the U.S. Agency for International Development, which funded technical assistance programs and related research abroad. USAID was the crucial source of funding, remains so over time. That's gone. All of it has disappeared. You can turn to foundations. I suppose you have to ask, how clean are they? Where did the money come from? Have there been intermediate generations of laundering that make it more acceptable? Where did the money for the foundations come from? Steve's point. You can turn to companies and collect funds from them. I'd suggest it's the rare university in North America that doesn't receive some corporate money in one form or another. Outright grants, support for research, but you can do that and perhaps impose restrictions. You can take it from law firms, you can take it from consultancies, you can take it from non-government organizations. All of these are possibilities. Maybe one solution is some diversification. The idea that if you take a modest amount from a larger number of organizations with cross-cutting interests, that diminishes the possibility that the research agenda will be captured by any single interest. Maybe that's inevitable as a possibility. Maybe you do rely on better disclosure, which of course might be hard to enforce in many instances, but at least you have a clearer idea of where the money's coming from and how it influenced individual matters. To turn back to a broader government possibility, and I offer this with hesitation because we've seen, again, the way in which the pressure points can be applied to government agencies and to universities that receive money from them. Government agencies have a vast body of data in the antitrust area. I'd say there's the equivalent of big antitrust data that exists across agencies. Data they already have, data they could assemble. A number of agencies have the capacity to conduct market studies that would enable them to go and collect more data and make that available to researchers under different conditions, restrictions. But the agencies themselves, individually and collectively, could be a source of research and support for research that enables academics and others to do work outside the immediate control of business enterprises. They do a lot of it individually. They could do more of it collectively. They could map a collective research agenda. They could use their information gathering powers to gather more information. In short, they can make research and analysis a formal and specific part of their program. And there are antecedents of how they have engaged academics in doing this. The Federal Trade Commission, beginning in the late 1970s, began a program to evaluate the effects of past cases. They did this by approaching academic institutions to enlist researchers. With the assistance of a variety of leading academics at the time, they spotted researchers, a number of them well known to this group. I was the government's contracting officer representative for the analysis that Tim Bresnahan did of the Xerox case. They paid minimum amounts, barely 13th Amendment compliant wages for them to do the work, but the real inducement to do the work was that they got access to the government's records. And with some restrictions on confidentiality, it attracted a wonderful group of researchers who did assessments, evaluations. There are models, in other words, that you could think of that has engaged government agencies with academics to do work that would fill a gap and would not be dependent on corporate donations. Of course, that only works if the public funding continues and it's directed in a way through the public enforcement agencies that focuses on research projects involving high priorities. Those are some possibilities for avoiding complete dependence on corporate donations.
Tommaso.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Disclosures. I'm a professor at Imperial College. That's where my salary comes from. I also am a board member of the payment system regulator. That's a regulator of payment systems in the UK, where I'm based. Interesting enough, not for long, because it's the only regulator which has been singled out by the Labour government in the UK to be eliminated in the next few months, because you may not be aware, but there's a current trend in the UK as well of basically having the Doge kind of approach to regulators, which are slammed down. You may not know that the biggest problem for the lack of growth in the UK has been over-regulation, apparently, for the Labour government, with no evidence to back up this kind of statement. So these are my disclosures. Thank you to Luigi and everyone else at the Stigler Center. I'm going to talk about a big related topic to what we've been talking about these days, which is the lack of trust in academic research. Yesterday on the first panel, somebody said, it's really a bad moment for experts. That was the very first panel, I think you said that. and this is not just now, it's a trend that we've been experiencing over the past many years. Again, as I'm based in the UK, I'm well aware that 10 years ago, when we had a debate over Brexit, one of the main points of the Brexiteers was we had enough of experts. We don't want to listen to experts any longer. So this is a big question that elicited lots of reflections here at the Stigler Center, and with a bunch of friends, we started a couple of years ago to think about doing some research on trust in academic research and in economics specifically. So this is a plug-in of the paper that just came out, the final version earlier this week. It's Luigi, it's Filippo, it's Joshua, Shashank, and myself, and Luigi, of course. So in this work, and this is a QR code to see the survey, because it's going to be a rather large survey, we want to see whether there are conflicts of interest in research and how people react to the disclosure of such conflicts. So do they exist to start with, and in what sense, and do they matter? Or simply when people learn, they can debias. There was an argument before, there is competition of ideas. There is, so once I know that you consulted left, you consulted right, I am in the middle, and everything works out fine because we priced in these effects. So we did a large kind of survey with thousands of people. We surveyed economists, and also the average American. So economists we did ourselves, and we managed to get responses from the majority of, so we had sent the survey to the general academic economists in the profession, but also to those which are, say, at the top of the profession, which would be fellows of NBR and CPR. These are people that publish the most, that edit journals. These represent the most successful academic economists around. And also average economists. We commissioned a survey via YouGov to have some people representative of the average American, because they are ultimate recipients of the results that we obtain and put in academic publications. And so we did as follows. Through a series of vignettes, I will give you just an example, we set a high bar and it said, look, you're going to read about a result which is published in the very top journals. It's been subject to refereeing. It's a very good paper. And then we reveal a possible conflict. So you start and you ask us, you ask a question: do you trust the result that you are being shown? And after you're shown a potential source of conflict, how do you revise your beliefs? To give you an example, since this is historically an antitrust conference, we gave. Imagine a journal has published this paper about the impact of a merger involving supermarkets, and we randomize. And the paper finds that the merger is good for consumers or is bad for consumers. Do you trust this result? By how much? We give them a scale. And then we said, now you learn that the author of the paper was consulting for the DOJ or for the supermarket themselves, okay? How do you revise your original trust? And again, this was randomized as well. The kind of conflicts that we analyze are financial, so you got money from the DOJ, you got money from the parties, or can be career, data, I will emphasize one thing there, and also political conflicts. So we analyze different kind of conflicts, and what do we find? It matters a lot. So when people are revealed of the existence of a potential conflict, this is just an average, of course, people revise their initial trust, and these are percentages, and so the average American trusts by 30% less the result they had originally read, result published at the top in a top journal, subject to refereeing, et cetera, et cetera. Economists are a bit more skeptical, but they still revise consistently below. They go down with the trust in the findings. There is a heterogeneity. The most important and surprising result to me was to find how people react to a conflict regarding data, in particular the data ownership. So sometimes they say the study was published with data which was public data, publicly available data, and sometimes was private data, so the data from Uber in the example before. And people react very negatively to private data, irrespective of the direction of the result. This is the surprising thing, not just when you publish an Uber paper, which is positive for Uber. So Uber is great for the community. Also, when the author finds with Uber data a result which is not good for Uber, still, there is, of course, they react less, but there is still a lack of trust by the fact that these data are not accessible to other people. Does it matter? It does. We use a methodology there, building on the work of John Ioannidis, who will give the lunch keynote later, where we can attach a value to a paper, and the value of a paper is the ability to change our prior beliefs about a statistical association. And we find that, on average, the paper which is conflicted is valued only 60% of a non-conflicted paper. Again, other things else equal. This is very pervasive in economics. So John, that has been studying medicine. In medicine, this is known for half a century, if not longer. In economics, we're a bit more newcomers to it. And what we did, for instance, you will not be able to see the figures, but when we went manually, we went through 5 years of publications in the AER, American Economic Review, and RAND Journal. And we selected because they are very well-known journals. AR, in a sense, when it comes to conflicts of interest, is a gold standard, a very thorough, very precise disclosure policy that you have to do when you publish in the AR. Instead, RAND, by and large, has almost no disclosure policy to speak of, so very, very little. And we find that there is, this is the data which is interesting to me, empirical papers which have become more and more common in the profession. basically 40% of them have some source of potential conflict. So we're not negative about it. But when we went to the README files, et cetera, to see, can I get access to the data? Where does it come from? Is it accessible to other people? Lots of those are gated, which is a potential source of conflict there. Now, does it matter? Our argument there is something does not work in the following sense. When we compare within AR and within RAND, whether the papers which are conflicted and non-conflicted, I mean, do they have different impact? Are they cited more or are they cited less? They are cited equally, okay? These two journals which are at the opposite ends of the conflict of the disclosure policy. So conflicted and non-conflicted are cited in the same way. So this may be a way, a benign way of interpreting this is that editors are doing a great job, okay? Even if RAND doesn't have a disclosure policy, but the editor is aware of it, and then they select referees, et cetera, to the extent that they manage to produce equally valuable research, to the extent they are cited in the same fashion. But there is something that doesn't work, because then the ultimate reader of the paper doesn't perceive that process, and people discount the conflict by a lot. Okay? So something is not, maybe it's a communication mechanism, I don't know. There are other interpretations as well. But if that was the story, that editors internalize everything, people should not react to the conflict of interest of papers which are being published in the same journal at the top, et cetera, et cetera. Last point is that overall, in this research, we basically find a negative externality. So readers of academic research, there's lots of people without conflicts that do excellent work, and a few bad apples which are conflicted. Oh, it's not even that. It's not some conflicted research that people are not able to pick. They cannot tell who's who. And therefore, they apply a discount across the board. So the conflicted research is imposing a negative externality on the non-conflicted research. Bill said, disclosure, okay? Is it going to be enough? And it's not going to be enough, because you may say, just disclose. People which are with no conflict, they're going to say, people will believe them. When we ask, and again, we are asking the top people in the profession, do you disclose appropriately? 80% of the people say yes. But when the same people ask, do you think your peers are disclosing? 2% are saying yes, okay? So a system of voluntary disclosure is not enough for this specific reason. The last suggestion that we have, a very simple fix, because in economics at least, we have this trend towards more and more empirical papers, and the data conflict of interest is so pervasive in the profession, we must have as a minimum a checklist. A checklist which is there. Is the data gated or not? What's the procedure for access? Are there rights to review of those who gave you the data in place, yes or no? This is a list that, but again, it's a coordination problem that we hope every single journal will enact soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. One thing that I'm aware of is the difficulty of evaluating actual academic research and the naivete with which people accept sometimes conclusions. I know because I was in this group thinking that if somebody's a famous professor from some university and they give me the bottom line in an abstract, that's okay without reading the details. So the question is, through the filters that, especially when it comes to policy, academic research has impact, in the courts, in the policy debate. How much does it get garbled, when even professionals consume it? In the case of the drug companies that I was talking about, this book called Sickening, he's complaining that doctors are too naive when they hear salespeople of drug companies and accept the way they present research to the doctors. Then the doctors prescribe it, the consumers see it on television through the prism of, advertisement agencies, and drug companies benefit. So the knowledge sort of from being controlled by the drug companies to being filtered to the doctors to being filtered to the consumers end up in, opioid addiction, you know, through the education on pain, all of those things. That's knowledge that comes down to total harm. How much of that, we're mostly in the fields of economics where the harm might not be as visible as, you know, deaths from overdose, but how much do you think, how can we handle the problem of, you know, fancy mathematical or even empirical research filtering its way, the sort of broader refereeing challenge? Luigi has a paper on academic capture where he talks about the probability of getting accepted, the probability of getting cited, that has to do with certain ideological differences. You know, we have impact on that. So can you speak, anybody, on this issue of reverse engineered model, bad academic work, and what we might do about it?
I guess there are a couple of points in the existing system at which the ideas and the work behind them do get tested, and litigation's one of them. Okay. And one of the joys of litigation and the exercises known as the deposition and cross-examination is that you have highly motivated antagonists willing to pick apart your model and go after your data. And I think there are more than a few testifying experts who've discovered that that's a decidedly unpleasant experience if you've done shoddy work in putting things together, contestable. That's not a systematic quality control point, but it is, in a number of instances, enormously informative to reveal what's going on.
So the adversarial...
And there have been exalted reputations that have been shattered by individual academics who miscalculated what would happen when they went forward and tried to put their ideas on the table. I would say that agencies, in the context of litigation, are highly motivated to try and pick apart models. And they've got the technicians to do the work. I would say that as a rough rule of thumb, using the sort of the negative hypothesis as a test, if you have an expert or a commentator coming forward and saying, I've got an empirical basis for this, and that's why you should move in one direction or another, a common agency response is, show me the backup. Show me the data this rests on. Show me your model. Let me run it myself to test its reliability. Any organization or commentator who will not give you that document is given a cold cup of coffee and shown the door. I'd say that is a per se indication that you're not willing to stand in a decisive way behind the information you have. That can go with public organizations. The General Accounting Office did a study of FTC merger practice in the petroleum industry in which they did differences approaches, and they said, these are the results. We said, great, let's see the model and the information you ran on it. They said, oh, we can't do that. Confidential, it's a proprietary data set. Fine, we'll buy it ourselves. No, we still can't show it to you. 1,001 reasons. The only conclusion you could come with is that this is rubbish. So if you won't give me the backup, if you won't let me walk through your steps and test what you did, that's a basis by itself for disregarding it. So I'd say there are instances in which there's some pretty demanding quality control. And for all of its failings, the U.S. style of litigation is wonderful in its capacity in many instances to put the back to the wall and test the information.
Yeah, in fact, the adversarial position, that's even how John Abramson got his data, actual data of clinical trials, is when it unfortunately got to the courts through lawsuits of, you know, side effects, other things like that. So that's right. So any of the regulatory agencies are not captured themselves, then you might get them to ask the tough question. Otherwise, they might themselves. Tommaso.
Related to this is a point that also Steve made earlier. So let's have competition in the marketplace of ideas. Let's have competition for experts. And I do like competition in general. However, competition works when competition is balanced, where incentives are symmetric. And the problem here, which exists in economics, but exists in medicine, is that on the one hand, you have interests which are well-defined, which are the corporate interests. And then you have, say, the consumers. It could be the public health or something like this, which is who's representing them. There is a collective action problem, or consumers in the supermarket merger. It may be the DOJ representing them, but you don't have 10 million people affected by the transaction that together put their money and then go to the best economists in this world. So this kind of asymmetric competition is not going to work. So it's not a place where I would expect competition because of this fundamental asymmetry in the incentives which exist. The other point I want to make, and maybe this is, I don't know, the position coming from old Europe, but when I think about the debate, the starting point, which is the funding of academic research, I have to go back to some principles, which is, I remember from my basic economics, that when it comes to education, defense, and health, this is where markets don't work, okay? There are basic market failures there. So always having this idea we should rely on market-based solution has to be taken with a pinch of salt. That's why we decided to have public funding of education in many countries. And some countries work fine. If I think about public funding of research in Germany, in France, to some extent in Italy too, this is an important source. Here you see the problems. We are in Chicago, you see the capture of governments. Instead, we see as maybe the problem that we have in Italy, Luigi earlier mentioned the case of the owner of Fiat, the Agnelli family. I'm from that city, that town, Turin. These guys were incredibly rich, fantastically rich and well-educated and cultivated. They never left anything to the town, nothing. They were extremely stingy. So we don't have a philanthropist in many European countries. So that's not even an option to go to corporates and ask for the money. So we have to rely on government funding. So to have the right governance in place is fundamental, of course, but this is a big source which guarantees a lot of independence as well.
Steve. I'd say in a lot of instances, government agencies do a pretty good job of bringing that work to bear. You mentioned defense. The Department of Defense is, of course, not an it, it's a they. It's a multidimensional organization, but they have some pretty first-rate research centers internally that have funded research, that has done a good job of examining assumptions. So I credit public institutions in a number of instances of doing a pretty damn good job of it.
Steve.
So yeah, I want to underline sort of 2 points made here about competition. And I want us to always keep in mind that nirvana is never on the menu. And you have to ask, okay, what's the equilibrium outcome?
It is a good good restaurant, Steve.
Nirvana.
Yeah,
yeah.
Good place.
Well, maybe we'll go there sometime. Yeah. But not with corporate money. So this notion of that there's market failure in education, and we have to have public funding. You know, here we are at the University of Chicago, private university. And one of the unusual characteristics of the United States is the amount of private money that there is in education. And I would submit that if you looked at the equilibrium outcomes of, let's say, US universities versus European universities, which are all publicly funded, the flow of people is from European universities to American universities. And excuse me? So far. Yeah, but this has been true for now 100 years. And the reason is that there's competition across the universities, rather intense, for the best faculty. And one of the filters that operates is the integrity of people. You know, those of us who have sat on faculty hiring committees, when you're deciding, you know, should you go for person X or person Y, the issue of the sort of scientific integrity comes up. So that is an important filter built into the system that's built around competition. The other thing that Bill suggested, and I hadn't thought of it just till this moment, is that actually competition characterizes defense in the United States. And it characterizes it in the following sense. We do not have the European model of a single staff, rather military staff, right, a general staff. Rather, there are competing entities within the military who compete with each other, like the Air Force versus the Navy versus the Army versus the Marines, that compete with each other for funding and are always hammering away at each other's programs.
All the time.
All the time, right? So one of the cures for what has always been looming out there as a threat, which is the undermining of the academic enterprise, has been competition. The more competition there is, the better off we will all be. And so it's not a question, to my mind, of You know, are there good people or bad people? The question, you know, that's true, right? Or good corporations, but the question is there a competitive market that serves to filter out bad research from good research?
But don't get me wrong. So there's lots of competition among academic institutions in Europe too. So there is competition for funds, the ERC, European Research Council, the Research Excellence Framework in the UK. It's real money, and universities compete against each other. So there is a very tough competition. It's a source of them. Where does the money come from? Okay, and the money, these pots of money, and there is competition for those pots of money, are often publicly funded.
What I'm suggesting is that there's not competition for academic talent the way there is in the United States, because everybody is a public employee.
No, there are lots of exceptions. So I'm not a public employee, for instance.
Right.
So
Okay, I think it's time
my
for
contract can be terminated.
audience questions. So please, you know, raise your hand and wait for the mic to come to you. Okay, let's go over there.
Thank you very much. I'm Nicolas Petit from the EUI. So I have the following question for the panel. So in fields like antitrust, in which the line between normative and descriptive research is blurred, how important is ideological disclosure alongside financial disclosure? And for example, how do you view the role of the free market versus the state? And or your ideas about nature, as we heard yesterday from the chair of the FTC. We heard yesterday that normative bias can be hidden behind principled ideas about antitrust policy, leading to a double standard in the application of the law. So how is that important, and how should we go about normative views and priors?
So I can give an answer to that. So in our study with Luigi et al., one of the potential conflicts is political ideological conflict, and we can it's more about abortion and the impact of abortion, and whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, and you learn about the author having political affiliations and yourself also. And we do find very strong responses, especially if you're a Democrat reading about a Democratic author and a Republican reading about a Democratic author, and so forth. So there is, and we even quantify that if you're interested. It's not the strongest of the conflicts. So monetary conflicts are actually bigger than in impact on the credibility of scientific research. When it comes to antitrust, I wouldn't say it would be the first of the conflict that would come to my mind. Put it this way, I have some years of experience in antitrust. Very few people disclose the fundamental conflicts that they've been working for certain companies. This is a fundamental conflict which is not being disclosed yet, more over and above other stuff. So I would say that the first and foremost thing that people should disclose everything. My concern is that I see a reaction of people which are conflicted. They don't want to say they are conflicted, so they put disclosures which are like 17 pages of potential things, including politics, etc. So everything gets diluted. So sometimes it's important to also focus on the relevant sources of conflicts, in my opinion.
I think it's very informative to see the CV and to know what backgrounds, what experiences have informed the decision. What's hard is to decide, of all those experiences, which impulses predominate, how do they influence behavior overall. For example, if you look at the CV of Susan Athey or Aviv Nevo, what do you conclude from that? When you look at the full range of representations and experience, do you look at Susan's experience at Microsoft and saying, uh-oh, this is a real problem, or Aviv acts for Qualcomm against the FTC in the prominent abusive dominance case, uh-oh, he's on the wrong team. I think you can assert that the Biden program did not really take off until both of those people walked in the door at those agencies. That made a huge difference. But if you knock them out because of some of these other experiences, well, they don't show up. So I think looking at the entire profile is very informative, drawing informative conclusions about what really motivates the person based on that amalgam of experiences can be very difficult.
But with one caveat, and the caveat is that I've seen too often those that were required or wanted to disclose, and they started saying, I've been, working left and right and center for the public, for private, so I'm neutral because I sit in the middle. And that's not honest. So if you see that people work maybe 25 years ago for the DOJ and then have been consultants for the next 25 years, I mean, the policy of the Stigler Center, which is the same as AER, you should really focus on the last 3 years, which is a common practice which is accepted because this is what matters. Instead, going back and then 25 years ago, maybe you had a stint at the DOJ or FTC that then you leveraged to become a highly paid consultant, I don't find it particularly meaningful.
I have a lot of confidence in the criminologists who can put that together. That is, early, more recent, look at the amalgam of experiences. I think you can come up with a pretty good impression of what's going on.
I just want, it's sort of been touched on a little bit so far, but this issue of consensus within a field, which then prevents research that doesn't fit in with that consensus from getting published, not to mention disseminated or cited, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, this varies by field, and I'm not going to accuse any particular field, but I think nutrition was already brought up. And I think the issue is greater than the funding, but the sort of professional sense, professional collegial standards, right? People get hired based on whether or not they fit in to the department rather than whether or not they come in with a very different idea. And this is basically an issue of viewpoint diversity. And I'm just wondering if anybody wants to comment on that as a threat to academic independence.
I'll comment on it because it pervades just about every field of academia that I know something about. Here's my favorite example, Mayan hieroglyphics. For the longest time, roughly from the 1950s to the 1970s, the dominant interpretation in the United States and in Western Europe was that the Mayans were peace-loving hippies who just wanted to look at the stars and do astronomy. And now they had these huge stelae, as big as I am, with one person with a spear pointed at another person's neck and a sandal on the guy's head, okay? And the interpretation was, oh, well, they're playing. And then they said, well, but there's writing on the side of the hieroglyph, on the side of the stele, but we can't decipher it. It's indecipherable. So it turns out that there was a Russian epigrapher named Yuri Konarosov who'd never been to Mexico or Guatemala, but who had studied epigraphy, and he looked at these and he said, oh, I can do this. He found a 17th century syllabary that had been lost and then found in a French archive that had been put together by a Spanish bishop. And he said, okay, I'm going to work this out. So he starts to work it out. And the response of the academic community in the United States, in which all the money incidentally came from the government, from the Smithsonian, was we're going to ignore him because he's a commie rat. And he's an outsider, right? And he publishes in Russian. Another outsider working in the Peabody Museum, and a female assistant who was of Russian descent, reads his work, reads his dissertation. She says, oh, wow, I can do this. And so her name's Tatiana Proskuryakov, and she starts translating all these stelae. And they read like the script of Conan the Barbarian. And at first, the scientific community says, oh, no, 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 what does she know? She's not a trained, archaeologist. She's an architect. But the truth will out, and finally, there's a conference in 1973 in Palenque where everybody shows up, and she translates one of the lintels, and everybody goes, oh my God, she's right. We've got it completely wrong. My point is this, is that outsiders are often key to breaking up a consensus that forms, and that one of the things we should always be mindful of, but it's on us, not on anybody else, is to create space for outsiders who maybe don't have the pedigree that our profession demands, but it's often those outsiders who come along and say, you know what, the emperor has no clothes, let me show you. And you can point to not just this case, lots of cases like this. And so here's an advertisement for something that went on during COVID, which was, I think, really pernicious. If you wanted to shut somebody down who had a view that wasn't consistent with the dominant narrative, you announced, oh, that person's not an epidemiologist. Okay, let's just be clear. Epidemiologists are not necessarily medical doctors. They're statisticians. But that was the way that this was done. It doesn't matter whether somebody has the right credentials. It matters whether they're right. And we shouldn't discount people based on not having been to the right university with the right degree.
Just so many examples, as Stephen is saying, where if you have a completely homogeneous way of looking at things, you're setting yourself up for a big fall. And I mean, just think of how the antitrust establishment missed the neo-Brandeisian move coming at them, and maybe how the status quo has missed what the unitary executive people have to say. That perspective you heard last night at dinner, how many of you have gone to conferences where that's a mainstream view? That's been developing for 10 years. That's a gathering storm that's been coming this way. How many people caught that coming along? So unless you have someone inside your group or a competing research center that says maybe your assumptions are wrong, that's when you get surprised in a very unhappy way.
It's about also risk-taking in research. Unfortunately, we teach our PhD students to do incremental innovation. We teach them methods, and the methods has to be certain kinds, and you have to replicate things, which is fine. And again, if I have to advise a young student, maybe that's the best advice. But then how do you also encourage them to do something which is a breakthrough, which is incredibly important?
I'm told to even cut Luigi Zingales, who... Luigi gets a privilege. Thank you, Luigi, for inviting me also, and I also take my prerogative
Luigi owns the microphone.
Speaking of power, no, I think that we know that when there are concentrated power, we need to have some form of control, and this is the entire constitutional law is not my field, but entire constitutional law tries to reduce the power of the ultimate monopoly on the use of force. So to what extent we need better laws or better norms to protect us from the influence both of the government and of the corporate donors. I think that allegedly there are some rules in the university that there shouldn't be any link and etc. But I'm not so sure how well they are respected by corporate donors. And we see today the government violating this massively. So I think we need to think about better protections.
So I can tell you, in my institution, which is quite a well-known university in the UK, I even tried to go to understand how contracts are written between, because Imperial is very big in engineering and medicine and science, and I wanted to know what kind of corporate donation, what kind of direction, and people wouldn't even respond, and I was the head of my department, they wouldn't even, I wanted to see the type of contracts that they sign, not the details, can I see how, what kind of, and I couldn't see it, I couldn't see it, that's completely opaque. And here I want to say instead, government contracts are less opaque because there's a governance, so that you can see the money which comes from government and what are the strings attached. And instead, in the department of, I don't know, engineering, I cannot see British Petroleum, what they're giving to that department because I just can't.
On Tomas's point, I would love to see a panel at some point with people who've written proposals for corporate funding, and I'm guessing a lot of people in this room have done it, have pitched ideas to corporate donors that was going to use money. What safeguards did you build in? What do those protocols look like? What were the agreements by which you agreed to engage with the corporate donors? You want the money, you don't want the intervention in the assessment of the results and the presentation of information. I'd like to get an idea of what the best practices in some sense, or the better practices is in knowing that, and seeing how people strike the compromises. Because
can I tell an anecdote? It's a juicy anecdote. Can I tell an anecdote? It's fun.
I have anecdote.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not sorry at all.
I want to announce that I have one copy of a book called The Banker's New Clothes, apropos Naked Emperors, and I do have pedigree, but it's up. I don't want to take it back to California, so anybody who wants it. It costs under $20, so.
It involved Microsoft.
Sorry to rush you guys. They're not.
So greetings from Chicago, and thank you all for joining us in this room and online. I'm Guy Rolnick, Professor of Strategic Management at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, and one of the organizers of this conference. Today I'm happy to introduce a conversation with Roger Alford and Doha Meki, moderated by Josh Cisco. Before we begin, please note we are on the record and live streaming, and we will post all conference videos on the Stigler YouTube channel. As usual, views expressed by guests are their own, not those of the Stigler Center or the University of Chicago. We hope that you will join us for the remainder of the conference today on the live stream, as well as for more upcoming events, so please check out the Stigler Center website, as well as its publication, promarket.org, and Capitalism podcast. And now please allow me to briefly introduce our speakers. Roger Alford is the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust at the US Department of Justice. He previously served in the first Trump administration as Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust. Prior to returning to the DOJ, he was a member of the Notre Dame Law faculty for nearly 13 years. During that time, he also consulted on antitrust matters, including as an expert witness in the landmark 2023 litigation against the National Association of Realtors and consulting for Texas AG Ken Paxton in Texas versus Google. He previously clerked for several judges and practiced law in DC. Doha Meki is a senior fellow at the Berkeley Center for Consumer Law in Economic Justice. Previously, she served in multiple senior roles at the DOJ over 10 years, including as the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General and Acting Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division. Before the DOJ, she was an associate in the Antitrust and Financial Services groups of an international law firm in New York. Our moderator today is Josh Cisco, who is an antitrust reporter at Bloomberg. He follows civil and criminal antitrust litigation and government investigation with a focus on live court coverage and analysis, reporting on competition policy as it relates to Silicon Valley and the broader tech industry. Thank you all for being here and making the time. And now I turn it over to our speakers.
Hi, well, thanks so much for having us. I guess I wanted to just start off with, we're about it's not even in the first 100 days. We're still in the first 100 days. And you guys have been in the building for about 5 or 6 weeks. So I wanted to turn it over to Roger just for a couple of minutes to sort of give the lay of the land and how you guys are thinking about your approach to enforcement and policy, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Josh, and thank you, Doha, for the opportunity to be here, and Guy Rolnick for inviting me to be here. I should say that Guy invited me to give a speech here when Gail regretfully declined to be able to attend. And I said, I'm not giving a speech before Gail gives a speech. Like, she's going to be the first person to give the speech before I am. So you were very accommodating and had this fireside approach. So Gail Slater is the AAG for Antitrust, and I think is a very hopeful sign about the future of where we're headed with antitrust. And I know all of you are trying to read the tea leaves about the direction that we're headed, and there's only a few data points that you can really rely on, but I would encourage you to look at her Senate Judiciary testimony, her QFers in response to questions from the Senate, her fireside chats. I think she did 3 fireside chats last week. And then also some of the initial impressions from the early cases on mergers and on conduct cases, and statements of interest and oral arguments that have been done in those statements of interest. And then, of course, coming up very, very soon, the hearing in Google search remedies. And so I think those are all very useful indicators of the direction that she's going. And I think the sort of slogan that you hear a lot from her is vigorous and fair antitrust enforcement with clear rules. That's really what I think her goal is. And the other thing I would really emphasize is her very strong desire to make sure that antitrust is serving the needs of the average American worker. As I said in my Senate Judiciary testimony on December 17th, and also I testified in November in the Senate Judiciary Committee on the credit card proposal by Senator Durbin, there is essentially a realignment that's happening in the Republican Party in which there's a very significant push toward economic populism and the desire to be populist in the way that we do antitrust enforcement. And that's reflected in the choice of Gail Slater. And also that's selected in the choice by President Trump of J.D. Vance. And so I think that that's what you should expect, that there's a desire to make sure that antitrust works for the average American person. And one of the things that really means very significantly is look at the things that matter most to the average American, and are those markets competitive? Housing, healthcare, transportation, entertainment, food, groceries, entertainment. I mean, there's so many different areas that you think of, like, what does the average American spend their money on? We need to make sure that those markets are competitive, and it's very clear that many of them are not. Fortunately, a lot of those exact core pocketbook issues have been addressed in recent years, and we really are in an incredibly amazing time in antitrust enforcement. When I was starting in 2017, we were like, gosh, look at all the things that the Europeans are doing. Maybe we should do some of that, you know? And I would travel the world, and the question was, well, where are the Americans? You know, why aren't the Americans more involved in this kind of stuff? And so, you know, it is really quite remarkable how much was accomplished in the first Trump administration to show clear signals of desires for more aggressive antitrust enforcement. You know, labor markets and no poach, for example, a vertical merger case that was the first in the door when the first day Macon Delrahim started at the Trump administration. And you could say we lost the battle but won the war on vertical mergers because of the fact that it was acceptable to challenge vertical mergers either for foreclosure reasons or for raising rivals costs, and we've seen a renaissance of challenges to vertical mergers. And then, of course, most importantly of all, you know, the desire to really take seriously the monopoly conduct of companies, and both at the FTC with Facebook and with the Google case in 2020, those are signals of a genuine bipartisan interest. And it is in everyone's interest, in all parties, that we reflect a shared commitment to address conduct abuses, cartel behavior, and monopoly abuse. And so I think that's where we're headed in the future. And I also sort of had some influence on where Gail Slater's first speech would be. And I said, you can't speak at the University of Chicago when just an hour and a half away, you know, is the great University of Notre Dame. And so her first speech is going to be at Notre Dame on April 28th. And the title of the speech is The Conservative Case for Vigorous Antitrust Enforcement on April 28th.
All right, thanks, Roger. So I guess to go from there, I mean, you were in the first Trump administration with Doha, and then you continued that into Biden, and so there's been this kind of through line. There's been a lot discussed about the sort of new consensus about populism and competition policy, and I'm wondering, like, if you guys could speak just sort of briefly about how things have kind of how it's shaken out, and you know, what continuity there is between the administrations, and how things are different, particularly between the first Trump administration and now, even though, you know, there's limited data points so far here. But yeah, how has it changed? How is it the same?
Do you want to start?
Go ahead.
So
you've seen all three.
I had the great privilege of serving as counsel to Macon Delrahim when I was a career public servant at the DOJ, and so I saw firsthand the AT&T Time Warner merger challenge. I saw the filing of the Visa Plaid merger challenge, the inquiry into the market power of dominant internet platforms, which was really a project of then Attorney General Bill Barr and his deputy Jeff Rosen, and of course the filing of the Google search case. as well as the indictment of the first labor market conspiracy cases that we could find in the history of the Antitrust Division. And it was really a privilege to have all of those things in my portfolio when I was working there at the time. And so I think that this break from Republican orthodoxy really shouldn't be missed. There are a lot of ways in which you might look at other enforcement metrics and take issue with how pro-enforcement it was, but I can't say enough, especially now that I am not in government and don't have the same constraints as my friend Roger. It's really hard to do things differently. These public roles are very high pressure, and doing the things that matter when it's hard, that's exactly what we want public officials to do. And I think there were real elements of that in the first Trump administration. And so when I came back as principal deputy under Jonathan Kanter, and then ultimately helping to quarterback the Google search trial, the JetBlue Spirit filing and trial, and other examples of enforcement, the Visa case, the Live Nation monopolization case, and others, we felt like we had a platform to run and to take on the biggest, most intractable problems, because fundamentally the role of the Justice Department is to take on the biggest, most intractable fights. And so when you're talking about trillion-dollar companies, right, the average person can't vindicate their economic liberty, right? Like they can't take on those fights, and so that is a proper role for the DOJ. I should also say that because Macon was willing to embrace really a policy that came down at the end of the Obama administration about concern for labor, trying to proffer explanations for why there was a two-tiered recovery from the financial crisis, why there was reduced labor dynamism, why there was reduced business dynamism, why markups had increased, why more industries were concentrated over the last 40 to 50 years. A lot of those recommendations, particularly around no-poach agreements, were ultimately embraced by the first Trump administration, at least in the Antitrust Division. And so we were able to come in and indict more labor market conspiracies. We were able to focus on worker misclassification. We were able to focus on amicus briefs that really set the law in the right direction. And so to me, I think the nub of consensus, such as it is twofold. First, it's reverence for law, right? Like this is a fundamentally conservative principle, right? Like it's often conservatives traditionally who have told us concern for rule of law, like textual approaches to law, that is very important. And I think that was something that we tried to champion when we were in office. The second thing is that we focused on market realities. Right, and so what is breaking, like with orthodoxy really, like when like the rubber meets the road, it's accepting markets as they are. It's shedding the ridiculousness that like vertical math can tell you something about whether, non-horizontal mergers or platform mergers actually are harmful to competition. And so making sure that we're learning the most that we can about these big, difficult problems, healthcare, agriculture, labor, tech, and more, was really very important. And I will acknowledge my hubris. I think that the Trump 47 folks have a real baton that they're taking, and I think ultimately it'll be their choice, sort of how they make use of it, but I think they're not starting from greenfield here. So if the president is taken at his word that he's concerned about big tech monopolies and other kinds of monopolies that are really immiserating the American people, it's really the DOJ Antitrust Division that has a big platform to run.
Yeah, I would say that the first Trump administration handed the Biden administration a very light and easy baton to seize, and then now we have a very heavy and full baton that we are seizing. Like there's so many cases right now, and it's really quite remarkable. What a great time to come in and the 2 weeks later, 2 weeks in, a month in, you get to do remedies, Google remedies. That's an amazing opportunity. And then one can assume in the coming years, not just at the trial level, but appellate and Supreme Court level, on some of these cases. Isn't it strange, though, that we've been talking about Microsoft for 50 years. Like, how long can we? I mean, when are we going to stop talking about Microsoft and talking about the next Supreme Court? And that's a DC Circuit case. We don't even have a Supreme Court case. We have Microsoft. So it's exciting to think about where we might be in 2 or 3 years in terms of clarity on some of these laws. Yeah, I would agree and echo what you're saying. I think Obama administration, October 2016, announced the No Poach initiative, and Macon Delrahim's efforts were really on no poach, but really only no poach. And the Biden administration focused, I think, on other labor issues. I think that's certainly notable on merger reviews, Kroger Albertsons and Penguin. There are various examples of that. And now there's more merger cases that have labor issues. And then the other interesting thing is monopsony power in labor markets. That's another new, really interesting thing. And obviously that's something that I think is percolating up and will be an area of genuine interest. And the other thing I think, quite honestly, there's a lot of new emerging issues that are incredibly interesting. We were talking about tacit collusion 5 years ago, but now we have genuine, actual cases involving algorithmic collusion. Real cases with opportunities for real case law on algorithmic collusion. And then we have academic articles suggesting that the next big risk is autonomous algorithmic collusion. Basically robots acting like parties in a room, and how they would maximize profits. If you just tell a robot to maximize profits, they'll autonomously lead to cartel-like pricing behavior. So that's very, very a cause of great concern. And so I think there's a lot of real interest in the monopoly cases. I think that the number of cases, the only downside of all of the cases that you guys gave us, it's going to take just a year just to get through all of those cases before we can even start thinking about a lot of really new other cases that we want to bring. There's just so many cases that one would want to bring. And I think, am I right, that this is the same problem you had? You would get a menu of options of things like, these are all the problems that you're seeing in all the different markets, and which ones should we prioritize? And you're literally making choices about incredibly hard, it's just so many different cases you could bring. Yep. And then what has the biggest impact on the greatest number of people? And so I think that's sort of the dilemma that we're in. There's so much bad behavior out there in the market that needs to be addressed.
The PDAG in me sees the PDAG in you.
Josh was going to interest us that I'm Doha 2, and I said, well, we have Terminator 1 and Terminator 2. I could say that.
I can't miss an opportunity to say this is exactly why Congress should restore the Antitrust Division's merger filing fees, which have funded the Antitrust Division for decades. It is also an important opportunity for me to tell you what I spent many years telling Congress, which is that for every dollar the Congress appropriates to the Antitrust Division, the U.S. economy gets $11 back. And I'd like to point out too,
I need that stat right now.
Yeah, that's good. The other thing you should know is that the Antitrust Division had Doge before there was Doge. There's a procurement collusion strike force that at this point has indicted for felony violations of Title 18 and Title 15, which is where the antitrust laws live, just on procurement contracts with the federal government. Everything from scams affecting the intelligence community, the defense community, agriculture. I mean, they really run the gamut. And so they have already been going after waste, fraud, and abuse and returning hundreds of millions of dollars back to the federal coffers. And so I just think the value of the Antitrust Division is plain, and now in a position where the Republican Party has total control of the federal government, there's no time like the present to fund the Antitrust Division, right? You can't police a multi-trillion-dollar economy with $233 million of fees.
Right. I wanted to go to the bipartisan sort of consensus on this issue just briefly again. And Mark Metter, the third Republican on the FTC, was just confirmed yesterday. Party line vote, I think it was like 50 to 46. And I'm wondering if, historically, antitrust was not, and competition policy was not a political issue, but it has been, and it has become much more political in the last over the last several administrations. And do you think that that is going to make it more difficult to have this sort of consensus across party lines on economic populism? Just whether or not it's a policy disagreement or whether it just is a political disagreement that is going to get in the way.
You mean because of what happened at the FTC?
Because of what happened at the FTC, because of what is like happening across the federal government, there's just much more sort of overarching concern about political interference. And I'm wondering if that is going to make this sort of cooperation more difficult.
Well, I mean, we all know, and we all are watching, you know, different actors that are in the crosshairs trying to see what they can do to find soft spots in the administration. And so obviously everyone is aware of that and that is happening. And so what I would recommend that you do is just watch and see what happens in the coming, you know, 2 to 3 months. Are those efforts getting any traction or not?
Efforts to lobby
or to modify or to weaken or to settle or whatever, like all those cases getting any traction. So I think, you know, I would just say let's see where we are in 2 or 3 months. I think a fair-minded interpretation of what happened with the FTC is that this just is a reflection of the administration's views on independent agencies. And the fact that it was not the first, it was like the third or fourth or whatever of the independent agencies, suggests to me that this is really a bigger constitutional, it truly, I think, is a bigger constitutional question. It's not about competition.
I think competition policy is a very small and often happy place for bipartisan interests to live, but obviously the Congress, the American people are thinking about all politics, right, and not thinking about competition in a vacuum. And I think that what makes the decision to try to remove Becca Slaughter and Alvaro Bedoya from the FTC so problematic is that even if you take the administration at its word that it was seeking to just launch like a facial assault on Humphrey's executor, the independence of agencies, attempting to remove the 2 Democratic commissioners is an odd choice, right? So if someone was really focused on this, you might have removed a Republican and a Democrat, or attempted to, right? That's setting aside whether it is a good idea to, you know, try to make a frontal challenge to independent agencies, right? Independence doesn't actually mean independence. In the FTC's case, it just means for cause. They're still subject to oversight. They're still sort of receiving the policy priorities of the president and so forth. And so I think all of this becomes very fraught. Last week I was at a really wonderful gathering in Washington put on by Y Combinator, and it was really an interesting opportunity to hear from folks on the left and on the right. And I would just note that on my fireside, Mike Davis, who's very much a conservative legal movement firebrand, said it was his opinion that it was very stupid to try to attempt to remove them, and that if you were trying to conceive of all of the ways that you could really do nice things for monopolies, that seems like one.
So on that topic, is sort of adjacent to that topic, there is this, it's been reported over the last few weeks, there's a major DOJ restructuring underway. There's the proposals affecting antitrust in particular are to close 2 of the field offices, fold in the economists into other sort of department-wide offices and a couple other things. I mean, how, that hasn't been finalized, but how is that unfolding internally at the antitrust division? And I mean, the San Francisco office in particular is where much of the tech cases have come out of, I mean, including Apple. I think that office led the Apple investigation. So closing those offices and some of this other restructuring is sort of at odds with the stated priorities of being aggressive against tech and other sectors. So how do you see that unfolding?
Right. So yeah, that's a great question. And I will say several things. One, the big picture idea of having government be more efficient and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse is a laudable goal. it's a goal that has been pursued by previous administrations. The other really successful example, of course, is the peace dividend initiative by the Clinton administration, where they tried to really significantly reduce the size of the government. So one obviously can have a whole variety of different viewpoints about the manner in which that is being effectuated in the current administration, but the goal of more efficiency and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse is a good one. But to your point, the Department of Justice is an absolutely critical goal, critical agency for trying to effectuate the goals of the administration, including the goals with respect to antitrust. And everyone knows that the antitrust priorities are very, very significant. I think just the way that Gail Slater was announced in her nomination so early and so strongly reflects a pretty good idea about where the administration's position is on antitrust. And we are aligned, I think, with the career staff, the career attorneys, everyone at the Department of Justice in terms of like the desire to make sure that there's vigorous and effective antitrust enforcement. And so it's really a twofold fight right now, Josh, and that is trying to make sure we can be as effective as we can in keeping the budget. You mentioned the $233 million budget that was your last year, right? It was $233 million. At a bare minimum, keeping that number, and then also trying to recapture the the merger filing fee funds that are supposed to be earmarked for the Department of Justice. If we can win that battle, then all of the concerns about making sure we're living within our means, I think, are reduced. And then the other issue, of course, is just reorganization questions. Reorganizations, for the sake of reorganization, means that we just have to make strong arguments about why this proposal is a bad idea or that proposed idea is more plausible, and also to suggest alternatives. I mean, thankfully, the reorg memo from the ODAG very clearly said this is a proposal. We want input from all of the relevant units within the Department of Justice, and we have provided that in executive summary, in detailed summary, in meetings, in phone calls. So, I do think that it's extremely helpful to have Gail Slater in the position that she's in, because she has the trust of leadership within the Justice Department and within the White House. And the fact that there is trust means that if she recommends this path instead of that path, I think it will go a long way. So, to be determined, right? To be seen, but I do think that we're making good progress in our responses to the reorg memo.
We only have a few minutes left, but one thing I wanted to kind of get into was non-tech enforcement. I mean, there's so much that has been talked. Everybody wants to talk about tech and the antitrust cases against the biggest tech companies, and I think that is what has amplified this issue so much over the last 6 years, is the focus on Google and Amazon and Facebook and Apple, et cetera. And but like you were saying at the beginning, this focus on the average American worker, I think it's certainly debatable that some of the tech issues, while important, don't capture like the average American's attention as much as like the price of food or the price of healthcare or the price of housing or anything along those lines. And so given that there is already, I think there's lawsuits against most of the major tech companies, and with like a couple exceptions, do you think that the focus is going on the investigative side is going to move away from tech and towards some of those other sort of kitchen table issues?
When you say move away, I don't interpret your question to mean try to resolve the existing cases. So like if we had more attorney time and more money, and as we're entertaining new conduct cases, what kind of things would we focus on? I would encourage you to look at her fireside chat comments. She talks about consumer-facing concerns, and public-facing issues, and the desire to try to make sure that we're helping the average American. And so I do think that is front of mind in the focus that we will have. But there's a lot of incredibly difficult work in that space. I mean, just alone looking at the healthcare market, for example, just the healthcare market, you can imagine a half dozen different major problems, right? And so She said this publicly, so I'll give you a little anecdote, and that is like in the conference room where the DAGs meet, you know, with Gail, on the big bulletin board, the quote that she has is, "Keep the main thing the main thing." And I think that that's just an admonition to make sure that we're like really remain laser focused on what the average American that supported this administration really cares about. And we know that inflation and the cost of goods and services is a significant part of that. So the answer to your question is yes to the premise. Yep.
I'm going to switch gears just really quickly, just given I am not a trade expert by any means, but given everything that's been in the news in the last several weeks, like how does that intersect with competition policy? It seems like it would tee up concerns of collusion, like trade, increased prices from tariffs is like kind of a cover for collusion in the way that inflation has been talked about by some. Like, how are you guys thinking about that?
You want to? I can say what I can say, and then you can say more. So basically, I actually got the same question at Capitol Forum last week, and just like in the last administration, inflation gave companies cover to do things that were really harmful to the American society and the American workers and consumers. I think that tariff increases give people cover, opportunities to consider engaging in really harmful conduct. And so, so dynamic pricing behavior is a polite word for it, but essentially, like, we can imagine that they will take action, especially if they see a market that used to have 5 competitors now has 4 competitors because the tariff rates are so high that it essentially forecloses the market. I teach international trade in addition to antitrust, and I see what happens when anti-dumping duties are imposed at 100% levels. You know, you see what happens to the market. And they're essentially like closed out of the market completely. If 100% duty is imposed, anti-dumping duty is imposed, it's essentially closing them out of the market altogether. So that also might impact merger review analysis, you know, in terms of like who the players are, if there's a merger in the context of a situation where an actor that was in the market is essentially foreclosed. So I think that there absolutely are issues related to trade that are going to be relevant, both with respect to collusion and with respect to market analysis.
So, as Roger predicted, I can say more. I think that antitrust and trade have always moved together, right? And it's really a 3-legged stool. There's antitrust, there's trade, and there's industrial policy. And so Roger is exactly right that merger review probably should take into account not just the tariff regime, but the arguments that companies with market power often make to commerce about the imposition of tariffs and how they sometimes can weaponize a tariff regime to boost market power. But I think there's to zoom out, there's a broader macro point, which is that, you know, I'm still a little bit seasick after watching what happened to markets over the last week or so. I think the American economy has plenty of challenges, like addressable challenges, no doubt, but the US economy is the envy of the world. I mean, it is a wonderful, extraordinary thing. American ingenuity is a wonderful, extraordinary thing, and I think the decision to go sort of headlong into, you know, an uncertain and extreme tariff regime. I know there's all sorts of like retrofitted explanations about whether this was a master plan or not. It did not strike me as a master plan. There's nothing wrong with a sort of a thoughtful approach, but to go all in on tariffs and not consider expanding the US industrial capacity and a lot of the industries that were affected struck me as bad policy. Again, there are geopolitical ramifications. You know, driving Europe into the arms of China strikes me as a terrible consequence of these kinds of policies. And so I have to go on faith that people who think about tariffs full time, people who think about industrial policy, like I'm an antitrust lawyer, I know how to do one thing. I hope that people are thinking about all of these policy adjacencies together, because something very catastrophic will come of not thinking about the 3-legged stool.
So one data point that's worth interesting is the Whirlpool and the tariffs on washers in the first Trump administration. Whirlpool merged with Maytag like 10 years before that and argued that there was vigorous competition because of LG, and then 10 years later they're asking for essentially safeguard tariffs on LG products. And then after the tariffs were imposed against LG, two things happened. Whirlpool raised their prices, not just on washers, but also on dryers. And LG rushed their construction of their factory in the United States to try to restore competition. So all of those dynamics, I think, could play out in a bunch of different markets if these tariffs happen.
I think we're out of time, but do you want to, any final comments?
I don't know, Roger, do you have final comments?
You start and I'll finish.
Okay. Look, I think this is a really exciting time. You know, the Trump 47 folks are not even at the end of their first 100 days, and so there's a lot of distance to cover in terms of like where we're going in competition policy. But I want to revisit a question that I didn't get a chance to respond to earlier, which is about the impact of some of the office closures and the Deputy Attorney General's memo. You know, I saw the copy of that memo that wound up in the New York Times, and my first reaction was that whatever AI product recommended to pregnant women that they smoke cigarettes or put glue on pizza, likely, it just struck me that like that's the kind of recommendation that you get from bad AI. The Antitrust Division is really an extraordinary institution, and I think that you can look back to other efforts to close offices, particularly during the Obama administration, and see how that just set back criminal enforcement by some estimates, generations. And so when I think about the Antitrust Division staff, I think about an extraordinary law firm of antitrust lawyers who could make a lot more money in the private sector, but choose to bring their talent and intellect and hard work to the public interest. And they do so for like, what, $150,000 a year in some of the most expensive cities in the country. And so on that score, I don't know why anyone would even like posit dismembering the Antitrust Division unless you're trying to do a really big favor to monopolies of all kinds. The San Francisco office has people who have PhDs in, there's a French labor historian who's also an amazing lawyer. There's people who have PhDs in economics who are on the front lines of the most difficult tech issues. When we left on January 20th, Chicago was becoming a center of excellence for farming and food and agriculture. The Policy Shop was doing incredible work on merger guidelines and really just like syncing up our domestic and international policy. And so I know that the recommendations in that memo could not possibly have come from folks as thoughtful as Gail and Roger and the rest of their front office. And so it is my hope that every single recommendation about the Antitrust Division will be rejected. The staff deserves better and the country deserves better.
All right, I think we're getting the hook, but I don't want to cut off the... Oh, all right, I guess we will cut off the federal government.
What's that?
Oh, I said I don't want to cut off the federal government.
Oh, I'll just say a couple quick things. I want to give a shout out to Eleanor Fox. So when I was a law student at NYU Law School, she was my antitrust professor. And so my first introduction to antitrust was Eleanor Fox. And I never told her this, but the reason I got an A in her class was because not only did I take very careful, copious notes, I read all of her articles before the exam, and I just tried to copy what she said in all of her articles. And I think that's where I got an A. But in reading all of those articles, you know, I sort of got the bug, and I went and did my LLM in competition law at Edinburgh University. So I just want to give a shout out to her because, you know, the grand dame of antitrust. But yeah, we're fully aware of everything Doha has said, and actually we're benefiting from the mistakes the Obama administration made with the closings of those 4 offices and the retrospective on what happened with those offices. And so the good news is we're aligned on the goal and the objective and the need for like all of these attorneys and these economists and these paralegals, and so we know that it's necessary to achieve that. And Gail Slater is not an AI chatbot, and so you know the second and third iterations are going to reflect her input. So,
thanks.
Hello everyone. My name is Maciej Bernat. I am a law professor at the University of Warsaw, Poland. In terms of disclosure, I can say that my research is basically funded by Polish research, public money, Polish National Science Center. Yeah, and I did some fellowships, like Fulbright fellowship. So this would be my disclosure. No conflict of interest. We have a great panel. We will discuss the interrelation between free speech and antitrust. What I would like to underline at the beginning is that, at least for me, coming from Central and Eastern Europe, that experienced in recent years democratic backsliding, I am kind of surprised, I must say, to see similar patterns going on in the US. So the question in this context, I think we can be asking, is the place of antitrust. How antitrust is interacting within this new political and economic context. And I think looking at free speech is particularly relevant to consider first the role of antitrust, potential risks of antitrust becoming a tool in the hands of governments and powerful private actors, for example, to chill criticism, or maybe the risks that antitrust will become meaningless. So during this panel, we will focus basically on two questions. The first one being use of market power to censor free speech. So this will be sort of a follow-up of what yesterday FTC Chairman Andrew Ferguson was talking about. We'll be asking a question: what can we do, or maybe what we should do under antitrust to address the risk of censorship. And the second question will be the use of antitrust civil lawsuits to silence criticism. So we have with us Greg Day from University of Georgia. We have Eleanor Frogs from New York University, and Matt Stoller, a research director at the American Economic Liberties Project. I would like to give floor first to Greg. Please, Greg will give us an overview and panorama where we are in terms of the relation between antitrust and
Thank you very much.
Free speech.
Thank you very much. So I'm Greg Day, and in terms of disclosures, I'm most exclusively paid by the University of Georgia. I guess in the past 3 years, if there's nothing really else, I've received a little bit of money to write an article for the LP Society, and also was on the board of directors of a homeless ministry, which I don't think has much relationship to anything that we're doing today. So I wanted to start off by talking about it's really important, this burgeoning relationship between free speech and antitrust and the First Amendment, especially with the rise of things like digital platforms and increasing market concentration. The ability to speak and share ideas and transmit information is becoming an increasingly important topic. One thing I guess I want to talk more about today is I actually find it very interesting. So in antitrust, there's been a long-standing and sort of rich relationship between antitrust and the First Amendment that's oftentimes gone unnoticed, oftentimes because a lot of the precedents and the overarching principles have been occurred more in the lower courts than in the Supreme Court. And a couple sort of overarching principles have emerged that have guided both First Amendment and antitrust courts almost kind of hand in hand. Probably the most well-known is the Norr-Pennington Doctrine, but that's, as we know, many of us know, that's less about freedom of speech, and it's more about the right to petition government. But that's been the biggest association between the two. But the actual transmission of ideas and thoughts has also become relied on older precedents between the two. One of the bigger ones is recently Amazon and Apple have been sued for suppressing information. Federal enforcers have sued them and said that the suppression of information on their platforms prevents information from getting to consumers, and consumers can't comparison shop, and this will harm them from finding the lowest price for the highest quality goods. Part of what's sort of interesting about that is that precedent came from a Supreme Court case in, I believe it was the late 70s, but that was directly resulted from the commercial speech doctrine that was set, where the idea that the most amount of commercial information will help inform consumers. For that reason, it should be protected in the First Amendment. It was just only, I think, within months or a year after that case did the Supreme Court adopt that same logic into National Society of Professional Engineers. In addition, but what's even more sort of fascinating to me is not just in terms of maximizing information, but that's the general principle that has come out of it. But there's actually been a couple cases based upon misinformation. There's been a few cases where plaintiffs have alleged that defendants have smeared them using lies or misinformation, and because of that, it's driven consumers away from them, and that should be considered an anti-competitive behavior. Using kind of like the same logic of maximizing information as used in the previous cases, antitrust courts have taken this position of saying that misinformation and lies aren't anti-competitive. In fact, that is a form of competition. One judge stated when dismissing this type of claim said that he's endorsing traditional free speech principles about self-correcting markets, but here, self-correcting markets of ideas, saying that the genuine anti-competitive effects of false and misleading statements about a competitor are minimal at best. And using precedent, if such statements should be false or misleading or incomplete or just plain mistaken, the remedy is not antitrust litigation, but more speech, the marketplace of ideas. Other courts have expressly said that, have used the term that it sets the stage for competition. Other cases are sort of similar. There's been a couple cases where plaintiffs have actually sued and said that their exclusion harmed the marketplace of ideas, and this should be considered an anti-competitive act. One was Gary Johnson when he ran for president. He was excluded from the presidential debates, and he sued the Presidential Debate Commission in an antitrust case and said this harmed the marketplace of ideas, and the court said, well, ideas just aren't an economic market. This is too insufficiently economic, and it doesn't apply. There's also been boycott cases. The National Organization of Women has been involved in a couple cases where they sued and were sued for economic boycotts. And even though it was an economic boycott, the court said that was primarily a social or sort of an expressive boycott, and it wasn't primarily about gaining an economic advantage. So even though that heavily involved speech, it didn't raise antitrust concerns traditionally. And even First Amendment cases have mentioned antitrust principles. There was a case out of Miami with the Miami Herald where they sued because they were being required to report multiple sides of a story, and they said that was a First Amendment violation. The Supreme Court agreed and said that was a Supreme Court violation, even though when the Supreme Court ruled, the First Amendment interest in the public of being informed is in peril because of the marketplace of ideas today is a monopoly. So because of the Supreme Court even mentioned that the First Amendment needs to take precedent over antitrust litigation. So a lot of this, but one thing that I found is particularly interesting is antitrust hasn't gotten involved in asking questions like about quality or whether markets, and this is sort of, to me, what I find interesting about this panel and this sort of the next step is asking, does antitrust need to revisit some of these precedents about the ideas that markets should not, antitrust shouldn't get involved in gauging the quality of ideas or accuracy or truthfulness of ideas?
Okay, thank you very much. So, Eleanor, over to you, please.
Thank you. I do have slides, but I don't think I have time. I'll just leave the title up. We were asked to talk on the subject of First Amendment rights and antitrust. Of course, there's the huge category, most of which Glenn was talking about, where there is a huge interrelationship and symbiosis. You have competitive markets, and competitive markets facilitate ideas. There is another concern I have, and I'm going to talk about today, which is a way, it's sort of the other side of the coin. And it is, as I will develop in a minute, the possibility that in this world nation today, we need collective political action, and that antitrust might stand in the way, and that threats of antitrust suits might chill speech and political action. And that is the subject I'm going to talk about in my next couple of minutes. So we're in a world in which, well, I go to the next, let's see, this, oh, I shut it off, that's okay. Okay, we're in a world, I'm going to talk principally about what I call the lawyer problem, just to put it into a concrete example. We're in a world where, okay, thank you. We're in a world where the government has brought actions of retribution against law firms. Executive orders, I don't mean legal actions in court yet. The executive orders against law firms, the executive orders against universities for representing the, quote, wrong people that are not sympathetic to the president and teaching the wrong subjects and having the wrong policies like inclusiveness and are therefore in the target of being ruined by our government. And a question is whether collective action is necessary to push back the repressive government. And whether, if there is collective action, are there obstacles? We know there are obstacles. Is antitrust one of the obstacles? So I am thinking today about what space is necessary for collective action to push back on illegal government orders, and whether the antitrust laws are actually too narrow to give the space for important political action that is not action to get more market power, not at all. It's not the usual antitrust case, but the law firms, for example, are so frightened of losing their whole law firm that they will cave into the remedy. And is there a way that we could facilitate or at least remove the obstacles to collective action? So I did want to read a quote, which will take up too much of my time, but I do want to read it because it will tell you where I am at in thinking about this problem of, do we need more space in the antitrust law, more space to do collective political action in the antitrust law, and what is the balance between allowing collective political action and disallowing combinations that could be called conspiracies, boycotts against the antitrust laws. And this is the quote that you will probably be reading right now because it's on the screen. The first play in the autocratic playbook is not to attack, I'm sorry, my eyes are so bad. I think I'm sorry. I know what I need to do. If you'll excuse me 1 second, it's because my eyes are so bad and I need light. Great, okay. The first play in the autocratic playbook is not to attack everyone at once. Rather, it is to go after one law firm, one judge, one university, one journalist. This is from Ian Bassin. The strategy isn't just to silence the immediate target, it's to make others want to watch and learn, to convince them that resistance is dangerous, costly, and futile. The strategy works, and Ian Bassin talks about Hungary, Russia, etc. The autocrat can consolidate power, but the strategy fails when there is collective action to push it back, when we recognize it is a threat and we need to push it back. That is what is motivating me today. As an antitrust lawyer, thinking of the problem of Noor-Pennington, as Greg has mentioned, Noor-Pennington can be an exception from antitrust because petitioning government is an exception, a recognized exception. Political boycott is a recognized exception, but those exceptions are not broad. And so I want to give you a couple of hypotheticals. I want to just say a word about where the law is. And my final statement is really to say this might be a small piece of the picture on the balance between allowing more collective political action and applying antitrust law. So it's one piece, and it's one piece where we can all think about what else are the obstacles to peaceful, nonviolent, collective political action that we might like to move the law to allow that side to be more robust. So the examples I want to give you, and you will know some of them, for the law, 0 minutes, oh my God. Oh, all right. For the law firms, can the lawyers sign a brief, the brief that Perkins Coie briefs are being filed today to support Perkins Coie, the law firm that the executive order says you have been dishonest and disgraceful. You have represented Hillary Clinton and in collaboration with George Soros, and therefore, here are orders against you. And of course, we know Perkins Coie is fighting. Hundreds of law firms are supporting, but hundreds are not, and some have caved. And the question is, what does it take to get the collective action of those who have caved? So number one, yes, they can file the brief. Let me go to my number three. What if there are two groups, the lawyers who sign the brief and the lawyers who say, I can't risk it to sign the brief because my whole law firm will disappear, but I don't want to stand in your way. I agree not to poach your lawyers. That is in difficult territory under antitrust, even though you could say it's in connection with petitioning, but it's probably outside of petitioning. It's just in this territory where I am saying, I think this is not a true antitrust problem. It is not a problem of the law firms who would agree to, no, I won't poach your firms, to help you with your fight against the illegal order. And therefore, I think it's in this penumbra. I think we could work in the penumbra to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I'm very sorry. I didn't know I was facing you all with my, I'm so sorry. Working in the penumbra because it is so important to leave the space and not have to worry about the threats of antitrust action if you do good, peaceful political pushback. Thank you.
So thank you so much for having me talk. This is a fascinating set of perspectives, and that's a really interesting point that you just made. I'll start with disclosures, which have sort of become a humble brag thing. So I work for a nonprofit, and we take money from foundations, which is fine because it's just monopolists who died a long time ago. Google had me fired from a think tank in 2017, and Facebook hired a political consulting firm to spread mean rumors about me. This was a while back. I'm the co-host of a podcast called Organized Money, and we interview business leaders in concentrated industries, and that's financed by readers and listeners. I'm too much of a perfectionist. I try too hard, and I care too much. Okay, so I'm going to walk through, actually I'm not, because I don't have, oh, well, my iPad's not letting me. I'm going to walk through 4 examples, and I'll try my phone. Apparently this is the panel where everyone plays with their phone. So I appreciate your precedent there. So I want to walk through 4 examples of censorship and concentration, and I'll mention a few things around antitrust. So I'm coming at this from, I'll put on my hat as a small business person who, I operate a media outlet in an environment dominated by big tech, although with some areas that are not dominated by big tech. So here are 4 examples of speech and concentration. So first is the Hunter Biden laptop story. So the New York, we sort of know the details around this. The New York Post did a story using content from Hunter Biden's laptop, alleging corruption involving Ukraine and his father. The Biden campaign reacted angrily. A bunch of national security people said, this is clearly Russian disinformation. And then the FBI warned the platforms not to spread it, so the platforms blocked links. It turns out that the content of the laptop was authenticated, was real, even if the full scope of the story, I think, is debatable, maybe not true, but certainly parts of it are true. But the censorship didn't work. And there were lots of right-wing outlets who, operating on what's left of the open web, talked about it. There were lots of emails about it, podcasts, and then Republican politicians went on the floor and said, this is outrageous. It was sort of a Streisand effect, where it actually became a big story. It wouldn't have been. And everyone backed down immediately. So this is the part of the censorship story. It matters, but it also didn't work. And there's a sort of natural immunity to censorship there. What most people don't know is there was a parallel story, almost an identical story, that happened in the waning days of 2024. So a foreign source, likely Iran, hacked the Trump campaign and found a media dossier that the campaign assembled on its various VP candidates. One of them is J.D. Vance, who they ultimately picked. And they were offering this dossier, which was all just public information, to a bunch of journalists. And most journalists said, no, I would never take hacked information. But there was one journalist who did, and it was a guy named Ken Klippenstein, who had been at a series of media outlets and left to start a Substack, which operates, financing through subscriptions over email, which is an open system. And, he said, yeah, I know it's from a foreign intelligence source, but it's still news, and I'm going to publish it. And he did. Okay, so then the Trump campaign says this is outrageous, and this is hacked foreign materials. And the FBI and the Trump campaign, and I guess the Biden administration, worked together to tell foreign platforms that this is disinformation. So he writes about it on his website, because you can't block a website. That's fine. Then he links to it on Twitter, and he gets kicked off of Twitter. Now, he had been in fights with Elon Musk on Twitter years ago, so Elon Musk already didn't like him. But he gets suspended, permanently banned. And his links were also removed from Facebook. And Google, this is interesting, and I don't think anybody has, I hadn't seen this before, they actually made it impossible to save the dossier itself on Google Drive. So you just couldn't save it. It's like this really crazy story. And then the FBI sends a young agent to visit Ken and say, hey, did you know that this is foreign disinformation? And he's like, yeah, I know, it's foreign. You can go away now. Now Ken refused to back down. He had experience, he had potential pro bono legal support, and he had financing. But if he didn't have all that, he wouldn't have been able to stand up. Now, the third example I'll go over quickly. It's a documentary, No Other Land, which was made by an Israeli and a Palestinian, wins an Oscar, can't get any distribution on a highly vertically integrated streaming apparatus. And when an independent movie theater in Miami Beach showed the film, the mayor tries to have the theater evicted from their venue. And the fourth example, I'm just going to point to it. There's a lot of reporting on it. Chinese control of Hollywood. You don't see Chinese villains in movies, and there's a reason for that. It's the same sort of dynamic. So the point here is consolidated tech platforms and vertical integration in streaming foster top-down speech controls. And that one could say that's un-American because censorship is un-American, or one can say, as Richard John would say, that censorship nationwide controls are un-American. We should do it locally. At least it's the 19th century. So the point is that it's new. This is new and weird. So an expansive Section 230 combined with antitrust action that takes 8 years or really long time to get any sort of remedy is really problematic. And I think the basic problem in our political and antitrust discourse is that we're asking how to censor is who is censoring instead of focusing on the point that a consolidated national media and communication ecosystem inherently leads to censorship. A person with a pen editing a magazine is an editor. A person editing an algorithm structuring 90% of what we search for is a censor, and that is inherent. Now, there are a variety of legal tools you can use. I've seen Shaul Sussman wrote a fascinating article about how to use Section 5 of the FTC Act to address censorship, because you don't have to do all sorts of market definition garbage. There are potential cases around about use of the Sherman Antitrust Act, Clayton Act, but fundamentally, and don't worry, I see you. Fundamentally, the question here is really, I think, to Luigi's point, there's a Sherlock Holmes aspect to it, right? The Sherlock Holmes problem, where the censorship is just going to happen unless you just cut down the size of these dominant platforms. And then you can see that the antidote to censorship is independent business and open systems. And I think those, you see this with the vertical integrated streaming. You don't have those, and so it's hard to get content into those institutions. And then with the Hunter Biden laptop story and the Ken Klippenstein story, you saw the opposite. You saw attempts at censorship that didn't work. And so you want to promote those kinds of institutions that are sort of the immune system to censorship and try to cut down the disease itself, which is consolidation. And of course, then there's politicians that want to censor. And that's just a question of who we vote for.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like to come back to what Eleanor said and just ask you, Eleanor, a question about the safe harbor for such law firms that would like to think about such collective actions under current antitrust rules, when they will be safe.
Yes, so as to when they will be safe, I can't guarantee, but I'll tell you a way to think about a safe harbor for true political collective action. Perhaps adopting the framework from Citizens United. Political speech is protected. In certain cases, when political speech is at least front and center, for political speech to be illegal, and it can be collective action, it would have to be the case that the government has a major public interest and that the law that is interfering with political speech is proportionate to that major public interest. And so here, this involves whether the per se rule applies or not. Because in many of these cases, like the case hypothetical I gave you, if there's an agreement that we won't poach your firms, go ahead, we want to support you, Perkins Coie, but we won't poach your firms. That's really in what is often called a per se area or a near per se area, depending on circumstances, in antitrust. The per se rule is actually, it's been very important to US antitrust in making a very strong signal and a strong law, but it's actually overbroad to make it a very strong bright line rule. And the Supreme Court has been sympathetic in commercial cases to say, when we don't really think the market is harmed, when there might be some good aspects of this conduct, we will relax the per se rule. So that's my idea, that at least we should argue there, not to say we win, but we argue that this should be rule of reason, it shouldn't be per se, and under rule of reason, we see the purpose and the intent and the effect and let it go through.
Okay.
Can I take the other side of the, so I think it's important, like what you're trying to say is there's a legitimate fear from a lot of lawyers that they'll lose their business if they take a stand, and you should try to kind of create disincentives to that. And, you know, part of me, I mean, I sympathize with that argument, but, you know, if you're going to create an exception here, you also have to create the will for these lawyers to avail themselves of this exception. And the problem isn't that they're afraid of coordinating, the cost of coordinating. The problem is that the people, the Sullivan and Cromwell types, Kamala Harris's husband, like they're just greedy. They want money. And so what'll happen is if you create an exception, it'll get widened. This is my fear. It'll get widened. And then like okay, so some nice lawyers who are like, yay, we love, go America. We're going to sacrifice our money for integrity. They'll do it. But then what about the guys who are like, I'm, Scott Barshay of Paul Weiss, who's just like a mercenary, and he's not going to sign that. So what's the problem we're actually solving? And then let me look at the silver lining of Trump trying to terrorize the lawyers. I think we've been in this conference for long enough and talked about the lawlessness among these lawyers for long enough that we can I think it's pretty confident that Trump is just taking advantage of a totally lawless environment. And most of these lawyers should have been disbarred a long time ago. And the fact that we didn't disbar them, I mean, Ken Walker is shredding documents routinely at Google, and this guy is respected, and we're the only organization that files a bar complaint against him. 3 judges have said this guy needs to stop shredding documents when they're under a litigation hold. This is the problem. This is the thing that says laws are just suggestions. And then, of course, so this tin pot, guy comes in, starts ordering them around, and of course they knuckle under because they don't believe in the rule of law. They never believed in the rule of law, and that's the fundamental problem here.
Yes, so everything you say is correct, so why would I want to propose this anyway? It's almost symbolic that we should be thinking about the balance between facilitating, not standing in the way of, not having one more straw to stand in the way of collective political action. And I want people to think about other ways to remove other barriers. So everything you said was right.
No, and I think you're right that, a lot of lawyers are scared, and we do need to figure out a way to support lawyers who are scared and want to do the right. It is important to tilt the incentives, find a way to tilt the incentives as you're trying to do. And so I admire and appreciate what you're looking for. So I think that it's important. It's also important to reward the lawyers that actually did the right thing, because there are a bunch of them that did and that are. But I think it's a real problem that we have people at Paul Weiss who are, they have $7.5 million of profit, not just revenue, profit per partner. And Hakeem Jeffries was there for 6 years as an associate. Chuck Schumer's brother works there. Sonia Sotomayor, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and Elena Kagan were all summer associates at Paul Weiss. This is a problem. This is a problem for our society. And I've heard a lot of kind of anti-Trump rhetoric here, and I didn't vote for Trump, and I don't like Trump. But this is not, the lawlessness that we're seeing did not start with Trump. And if you are looking at this sort of liberal establishment, look in the mirror. This is a problem, and that the best thing that could come out of this is to say, you guys are no longer in the club. You can have your own weird little club, right? And I think that would be a meaningful silver lining. And right. So that tilts the incentives too. So we're all about tilting incentives together.
Right, and I do want to stress that these executive orders they're chilling speech, they're chilling representation, they're trying to make sure that nobody will ever bring a lawsuit against a president who threatens his retribution. So it's a huge freedom problem, and we need a pushback on all fronts.
Okay.
We're legitimate.
Sorry, a last thing, I apologize. I would like to see, so one of the things that Trump is doing is he's saying if you offer pro bono services in response to my, bent the knee, one of the things you do with pro bono services is you're going to negotiate some of these trade agreements, which is so corrupt. To be oh, the reward for Paul Weiss is you get to negotiate a Japan trade agreement for your clients. I think that there should be a sustained effort to file bar complaints against the lawyers that are doing this. This is totally outrageous. It's completely lawless. And I'm not seeing anybody filing bar complaints. Even though we know the bar is going to ignore it, put some damn pressure on the legal institutions that ostensibly care for the rule of law. This is crazy.
Okay, so I would like to come back to what Greg said, and you mentioned that misinformation and lies are part of the competition, that this is something that is accepted. You also said in the context of free speech that the challenge we are facing is the question of how to assess quality. So I wonder what's your view on how antitrust should develop in the context of potential censorship. Yesterday we heard about the use of Section 5 Act as a theory of vertical foreclosure of content providers by platform. I read about potential use of Section 2, but it would in any case involve the need for assessment really of the content. So what are your views on that?
I mean, that's a fantastic question, and I thought, especially like some of the talk that we heard last night during dinner, I think got to a lot of that. I thought was actually kind of fascinating, was for antitrust to try to improve or enhance the marketplace of ideas. It almost, in a way, requires government or antitrust courts or enforcers to assess, like, is this market accurate? Is this market truthful? Is this responsive to consumers? And that oftentimes can look eerily like content moderation from government. And I thought it was interesting. So there is a lot of antitrust lawsuits that respond to the information of the expression markets. But antitrust has really tried to stay away from saying, is this market full of misinformation? Is this market full of good expressions? Instead, it just tries to maximize, it goes through the commercial speech doctrines, like just tries to maximize information. For instance, like the Live Nation lawsuit that involved the, was it Ticketmaster? And it does talk about quality, but it talks about quality in the terms of the platform that you're using. You know, is the platform where you buy tickets and such, is this good? But it really tries to stay away from asking questions like, are we getting good? Are we receiving good, high quality performances? Instead, it just looks at output. Are we receiving sort of enough performances? Or the Penguin merger also really tried to stay away from asking questions like, are books good? You know, would this harm books? It talked about authors' compensation, which you could make a stretch on, but the lawsuit kind of avoided asking that question, because a lot of the question we are asking about when it comes to like X's moderation and the lawsuit against X's, you're having to ask, like, do consumers want a market with full of information and a lot of it's bogus, or do we want a market that companies sort of exercise the First Amendment right to exclude speech? And I think largely antitrust has tried to just stay out of those debates. You know, it just goes in this idea we want to maximize information, we want to maximize expression, but it seems troubling to have government step into this role of saying, how is the quality of expression?
So let me sort of push back a little bit, and I want to hear your sort of, I was at the Penguin trial, and I watched Stephen King testify, and I saw, I mean, a lot of the testimony, you're right, a lot of it was about author revenues, but Stephen King was talking about the quality of books and about the diversity of books and about how when there was consolidation, like he used to write westerns and he couldn't anymore, it was harder. And I know Merrick Garland talked about diversity of views at the press conferences, and there was a lot of discussion about the diversity of books. So how do you square that with your sort of, with the argument that that antitrust doesn't look to those questions?
No, I think it's a really good point. Oh, sorry.
Sort of to Greg, I didn't think you were arguing that quality was not a part of the antitrust enterprise, and the competition tends to produce some people who will attract customers by greater quality.
Oh, yeah.
Really.
No, I'm saying absolutely that is definitely part of the market. And to a lot of the market participants, I mean, that is a really big, like to Stephen King, that's a really big part of it. I was just saying more, and a lot of times when courts level the rulings, or when enforcers, draft the complaints, they really try to avoid going into those waters. But certainly when you have like testimony, I mean, those things are very important to the people that are, that are involved in the market. It was just a lot of the times the complaints and the rulings try to shift away from that. They seemed a little kind of shaky to jump into those markets. No, but I definitely agree it is very important.
And misinformation, I agree with you, Greg. It's not a traditional part of trying to protect good quality of information in antitrust. Competition can produce misinformation, and it might be the case that there's an unfair competition problem when somebody is competing on the ground of misinformation, but not usually an antitrust problem.
Yeah. Oh, also to just add, so I thought one thing where it sort of hints around it is they do talk about output a lot, and so output restrictions do restrict the diversity of books and things like that. So I think generally they try to just frame it in like, generalized terms like output, but I think they just try to avoid saying, is this market, because it's kind of a hard thing to prove, like, is this market actually of expression, like, of a high quality as we'd like?
So this is something that Shaul talked about in his paper, is that the use of Section 5, and this is theoretical, but the use of Section 5 allows you to escape some of the narrow jargon and market definition problems, which I think antitrust enforcers have to adhere to. And if you can do that, then you can potentially do things like show, I know Dave Dan was talking about this, how when Twitter just stopped allowing links, it degraded the product, or you could argue it degraded the product. But it certainly was a harm to rivals. At a certain point, they just tried to stop all links to Substack, which was very, Substack was very upset. I mean, it was clear that they were trying to injure a rival because Substack started something that was Twitter-ish. I think you could argue with something like the Ken Klippenstein example or the Hunter Biden laptop example, and it gets weird because there's national security elements, but you could definitely argue that's a degradation of quality. And if you don't have to deal with market definition issues and you can use Section 5 as the FTC can, or as maybe some of the states can, that might be an avenue to think about how to consider censorship and speech controls in the context of these powerful platforms, even the ones that Twitter, I don't think anybody sees that as kind of like a traditional advertising monopoly.
I'm wondering, are you, if we are entering into these new territories, are you afraid of potential abuse of power by the agencies? I am, coming from Europe. For me, the question of independence of regulatory agencies is key. So, what do you see a problem here? That
well, I mean, now you can get me to be like mean to Europe. I don't want to do that. I think I'll just say I'm not convinced that independent agencies are any sort of panacea, or that independent agencies, like every FTC does whatever the president wants, and that's like always been the case. There's this idea that they like are oracles. They're all appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate. They all have to get their funding every.
Cases when the Bush administration didn't want anyone to make it. But anyway, go ahead. Occasional. How about occasional?
Don't point out I'm a hypocrite. I don't appreciate that at all. I mean, look, I'm afraid I don't want an authoritarian society, and I think you can look at that in a lot of contexts. I think that authoritarianism is coming from the public deciding that democracy is not worth it. Because like the legal community, the elites in DC are under attack. And I'm one of them, right? We're all under attack. I don't like it. I don't want to be under attack. I don't want to go bankrupt and whatever. But like, you got to remember, for 45 years, there are communities all over the country that have been destroyed. They've been, killed with opioids and deindustrialization, all these other things. And it's like, where was the solidarity then? Right? People have decided in large swaths of the country, not everywhere, but large swaths of the country, they decided, nobody cares about me, so I don't care about them. And it's like, that's a political problem, and I think you can read it through the lens of antitrust. I care about antitrust and consolidation because I think it's driving a lot of this stuff, but I don't think we can sort of see this moment and say it's I mean, obviously it's unusual, but there's definitely continuity here, and I don't necessarily think that we can. There's no like seating charts. You can't seating chart your way out of this.
So I want to respond to Maciek's question about independence by referring to the world and what other agencies do, and a kind of notion in the world, at least among the enforcers, that independence is important. And it's not that they don't have a unitary executive. They're talking about something a little different. They're talking about an executive that interferes with what would be the normal and let's say proper, at least neutral enforcement by an enforcer who, for example, wants to sue a big joint venture or a big merger. That is, the online enforcer wants to sue something, a combination that is illegal, and the president reaches in and says, no, don't do it because that's my friend. It's that kind, and you don't have to talk about unitary executive or not. I mean, that's wrong, and it is a very big interference with the rule of law and the running of the system, and it should be called out, and usually there's not much more you can do in any society other than call it out.
So here's, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to ask you guys. There's the other side of it. I 100% agree. The president saying, I'll drop your this merger challenge if you do what I want. Totally corrupt, bad. But what about something like the law on TikTok, where it's not, there's no ambiguity there. It's just not, like TikTok should be like banned at this point. And there's a bunch of companies that are running up liability. It's just because, you know, the unitary executive, the take care clause implies you're supposed to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Is there some sort of writ or something that someone can file? Because it seems really weird to have a unitary executive, but then he can just like not enforce laws if he wants to. And that's not a prosecutorial discretion issue, because it's not like it's a prosecutorial law. It's just you can't be here if you're owned by. So is there a mechanism, a legal mechanism to say you have to enforce? Well, because we're seeing that sort of across the board.
Okay.
That's the other side of the coin, which is the failure to enforce laws.
So there have been a lot of articles written lately about what if our president does not abide by the law, by the court's order. This is a problem running into the same constitutional crisis that I started out with. There is a problem if the branches of government don't do what the law says you must do. And there's not an easy way to get it done, except recognize the norms that we have of following the law.
Okay, so I think it's time for questions, for Q&A. Please, there is a question there.
More of a comment. I just think you should know that since you started this conversation, 4 more law firms have agreed to $500 million in pro bono work in agreement with the Trump administration for him to back down. Should I name them? Kirkland Ellis, Alan Overy, Sherman Sterling, Simpson, Thatcher, and Bartlett, and Latham Watkins. So, does anyone have to leave the room now? I just think it's, you know, there's no limiting factor on this, right? It seems like there's a snowball effect to it, whereby the law firms themselves, in some way, are perpetuating this by giving into it, right? I mean, anyway.
I mean, I think they should be disbarred. I think there should be mass disbarment attempts against these firms. I think it's absolutely outrageous. How can you call yourself an officer of the court? I think that's just outrageous.
On the law firms, I heard a really weird thing that these guys might be playing 10-dimensional chess because the orders themselves are not legal, which some of the firms have proved based on getting favorable rulings, and the actual agreements are non-binding. That whatever kind of Sharpie deal they're cutting with the administration, it's not enforceable because the original order is unenforceable. And they're just like playing along. And they're just assuming that he's going to lose interest or time will run out or something's going to change at midterms or whatever, that they're playing some kind of 10-dimensional chess and saying, let's pretend like we're placating our mom with dementia and, you know, and then they'll lose interest or forget about it or move on to something else and we'll just go back to doing business as usual. Anybody have any thoughts on whether that's even plausible?
That's beyond what I know.
I mean, it's important to put out your question. I don't know.
I just think that understates the threat. I think it's real.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 questions in front. No. You and
hi, I want to just bring this back to the media consolidation question. And you raised the Penguin case that I'm not that familiar with. But essentially, I want to bring this back to this issue about the diversity of ideas and whether or not media consolidation shrinks the field of ideas or whether or not it reduces output in some way. But basically, book publishing, as we all know, is under a lot of stress. It's a shrinking industry. It's extremely high-risk industry. Something like 90% of what they publish never returns a profit, and only a few authors, maybe like Stephen King, actually help cross-subsidize the rest of their output. And so to me, when I look at a merger like that in a shrinking industry, what I'm seeing is a survival strategy. And so it seems completely rational to me that a court would say, well, yeah, we're not going to look at the quality of this output because I think, of course they want to put out high quality stuff because they're defining quality as what people will buy. And so they're not in the business of trying to shrink the diversity of ideas. They're in the business of trying to find the ideas that somebody will eventually sell. So I'm just wondering if anybody wants to comment on that.
Well, I think first of all, I think one thing that might help, I guess it's to your point is, there's been a huge concentration of the local journalism markets where now some substantial amount of towns and counties no longer have any local journalism corporations. And I think it's something that I've read somewhere like almost now like a majority of American counties only have one local outlet. And so I think that goes to your point but it also is partly like, are they giving what people want to buy? Where it's partly concentration, but it's also partly driven by less of a demand for a product. But even if that is the case, it is lessening. Like it was in a lot of towns, there used to be, you know, the more right-wing and the more left-wing newspaper that kind of spoke to each other, and things like that are just increasingly going away where you do have a crosstalk of like a diversity of ideas.
But that's an advertising revenue issue, which is separate from the book publishing.
No, absolutely.
Okay, one more question from Richard.
Yeah, I got a question. It's a question from Matt, and it's kind of normative, and then it has to do with law. So there are no Chinese villains in American movies. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Might there be national security implications? Information is always tightly controlled in warfare, times of tension. Was it better that we had James Bond, Russian villains? Is there a normative position? And then I will say in Civil War, Second World War, information was pretty tightly controlled. And at least historians who look at that say that was probably a pretty good idea. So is it a peacetime, wartime? This is just outrageous because our media infrastructure has been so profoundly shaped by foreign. And then the implication is, should we extend this concern, antitrust concern, to election interference and other areas? Is there an antitrust dimension there? So it's a normative question, and it's a question about the law.
Right, so we need sort of more artisanal, localized censorship. No, that was just a joke that I had that I liked. Yeah, it's all right. All right. So I think that when I said there's no Chinese villains in movies, I think that it's true, but it also is. It's more like it's a bad thing. Okay, it's just a bad thing that the only things you can say about the Chinese state are, yay, right? Look at how awesome their space program is. But more like the bigger problem is, you go to Hollywood, talk to people who work in the industry, and they'll just say, yeah, I have a documentary on this thing that involves China, I can't get distribution. Which is not about whether you're demonizing people. It's just like, if you want to say something about China, which is important, it's an important factor in a lot of what we do, you can't. That's kind of what I was pointing at, and I think that's bad. I don't think that we should be demonizing China or putting lots of Chinese villains in, but I do think that we should be able to do that if you're writing a story and, the Chinese government is peripherally involved. Like there's a lot, there's a lot there that you can talk about. I don't think you should be excluded from doing that, and we are, and I think that's kind of what I was pointing to. Now you're saying, does that election interference? Well, I mean, so is that a response to the Ken Klippenstein story, or is that just trying to get a sense of your question?
Is there a legal dimension? Is there an antitrust dimension? If we have a free marketplace of ideas, is there not important national borders?
So yeah, I think so. One of the things Tim Wu has said that got him a lot of flack. He's not there now, but he said that we overinterpret the First Amendment, and I think that's right. It's this boundless thing that doesn't stop anywhere. I think this idea of an open and free world, the free flow of information, is crazy and totally ahistorical. I'm with you on that, and I do think there's a role for the state to guard and bound the information flow. Because if the state doesn't, then China's going to do it, or other states. There's no world in which there isn't power, right? There's just what is the right bargain to figure out how we bind ourselves together as a society. And to that end, I think that the way that we have to get back to some of the earlier principles of really decentralizing power over the information commons. So I think some of the same things that protect us from coercive behavior of domestic elites, AKA small business, diversified financing streams, lack of consolidation, neutrality, neutral public utility style rules, also protect us from foreign interference. I do think we probably need extra rules on foreign interference. Citizens United has an exception carved out for foreign speech. So I'm very much with you there, and I think we need to start to cabin this crazy First Amendment arguments, which have gone nuts.
Those restrictions or concerns about foreign interference absolutely central to the founding of the FCC, and they've been completely ignored in the historical narrative.
And they're actually a global problem. I mean, you see the thinning out of local news everywhere in the world, and that is a huge geopolitical problem for the United States and for people who think that democracy is important, because China is taking advantage of that to become dominant in spreading their arguments that liberalism and democracy is a bad system, right? And that you need a different order. Now, maybe you think that's good, but it certainly is if you pull the capital out of media, which is what's effectively happening, it's being redirected from media to this Palo Alto or wherever, then what you're doing is you're thinning out the conversation worldwide. And I think we don't talk about the effects of these, the discussions about disinformation abroad, but what about the effects of pulling capital out of local news everywhere in the world? That's a big problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this panel.
Thank you, guys.
is Stefano Feltri. I'm a journalist. In terms of disclosure, my salary is partially paid by Bocconi University. I also work for the Italian Public Radio, and I have my own Substack. So, as you heard this morning, economists are not used to challenge, to tackle the problem of conflict of interest in their own field. The paper that Tommaso Valletti presented is something relatively new, an exception rather than the rules. They use in that paper some tools that come from an extensive literature in medical and pharmaceutical research, where there are more experience in studying how conflict of interest shape the findings and how much we can trust different kind of research based on how conflicted they are. So we will discuss this issue with John Ioannidis, who is probably the most well-known person in this field, because he has basically challenged everything. One of his papers is titled "Why Most Published Research Findings Are False," and it has its own Wikipedia entry, only for the paper, not for the author, which is pretty remarkable. And he also challenged what we had the impression was the consensus during the pandemic that lockdown were the appropriate policy, and actually apparently it wasn't. We will discuss that in the details later on. I also wanted to mention that John is professor of medicine at Stanford Prevention Research Center, of epidemiology and population health, and also biomedical data science. And on his website, he says that his aims is to improve research methods and practices and to enhance approaches to integrating information and generating reliable evidence. Science is the best thing that can happen to humans, but doing research is like swimming in an ocean at night. Science thrives in darkness. So with no further ado, I give the floor to John. Also, I have to remind you to start with a disclosure of your potential conflict of interest, and then let's start with the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this wonderful invitation. I think that I have learned a lot attending this conference with all the informative and wise presentations and panel discussions. My disclosures, I do research on bias, so I suspect I must be very biased, be very careful about everything that I might say. My salary support is from Stanford University. It includes federal government grants. I have no funding or other support from for-profit entities. I have no personal social media. This is by choice. I explain on my personal site at Stanford that I fully respect those who are very wise in putting their thoughts in social media. But personally, I make a lot of mistakes. I have to think a lot about what I say and revisit before I publish. And I don't want to use social media to make a fool of myself more frequently than it is absolutely unavoidable. Also, I have to say, I think it's very relevant to what I'm going to discuss and to this conference. I have no political party affiliation, membership, link, or whatever. I have been attacked by extreme left-wing, but this doesn't mean that I'm extreme right-wing. I have been attacked by extreme right-wing, but this doesn't mean that I'm extreme left-wing. I have been attacked by extreme moderates, but this doesn't mean that I'm anything. I'm just grateful for receiving criticism, no matter where it comes from. So evidence-based medicine has been a catchword for many decades in medicine. We say that we want the best evidence and then communicate in an unbiased way that evidence to whoever is affected. It could be patients, it could be communities, it could be the whole world when it comes to public health, and have some shared decision-making in using that evidence. And you have also probably heard about pyramids of evidence that have the most rigorous evidence, for example, for interventions, multiple randomized, integrated into systematic reviews and meta-analysis, and then lower down, single randomized trials, and then observational evidence, and so forth. But the truth is that evidence, these pyramids, even though they're the feats of science, and they're remarkable, and we should be very proud of what science has accomplished, they are put in the middle of a huge desert. And the desert is much bigger than the pyramids. And the desert includes, typically, among other things, conflicted experts, media, social media influencers, and many other players who may be more important than these gigantic pyramids of evidence and science. Several years ago, I wrote a commentary to honor my late mentor, David Sackett, saying that evidence-based medicine has been hijacked by all of these conflicted stakeholders. And I admitted that I'm a complete failure because even though I work in that field, I could not do really much. Perhaps I could do nothing against that onslaught of conflict and bias that has hijacked evidence-based medicine. So when people started using that term, 1990 or shortly thereafter, the key tools of non-evidence-based medicine splendidly serving vested interests included ex cathedra pronouncements, like this is ex cathedra pronouncement by opinion leaders in various conferences, editorials, non-systematic reviews, professional society guidelines done for the glory of the profession, pamphlets from drug reps, and other marketing material disseminated in medical quote-unquote scientific meetings that had more marketing rather than science. Well, 2025. The key tools of non-evidence-based medicine include conflicted stakeholders on steroids, big pharma, big food, big tobacco, big tech, big anything, media, social media, politics, conspiracy theories, infodemics, and we also have the evolution of what we had before. We have guidelines that are based on seemingly rigorous but still mostly expert opinion-based approaches. We have lots of systematic reviews and meta-analysis, but most of them are very poorly done. We have about 1 million randomized trials, but most of them are not relevant to the questions that we want to ask and answer. Lots of observational studies, many millions and tens of millions of them, just meet bias, the works. And also the advent of precision medicine and precision health, which is mostly precision dreams, extremely costly, extremely expensive, extremely susceptible to biases and conflicts. Evidence is less than optimal. Most of the time we recognize that we don't have enough as we would wish. And this is just one snapshot of an empirical evaluation that we did several years ago. We have repeated that with pretty much similar results, looking at 1,400 systematic reviews on different topics across all medicine and health. If you ask for high quality of evidence, statistically significant results, and a favorable interpretation of the intervention, only 25. So this is less than 2% of the questions that one could ask that one wants to get relevant answers. When you have such limited evidence, it means that the interpretation of the evidence, unfortunately or fortunately, is more important than the evidence itself. So depending on who interprets and how they would interpret the evidence would make a difference. And here, you start seeing the impact of bias. First of all, even the evidence that becomes available may be subject to enormous biases. This is a meta assessment that I did with Dan Fanelli and Rodrigo Costas. We took meta-analysis, and then we took meta-analysis of meta-analysis across not just one scientific field, but every scientific field that we could find meta-analysis on. So this covers not just medicine, but any other science. And we tried to see when we have the benefit of having more than one studies, we have multiple studies on the same question, so you can compare notes between different studies and try to see whether that pattern of results across and between these different studies is compatible with some biases influencing the evidence. We could ask that question across 18 different types of biases. We found these biases in most scientific fields, but we cannot generalize and say that, well, if you have found this bias in a field of medicine, you can take that to economics, or you can take something from economics and apply it to astrophysics. If you divide science, for example, into 3 major bins, physical, biological, biomedical, and social, small study effects, meaning the small studies that we do give very exaggerated effects estimates. This is very prominent in the social sciences. That includes economics. We've done more in-depth work on that, suggesting that the effect sizes in economics on average are about 4 times inflated compared to what might be the truth. They're pretty prominent in biosciences. They don't exist on average in most physical sciences. Well, physical sciences like astrophysics, they have telescopes, they have massive data. Their problem is not small data sets, as we face in many biomedical problems or social science problems. They have more data than what might need. So studying biases is
a good start, but one cannot extrapolate across all fields. What is a common denominator in many situations is that the pyramids of evidence are not just not existent, but they're bulldozed by people who want to destroy them. And that could be because of money, because of allegiance, or because of zealotry, advocacy, activism, just believing that what I'm standing for is the truth and the future of mankind. We know that almost any result can be obtained. And there's been a lot of effort in both social sciences and biomedical sciences to try to restrict options through pre-registration. Even with pre-registration, there's still a lot of options. Here's one example where I'm analyzing the National Household Survey. It's a very reliable database capturing a representative sampling of the US population in 1 million different ways. How do I do this? Well, if you look for the association between different factors with mortality, you need to adjust for other things that affect mortality. So if you adjust for 20 things or not adjust for them, you have 2 raised to the 20th power options. This is 1 million points. And if you take alpha tocopherol, vitamin E levels, which is the far right panel, if you decide to adjust or not adjust, you will have 700,000 analyses that suggest that vitamin E decreases the risk of death, and 300,000 analyses that suggest that it increases the risk of death. And some of them will be significant, some of them will be highly significant, some of them will be non-significant. It depends on what you want to show. So if there's even a little bit of bias, people will report what they want to hear. Statisticians are under pressure to get results that investigators like to see. Well, first of all, statisticians and methodologists are involved in a tiny proportion of all the research that is being published. Most research is done in methodological vacuum. I mean, I know how to do it. Good luck. But even when they're employed, that survey, for example, shows that much of the time they're under pressure to get the results that the investigator wants to see. And maybe that's not the results that the investigator wants to see, but it could be the results that the sponsor wants to see. So the sponsor does make a difference at multiple levels. This is a review that I published with Manolis Stamatakis and Richard Weiler a few years ago about undue industry influences that distort research, strategy, expenditure, and practice. It's not a single target. There's distortion at multiple levels that can happen from very early on, just thinking about what the questions are, what are the questions that should be asked, how they should be asked, who should ask them, what kind of results should be disseminated, and then how they should be interpreted, how they should reach clinical practice or public health, how they should get into guidelines, and many, many, many other layers. Industry is controlling the vast majority of influential medical research. This is one analysis that we published recently looking at involvement and transparency from industry in the most cited clinical trials across all medicine from 2019 to 2022. Industry sponsored about 2/3 of these trials. About half of them were sponsored entirely with no other sponsor, entirely by industry. In the past, industry did not wish to have author affiliations because they said, no, we'll just be hiding. Let's have a Harvard or Stanford professor be the front person. Now, we're doing that, even getting authorship positions. They have the analysts who will analyze the data. They will set the rules of what is acceptable and what is influential. And they will find their way in the most influential journals like New England Journal of Medicine and Lancet. These journals are living from publishing industry trials, practically. Some types of clinical trials almost always favor the sponsor. This is one analysis for a single year that we looked at the largest non-inferiority trials that had head-to-head comparisons, and one of the agents being compared, one of the drugs, was sponsored. 96.5% success rate for the sponsor. I would argue, why are we doing these trials? Let's save some money. Let's skip that step. We can just say that the sponsor is right. So why is that? Is it that the research is so horrible? No, the research may be very well done, but the question is asked in a way, and the non-inferiority margin is set in a way that you're doomed to get a favorable result for the sponsor no matter what. In fact, sponsors have built their little city-states within medical research. This is looking at a snapshot of clinicaltrials.gov, which is registration of trials, and I'm showing you what the largest sponsors, the most prolific sponsors of clinical trials do. If you see a blue circle, the size is proportional to the number of trials that they have sponsored in that sample. And if you see a connection between these blue circles, it means that they have decided to do something that they would compete head-to-head, and one might lose. You see very few connections. There's only one, actually, that's pretty strong. Sanofi with BMS. Why? Well, because they have co-manufactured clopidogrel, one drug. So it's not really head-to-head competition. They're just still serving themselves, but they just share something. The thickness of the outer loops are trials where the sponsor is just dealing with their own little, or more than little, portfolio. So the result is going to be what they want to see. They're doing research not for the question that is relevant for medicine or for public health, but for the question that would pertain to their own share of the market. And each of them will try to not necessarily get a larger share, but just magnify the size of the market so that everyone will get more. We don't have available evidence for what matters. For example, for lots of prevention issues, for conditions like prediabetes or preventing heart failure, or preventing heart disease, we would like to see, for example, what exercise does, which I believe, I may be biased, but I think is very effective. Well, almost all the agenda is about pharmaceutical interventions. There's very, very little about comparing drugs versus exercise. This is something that has been done very, very frequently. So we don't really get the evidence that we would like to be able to get to be able to give strong recommendations on some things that may be warranting strong recommendations. Most of the way that the research agenda is manipulated is not visible. You just see the end product, the final publication in New England Journal of Medicine. What is not visible is the inner discussions within companies on how they want to orchestrate so that they will manipulate the overall agenda and the overall evidence. But this has been seen in cases where we have internal industry documents that have been released as part of litigation. For example, this is a very nice paper showing the promotion of gabapentin, practically a drug that spread its uses across everything that you can imagine. Almost any indication would be fine for gabapentin. And the level of intervention was at all possible ways to subvert the evidence, hide information about adverse events or harms, promote a picture of effectiveness that actually was not congruent with the real evidence. Big Pharma is a late comer in that. There's even better masters in manipulating evidence and what is being disseminated to the public. I think Big Tobacco is the most prominent and the one that had utilized the best experts in lawyers, communication science, influencers. Even until recently, I think that probably they're still the champions. I mean, I had some of the worst trouble myself against them rather than with Big Pharma. And we know that they can infiltrate evidence and information and communication at all levels. They can do that at the level of scientific evidence. They can do that at the level of influencers. They can do that at the level of media and social media. There's many meta-epidemiological studies, and this is a good summary published by Cochrane on industry sponsorship and research outcome. The conclusion is that when there is research sponsorship by the industry, on average, there's substantial inflation of the results in favor of the sponsor. When you look at whether there's particular study design issues that might explain this, you cannot find much, or maybe you cannot find anything. These studies seem to be well done. I think when I started doing research, some of the industry studies had very obvious flaws. But now they know that they're spending lots of money to do this research to convince people, and they know that there are people like me who create these checklists of bias. So they say, oh, okay, this is a loser, John Ioannidis has this list of 10 items. We'll pay, $50 more compared to the $500,000 that we're investing to make sure that we satisfy his little petty checklist, and that's gonna be fine. But still, there's other biases that are not easy to capture, and you need to come up with a virus and antivirus type of situation where you have new viruses and new Trojan horses that you need to respond to. How do we respond to? Well, we respond with systematic reviews and meta-analysis. We try to integrate evidence and look at it carefully and see how much of that is good and how much of that is bad and weak. we have succeeded in having more than 100,000 meta-analyses and several hundreds of thousands of systematic reviews. But unfortunately, they can also be subverted in the same way. Meta-analysis can become yet another marketing tool. For example, this is looking at 6 years of meta-analysis on antidepressants. We had 185 meta-analyses. You take the whole time period until now, probably we have more than 1,000 meta-analyses on antidepressants. Only 31% of those had any negative statement in the abstract about antidepressants. This doesn't mean that they would have just negative statements. They might have had 10 positive statements and 1 negative statement. That would count. So only 31%. When there was an author who would be employee of the manufacturer of the assessed drugs, then these meta-analyses were 22 times less likely to have any negative statement about the drug than other meta-analyses. Actually, only one case was a meta-analysis with an industry employee with some negative statement. That person doesn't work with the industry any longer. Now, meta-analysis can be done in many ways. This is one effort that I put together with my colleague Florian Audet and his team. We could get more than 9,000 ways to do a meta-analysis on randomized trials. So this is the highest level in the pyramid, and depending on how you would do that, this is the cloud of results that you would get from these meta-analysis. Some of them would be on one side of the null, others would be on the other side. In terms of significance, you could also do it whichever way you want. So not just observational studies, but also meta-analysis could have the same problem. I also tried to see how many meta-analyses are both useful and decently done. My conclusion is it's about 3%. So good luck with identifying that 3%. I think even people who are experts in evidence have a very hard time navigating all that waste. One level beyond meta-analysis, we have guidelines. So you take single studies and multiple studies, and their synthesis and systematic reviews, and you have guidelines that are trying to tell us, so what are we going to do? Are we going to use these interventions? Are we going to do that testing? Are we going to apply these measures? Unfortunately, about 85% of guidelines are utterly unreliable. About 15% are not utterly unreliable, they're just unreliable partly. And maybe you can use some of that. Red flags. Sponsor is a professional society that receives substantial industry funding. Sponsor is a proprietary company or is undeclared or hidden. Committee chairs have financial conflicts. Multiple panel members have financial conflicts. Suggestions of committee stacking that would preordain a recommendation regarding controversial topics. No or limited involvement of an expert in methodology in the evaluation of evidence. No external review. No inclusion of non-physician experts and patient representatives and community stakeholders. About 85–90% fail because of multiple reasons. And we have empirical evidence when we compare guidelines, advisory committee reports, opinion pieces, and narrative reviews in terms of whether conflicts of interest shape their conclusions. They do. They would affect the chances that the conclusions would be favorable for the sponsor. I want to spend a couple extra minutes on stacking, because now that financial conflicts of interest have become very visible, many guideline developers have said, okay, we'll try to take care of that. You cannot get any funding from industry for 2 years. Well, you can get $50 million after that, but for 2 years, you shouldn't get any. Stacking means that we have consensus statements without systematic evidence that already carry high risk of bias. Panel members would operate largely based on opinion, and then you select many panel members to participate because of their strong views, preferences, or allegiances that are independent of evidence. Undisclosed conflicts of interest, including advocacy and activism, can exacerbate the misleading impact of stacking, and I think that we need to do something about it. Here's one example about COVID-19. Nature published some guidelines. Now, Nature publishing guidelines on public health, I don't know, it's a little bit like the Journal of Clinical Investigation publishing on astrophysics, but they did. And they got together a panel of people who were supposedly experts, and the common denominator was that they pretty much came from advocacy and activist groups that believed in zero COVID, that SARS-CoV-2 has to be entirely eliminated. The scientific value of that approach is about the same as flat Earth. But nevertheless, this is the conflicts of interest with with red color belonging in activist groups for these members. And with yellow color, you have the ones that are disclosed actually in the paper. So about 1% of the conflicts is being disclosed. Another paper, BMJ. BMJ is the premier journal in evidence-based medicine. I have published a very large number of papers there. I esteem what they do, and we tried to see what happened during the pandemic. We had an analysis that looked at the advocates of zero COVID, at the advocates of focus restriction, declared advocates, so opposing perspectives, at the most highly cited scientists in epidemiology, and at the most prolific scientists on COVID-19 across the scientific literature. Advocates of zero COVID, had 64 times more papers published in BMJ compared to advocates of the opposite position, and they had 16 times more papers published compared to the most highly cited scientists and compared to those who were most prolific in the COVID-19 literature. Almost everything that they published was pieces that went through no peer review. So you have the best evidence-based journal completely hijacked by advocacy by a flat earth theory equivalent, practically for a number of years. Here's another example, editorials about hormone replacement therapy. Hormone replacement therapy is a misnomer. How did that arise? Well, because there was pressure to convince every woman that they need to be on hormones. You need to replace your hormones. Evidence does not suggest that. Women's Health Initiative and other studies suggest that that's not a good idea. However, we found multiple journals that had support for their existence and or for their conferences directly from manufacturers of hormones who published massively dozens and hundreds of editorials by editorials who were also conflicted by the same sponsors in favor of hormone therapy, hormone replacement therapy. Cardiovascular disease. Several years ago, I wrote a piece saying that professional societies should abstain from authorship of guidelines and disease definition statements. If you take cardiology, 8 of the 15 most cited papers across not just cardiology, but across medicine in a single year are cardiology guidelines. They're a big specialty. You know, cardiovascular disease is very important, #1 cause of death. Half of the most cited papers are cardiology guidelines. They have managed to increase the impact factor of some of their journals, like European Heart Journal, by about 10-fold based on publishing these pieces. And these are societies that have extremely strong industry support. When I looked at that, and the numbers may be different now, but I think probably they're worse, more than $200 million per year to American Heart Association, and 77% of the European Society of Cardiology budget. This is the most cited papers of the most cited cardiologists. They include 164 guidelines, like the ones that I just discussed, 24 industry trials, and 11 other articles, 3 of them partially industry funded. So cardiology is all taken up by industry. You know, there's very little, I don't know if any survivors exist who are not conflicted with industry. The counter argument is that when you look at these cardiology stars, their list of conflicts of interest is about 5 pages long. So they say, we work with everyone. You know, we cannot be conflicted since we work with everyone. We take money from everyone. That's not a problem. We're the best. Industry can also affect even what evidence to get. This is some effort that we did to look at how EMA and FDA are asking for evidence to be generated so that new medications will be approved or for new indications. So we tried to see in that guideline development on how to do trials and what to look and what are the outcomes and what are the processes and what is important. Who is running the show? Well, industry is running the show on how the show is to be run for the industry, by the industry, on the industry. These documents are shaped about 80% of the comments and about 80% plus of the commentators are industry commenting on what should be the rules about how my drug will be licensed. Reanalysis. Do we trust the data sets that stand behind these very influential pieces of evidence of clinical trials? I'm not sure. This is one example, BMJ publishing a reanalysis of study 329. It sounds a little bit like a submarine, U-329, but it's a clinical trial on paroxetine and imipramine for major depression in adolescents. 15 years after SmithKline-Beecham published that work, suggesting that imipramine and paroxetine are both very effective and safe, a reanalysis by independent investigators who managed, after 15 years, to get hold of the data, showed that they're not effective and they're not safe. In the meanwhile, we had suicidal ideation and suicides in children and adolescents who are antidepressants, and it took 15 years to rerun the analysis. Along with Tom Hardwick, we have launched a project where we try to get hold of the most influential papers in terms of citation counts across every single scientific field. And these are the data, for example, for psychology and psychiatry. Some of the authors who we approach saying, you have run one of the most influential studies in the history of your field. We want to save that legacy. Send us the data, we will curate them, we will make them available for everyone to use, no cost to you, we don't ask for any money. Some did send the data sets, most did not. The most common reason why they did not was that the data sets were outside of researchers' control. Perhaps the researchers had never seen the data. The principal investigator had never seen the data. I hope they had seen the manuscript. I'm not so sure about that. Industry sponsors or other entities control the data. They wrote the paper usually, and maybe the principal investigators put a few commas here and there, but they don't control the science that they reported. Final situation. Questionable data, conflicted data, biased data, well, about no data. Some entrepreneurs think that science and the scientific method are obsolete, or research should be done in stealth mode. We shouldn't disclose anything, just create the best product, move it forward, save the world, save the economy, whatever, and forget about science, this is a joke. Pretty much Theranos had that perspective that we work in stealth mode. We're proud of it. We don't publish anything, but we know how to do it. So I wrote the first paper against Theranos about a year before the Wall Street Journal expose, and it went through editor review, peer review, and legal review. It took a few months, but it came out in early 2025, arguing that this is a big problem, and I don't know if really their valuation should be $9 billion or just $9, well, I got a little bit of legal counsel calls from them. Not that bad, I've had worse. But as you know, Theranos collapsed, and now it's not worth $9, it's worth $0, and everyone is in jail among their leadership. Theranos is not a single bad apple. We've looked at unicorns across healthcare. About half of them have the same profile of not publishing evidence. So we don't know scientifically whether what they do is really worth these billions of dollars. And we've seen that even in the best scientific fields like immunology. That's another analysis we did in Nature Immunology. Pretty much the companies that had the least visible evidence had the highest valuation. So if you publish less, you get a higher value for what you do. I don't want to leave you with complete despair, because over the years, many people have been sensitized. There's lots of efforts to try to amend the situation. This is just a list of 12 families of practices that one can go after to try to improve the credibility of the research evidence, like large-scale teamwork, adoption of replication culture, registration, sharing, reproducibility checks. There's ways to contain conflicted sponsors and authors, some more efficient than others, more appropriate statistics, standardizing definitions, analysis, more stringent thresholds for claiming discoveries or successes, improving study design standards, improving in peer review, reporting, dissemination of research, and better training and better literacy and numeracy in statistics. This is what I do in my team, meta-research, research, and research, trying to improve research practices. Are we successful? I'm not so sure. I think that some movement has happened, but I think that there's still lots to be done. To conclude, evidence-based medicine is still alive, but not well. Its key tools, randomized trials, systematic reviews, and guidelines can function well But often they acquire dystopian features and get hijacked by conflicted stakeholders. There are many potential improvements in the evidence base and how it can be protected from bias. Methods matter, research practices matter, incentives matter, ethics matter, and I'm eager to hear what you have to say to help that situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John, for this brilliant presentation. I have a couple of questions before opening the floor for Q&A. I think we still have time. The first one is, as we heard this morning about the paper about the economist with conflict of interest, people reading a paper which are conflicted, apparently they know they are conflicted. So what is the perception of this kind of research in the field? I mean, if everybody knows that some science is actually paid by corporations, even written by the industry, how do they approach this paper? Why do they make all this effort to produce such an amount of information that actually probably nobody truly trusts?
Well, I'm not sure that it's true that nobody trusts. It does make a difference. It does convince regulators. It does convince the top journals to publish it and to depend on revenue from publishing these papers. It does convince academic centers to recruit researchers who are the most heavily conflicted in their leadership positions. So there's lots of people who, in one way or another...
Are they aware of all these problems and they pretend that...
I think that they're partly aware, okay. But I think that there can always be some self-justification that, goodness, this is the real world. And I also have to admit that. You know, I would never argue that we should just let the industry away from biomedical science. You know, innovation requires entrepreneurship and innovation and a private sector just as well. But I think that what is happening is that there's segmentation of trust. There's lots of people who say, I lose trust, and I have some very visible examples on why I should lose trust, because I have been fooled and I have been cheated, and I see that this is ridiculous. And you have other stakeholders who are saying, well, we need to be pragmatists, and this is not going to change overnight, and we just kick the can a little bit further and continue doing what we do, and maybe try to have a little bit of incremental improvements here and there. There are things that have been improved, and in some of those, the industry has taken the lead to improve them. For example, we now have open payments disclosures about who's getting specific payments from big pharma among physicians. The industry was influential to do this. I'm thinking, why? Well, because now physicians cannot really ask to have their whole family sent to Thailand to a resort because that would be visible.
It's a kind of cartel to minimize the market power of the counterpart.
So I think that they're saving money by being transparent. And I think that there's other situations where there can be win-win kind of approaches that you respect the wish of the industry to generate new interventions and new products, and at the same time find the optimal place for them with less impact of the conflicts in the process.
Very interesting. Now, I would like to ask you to comment a little bit more about the COVID moment, because it's probably where the first part of this conference interacts with what you said. The platform shaped the conversation. We knew from Twitter files that Elon Musk opened the archive of Twitter. We know that Twitter was shadow banning people, challenging the idea that the lockdown were the optimate policy. We know that the Biden administration made some pressure. So how do you see the interaction between this problem that you mentioned and the problem that someone can be, can trust this kind of findings too much and pretend that even raising doubts is a problem? So the conversation should be in very narrow boundaries.
I think COVID-19 was a special case because we saw all of these problems that had been documented in the past appear in a very acute setting, in a setting of an acute crisis of global dimensions with tremendous potential of harm. And I think that there was a lot of warfare, in a sense, in the creation and dissemination of information. I have to say, I could never believe that something like that would have happened. I feel like I was a complete idiot, completely unprepared, interested in my little math and methods and biases. Well, all of that beast of information, misinformation, disinformation, not even knowing who was the miss and who was the non-miss was happening. My only conclusion out of this was if you have 5 minutes of spare time, give these 5 minutes to someone who thinks differently than you do and allow him to express their opinion, present their data, say why they have an opposite opinion. If they're right, they will be my benefactor because they have proved me wrong. If they're wrong, 5 minutes will be enough to show that what they say is completely bogus. Or the more time you give them, the more likely it is that it would be bogus. But it's a shame because we created that follow the science cloud. And goodness, we were wrong in so many issues. So follow the science now, to many people, has a very negative connotation. And it's something that I wanted to be able to tell people. We want more people to believe that science is a good thing and it's helping humanity. And goodness, now I have to say, well, what am I going to say to these people? I was such a fool in trying to promote this or that idea, and we failed so miserably. So it was a major setback, unfortunately.
Yeah, one of the problems that journalists faced in that years was that we wanted to be correct and to be careful in presenting scientific evidence, but at the end of the day, what we could do was usually to ask an expert to present his or her opinion. And I think that is something that made the problem worse, probably. But how can we fix this? I mean, we listen in other panels that media has their own problems, and now there is this rise of news influencers that have their own business model, and they have their own audience, and they can have their own experts. So how can we reconcile these changes in the information landscape with what you are saying, that basically we need some form of very uniform procedure to decide what is trustworthy and what is not? So how can we square all this?
Evidence is not about experts. In fact, there's a major opposition between evidence-based medicine and expert-based approaches. And let's say in the fundamental debates that happened even decades ago, it started with evidence-based medicine being a reaction to expert-based medicine. There has been some reapproaching between these. I think that the problem that we have now is that experts are using the term evidence-based medicine to hide their non-evidence-based expertise. And we saw that during the pandemic very prolifically happening. Most of the experts were not really experts in what they were talking about. I think that they were more opportunistic experts that had very high wish for public visibility. They grasped the opportunity. They had the right connections with journalists, with influencers, with government, with other influential players, big tech, and they became the experts. If you look at their credentials, most of them were not experts. Even if they were experts in what they were talking about, an expert should just give way to evidence and say, I don't know, or there's uncertainty here, or you'd better look at that area and these studies, that's not really my area of expertise. We saw very little of that, or none of that. I think anyone who was coined an expert just jumped to grasp that crown of expertise and played out as, I know everything, and ask me more, I can tell you more. Well, we knew less and less and less.
Now that the COVID is over, luckily, where do you see the same problem? I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is the obesity drugs debate and the Novo Nordisk. I read on Financial Times that the
chief scientist of the Novo Nordisk Foundation, advise Nestle and other big companies that basically create the problem that then Novo Nordisk try to solve. So where do you see these problems in now that the pandemic is over?
Every day is different. I think that there's some big markets within medicine and public health and personalized treatments and the way that people want to use interventions or devices or diagnostics or technologies. The bottom line is that about 1/5 of our GDP in this country is spent on healthcare, and it's not efficient. Our life expectancy did not go up for many years now. It even went down. And I think we're losing ground compared to most other countries that are at the same or even a bit less financially privileged situation. It is also a global problem that probably we spend a lot on things that do not work. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to be a pessimist and nihilist. There are things that work, things that have made a big difference. And there are also some very easy targets, like abolishing the tobacco industry should be an easy target. We're talking about 10 million deaths every year, most of them young and middle-aged people. So there are things that work, there are easy targets, and there are lots of things that we can add to cost that can escalate beyond any control. I don't know if we will destroy our economy based on obesity drugs, based on Alzheimer's drugs, based on whatever. Some of those might work, and we have to see exactly how much they work. We need some more independent and unconflicted cost-benefit analysis. Most of the cost-benefit analysis have all these problems that I mentioned about guidelines, sometimes even more so. Mm-hmm. They have obvious conflicts of interest. We need to have a public good perspective, because eventually it affects everyone, not just a single patient, on what is acceptable, what is promoted, what is endorsed, what is made an enthusiastic case of.
Okay, thank you. I think we can open the floor to questions. Let's start with one over there, and then we have Paul.
So really important work. Glad to see you share it in this audience and kind of confirm some stuff that I've thought for a long time. You had a list of prospective solutions, and one that I didn't see on there that I was a little bit surprised by, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on, was the idea of adversarial collaborations. And I think that's actually particularly important in an antitrust context now, because courts are moving often now to something called like an expert hot tub, where they'll get experts who have written different reports from different sides, and then the judge will bring them together at the same time and ask similar questions, or will define the questions in a certain way that sort of mirrors the idea of an adversarial collaboration in an academic setting.
I think that's a very good thing to add to that list. I have to think about which fields and what types of situations and studies and approvals it would make more sense of. I mean, there's some situations where you don't have any adversaries left. You know, they have all moved out because they see that, goodness, this is not fertile ground for me to be. But in principle, yes, I think it's a very good idea.
Paul?
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I wonder if you've looked at all at the topic we've been discussing today, the tech industry funding economic studies. And I'm going to put out something that I'm sure is wrong and naive, and I want you to tell me why. I would think one thing you could say about pharma is every so often their business model aligns with human wellness and flourishing. With tech companies, it's either orthogonal or actually the opposite, where they make money when people suffer more. So would you expect the pharma effect maybe once in a while, like a broken clock, to do the right thing? And should we be more skeptical about the tech industry?
Well, I think that you have a continuum. Big pharma, indeed, in principle, can have goals that serve humanity. Big tech may or may not. You know, big tobacco, never. And other big X, probably close to never. You know, big food, probably close to never. So there's a continuum. And I think that it goes way beyond my expertise, whatever non-existent expertise I may have, to try to think about how to reduce the power of players who are, let's say, orthogonal or sometimes very detrimental for humanity and public good. Or how perhaps to incentivize them to do things that may be more in favor of common good outcomes.
Hi, I think that really a theme across these industries is the way to control narratives, to say, don't we love our, bank, don't you love your bank account? I was in Netherlands recently, and it was like, oh, don't you take a mortgage, like as if this has something to do with, so you can't ban food, we do need banks, but the narrative about that's supposed to justify what they do. So I think maybe it's just the key word is skepticism when people with interest say stuff. And certainly that's true for pharma. They'll say this is better than this, but is it better than something else they forgot to say? Or how they framed their experiment, is particular way, or where they cut the side effects or whatever it is. So, I think maybe it's just putting in a broader context is to say, don't believe, just trust, verify, or at least don't trust right away.
I agree. We need some recalibration of skepticism. But at the same time, there are segments of society that have become over-skeptical. And to some extent, maybe it's not their fault. Maybe it is our failures that have boosted their skepticism. So calibrating the right amount of skepticism is important. And it's not a fixed target because it needs to be evaluated on a constant basis. Try to understand who believes why and what and why. Yeah.
Oh, maybe over there. Let's start with the lady, and then we can hear.
I think much of your presentation was focused on talking about, evidence-based versus expert-based opinions within the space of medicine, which is really interesting. But I wonder if you believe that there is still space for expert-based opinions, especially in fields which are underly funded in the research side, like specifically like women's health conditions. I think like a trial recently came out that proved that BP can be prevented through like the male partner's treatments with antibiotics, which is something that has been thought to be a consensus within like some doctors who could be like considered quote unquote experts for years, but just hadn't been researched because of like underfunding in specific fields of medicine.
Since we're missing sometimes 98% of the optimal evidence, this gap needs to be covered by experts one way or another. I think it's important, though, to make it very clear, very visible, and admit that, goodness, we have no evidence, or we have very poor evidence, or very weak evidence. This is opinion. Opinion, you can take it, but opinion means that it has very high uncertainty. So as opposed to these questions where we have strong evidence and we can put more faith into, that calibration is missing at the moment. We see very often gaps filled by expertise that people do not recognize that this is just opinion. This is just Johnny and Edie's mumbling, and he may be completely wrong. So this has to be more clear, I believe.
They tell me that we have time only for one question and...
Observation for the hive mind and a question. The 1890 Act, the Sherman Act, we have called since the early 20th century an Antitrust Act. I wonder if anyone's actually ever looked into that. I've been trying to. But a trust was a positive affirming, largely East Coast and Midwestern legal instrument. And then we turned against it. The question, so that's just an observation, we're submitted for the break. But the question is, the Trump administration is attacking universities or cutting funding of universities, almost all in the medical and engineering field. So the question is, could this have some positive outcome if it goes through reshaping, rethinking, Schumpeterian gale of creative destruction?
So less funding in principle means, this is an expert opinion, so I may be wrong, means more competition for more limited funds. And many of the problems that we face are because of the need to exaggerate or need to outpace, to outperform with exaggeration competitors because we have limited funds. So just cutting funds I don't think is going to help. I think it's going to be detrimental. More appropriate allocation of funds, I'm all in for that. I think that this has been a quest since I remember myself as a student or as a fellow. We spend a lot on administration. We want for science. We want for young scientists. We want for high-risk ideas, for innovation. All of that, I think, continues to be very good ideas. You know, the question is how we do that without getting entangled into more and more politics and more partisanship and more toxicity. I do worry of science becoming a political battleground. That's not going to help anyone. The winners and the losers, they're both going to be losers because science is indispensable, and at the same time it needs independence and optimal efficiency. All of that is good, but it's not going to be determined by who has the upper hand in politics. I think that that's going to be the wrong way to go.
Thank you. I think we are out of time, or we have time for a very final question. John.
Great presentation. As I think about technology, to bring in technology into this conversation, the use of kind of LLMs for like information treatments to help you with financial planning, to help you with legal. But given the nature that we have, that the underlying data generation is biased potentially, and this will then be fed into these LLMs that are then trained. So like if I were to ask like a medical LLM, what does the evidence tell me about antidepressants? Given your meta study, they would say it's great. Is there ways to kind of sound the alarms now before we get all these tech companies saying that we can inform consumers? Because it's not about the money, it's just informing consumers. So like, have you thought about that? Have you thought about like how to get consumers more aware of this?
LLMs are a new tool, and I'm happy to have new tools. I want to see what they do, what they perform, and what they not perform well on, and try to place them in an optimal position in what we do in research, in disseminating information. As you say, if you feed them with wrong information, they will disseminate wrong information. That's clearly a big risk at the moment. And another big risk is that currently computational power related to LLMs or other AI tools is concentrated in big tech. So Stanford is outperformed about 100-fold, maybe even 1,000-fold compared to Apple or Microsoft or Meta. So the last Nobel Prize was actually to DeepMind and Google because of computational power. They dealt with a problem that academics and researchers had not been able to solve over decades, and based on computational power, they could make a major difference. So making a major difference in the right way is wonderful, but having the computational power in balance and doing research that is then within the remit of these big tech companies to release or not release or selectively present or selectively disseminate could be really horrible because academics then would be left with their little toys, their old-fashioned tools that, well, you can play and publish a few million papers, who cares? The kids need to play. But the real quote-unquote evidence, non-visible evidence, subverted evidence, distorted evidence would come in the hands of these big tech companies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. I'm Rana Faruhar. I'm a columnist and global business editor at the FT. Really excited to be here again with you. I think this is my 5th or 6th time here, and I find this forum just the best for what it is, and I always come away with a ton of ideas. I'm going to just very quickly introduce the panelists, and we're going to have some Q&A amongst ourselves for about 50 minutes or so, an hour, and then we're going to open it up to the audience, and we'll finish up at 3:30. So just quickly going down, and I'll just say very quickly, you guys have bios. To my left is Randall Picker from Chicago, and to his left, Nolan McCarthy from Princeton. To his left, Nicolas Petit from EUI, and at the very end, the queen of European antitrust, Christina Cafara.
Yeah, that's good.
I could say University College London, but you're bigger than that. So your brand is bigger than that. So I'll just quickly set the stage. This panel is really going over the 2019 study that was done, report that was done by the Stigler Center on digital platforms, and sort of looking at where were we in 2019, where are we now. I'll just quickly summarize some of the key findings, which were that big tech is uniquely positioned to play the political influence game because of all the things that I'm sure everyone's been talking about: money, data, size, complexity, First Amendment protections, et cetera. They are impacting, as we well know, and I'm sure we'll dig into, the political and economic landscape in profound and unique ways. There was a call for campaign finance laws to be reformed, a need for transparency, which we were just talking about earlier. And on that note, I'm going to ask everyone before they speak to actually announce any conflicts of interest that they might have. And ultimately, the finding was that a new digital authority was necessary to really rein in these players and put them back in service, if they can be put in service, to the real economy. So we're going to be talking about what, if anything, has changed, how these topics have played out over the last few years. But in the interest of time, Christina literally has 20 minutes, and she is going to have to run, and she has a lot to say, so of importance. And so, Christina, I mean, you know, one of the questions I was going to start with is, are they really unique? Are they different? What have we learned? Has anything changed in the last 5 years? I put that to you, but you take it where you want to go, and then I'm going to have folks respond to you.
Thank you so much, Rana, and thank you for having me. Of course, it's a particular pleasure to be on this panel with Rana because, of course, she is the only person I trust to moderate panels at my conference in Brussels. Other than that, it is a total marathon for me, but she is the partner in crime there. And thank you, of course, Luigi and Guy for having me here. Disclosures. I have been a consultant, economic consultant, for the best part of 25 years. In that capacity, I have advised against Google, against Facebook, for Amazon, for Apple, for Microsoft, and a very long list of other companies. I stopped being a consultant 2 years ago, so at this point I can happily humble brag that I'm not being paid by anyone, not even 50 cents. So I have no disclosure, no economic interest at this point. That life is pretty much behind me. It's particularly, in a way, touching to start this, to have a panel that goes back to the heady days of 2019. I think that was a magnificent edition of this conference in which we had Lena before she was Lena, we had Jonathan when he was an antitrust lawyer, and many other people in this room feeling a sense of hope and a sense of expectation that the diagnosis was there, the report was clearly very deep and well-researched. We had a diagnosis, and we had hope that we would be able to do something concrete about it. And indeed, in Europe, there was a sense we just kind of issued the Android decision, the European Commission in 2018, and that came a few months after really the search decision. So there was a sense that, you know, things were kind of bedding down in Europe, but Europe was ahead, Europe was moving, and it was at this conference in 2019 that I was effectively recruited by Doug Peterson, the Attorney General for Nebraska, who was leading, certainly not a forgotten name, the multi-state effort against Google, which really started enforcement in this country against Google. So this was pretty much a heady time. Now we're here 6 years later, and it's strange to me that when I come now to this conference last year, I had to listen to a panel in which mostly American academics talk fondly about how well the DMA is doing. And on this edition, we heard yesterday a panel in which there is a great deal of expectation and still trepidation about, you know, the DSA is actually doing things. Give it time. You know, it's only a year old, but it will do things. I would like to inject a dose of realism and reality check into these assessments. Are we winning? Absolutely, emphatically not in any dimension in Europe. We are not winning. And we're not winning on the grounds that the early antitrust effort failed. We were at the time kind of looking at the end of the Android cases. Then we had more against Google. We had 2 cases against Amazon, 2 cases against Apple, 2 cases against Microsoft. Nothing is remotely moved on the ground. Not a single bit. Not a single bit in 6 years. There has been no change. Then in Europe, we funneled completely our effort and attention into the notion that regulation was going to save us. So indeed, the DMA and the DSA. And this is no slight on the incredible effort that Alexandra Giese, who is a magnificent member of parliament, really put into doing the DSA. The effort she made was extraordinary. And you know, it's a classic European law, very long, very detailed. But the issue is implementation. At this point, and I only care about the reality on the ground, the capacity of European institutions to implement any of these rules against digital giants is practically zero. In the current geopolitical environment, this capacity becomes net negative. And in addition to which you consider what is the capacity of the platforms themselves to shape-shift and kick the can down the road, that is infinite. So I know that we Europeans, when we go abroad, like to say, it's all happening, trust us, we need to be brave. This is what our commissioner said in DC last week. We need to be brave. But you look at what is happening. The impact has been marginal in terms of the DMA, and very, very marginal in terms of the DSA so far. So at this point, and I'll conclude my initial remarks, I'm sorry to be this negative. We are not winning, and we are not going to win in Europe on this. We are not going to move the dial. And worse still, I think that the attention in Europe is really shifted away from these issues. Because what has simultaneously happened is the realization that in the current climate, we have priorities that are beyond taming the platforms. At the moment, Europe is struggling with a growth imperative, which is very serious, and it is struggling with a huge issue of strategic autonomy. We are a colony in a number of dimensions. We are a digital colony of the United States, and it has dawned on everyone that in the current geopolitical environment, we do or die. We decouple or die. And so the defenestration of Zelensky in the Oval Office that Friday night was a Sputnik moment for Europeans, because it was like, oh my God, we are being thrown overboard. The next day was the German election, and Germany pulled out of the hat €1 trillion investment package in defense and infrastructure, which made all Europeans exhale in some sort of relief. Because if Germany is back, maybe Europe is back. This is what worries us now.
Okay. That is a great place to start. I love the way you framed everything. Let me ask you one quick follow-up question, and then I'm going to ask each of the panelists to just share an observation or even a question for you, Christina, and just to maximize your time, have you respond as well. So, Sputnik moment for sure. What I'm wondering, I'm going to play devil's advocate and perhaps be a little bit hopeful. It does seem as though Trump, the political economy of Trump, is doing something to light a fire under Europe right now. Now, we have not seen the fullness of that, the actions of that, but you know, the way that the Germans are changing their stance on fiscal policy, the way Europeans are saying, yeah, we're going to have to spend more on our own defense. Are we going to see something now? I mean, are we at a tipping point here? Like, is there anything that you could see, any low-hanging fruit that could be pulled in terms of thinking about tech and tech sovereignty?
There is an enormous vibe shift in Europe at the moment. At the moment, there is a huge, it's like, you know, you're floating on a raft and then the giant transatlantic comes to hit you. And this has been that moment. So maybe I'm delusional, but I perceive that there is a new leadership that is emerging, however tentatively, in Germany. And Germany, yesterday, in their coalition agreement, super important point, have explicitly committed to a European digital independence effort. And so that is significant. Will it kind of die a death? I don't know. But the notion that we don't have the kill switch in Europe for our digital infrastructure. The Criminal Court of The Hague, which is one of the key pillars of democracy, has been declared outlaw by President Trump through an executive order. All of their data and files is on a Microsoft server. So how long is it going to be before Microsoft says, sorry, we terminate the contract, and everything needs to scramble to a European cloud? This is the reality of European business today.
Okay, one final thing. Ursula von der Leyen talking about tech taxes. Is it slight, or could we think, hey, this is a first step towards, we're maybe going to think about going tougher and working with, you know, some American politicians around this, actually?
So in Europe at the moment, there is a sense that we need to be cautious, and the reaction to the tariffs needs to be cool-headed. And there's been a lot of praise for the limited reaction so far. But the Europeans keep saying, if it doesn't improve, if we don't get a deal, then we're ready to just slam something else. Whether that is going to be digital, I mean, we know in Europe that we have a good surplus with the US, but a huge digital deficit. And so, you know, we could tax that in theory. Whether there is any appetite for inflaming things further remains to be seen.
Okay.
I can't predict.
Okay, awesome stuff. I love this flash round aspect here. Nicola, I'm going to ask you to pop in with an observation or two and a question if you have one, or a comment to Christina.
I think I essentially agree with everything Christina said here. There's a big wake-up moment in Europe, awakening. The two things I would point out are, first, the idea that Europe needs to build technology itself. And you can see that through the new discourse on the defense industry, which is a net provider of technological gains over time. We've seen that in the US. So most of the digital technologies we have and previous communications technologies are spillovers from defense investments. And so I look at this with a good eye. And you can see the same dynamic in relation to nuclear atomic technology, where there's also a big shift. It was taboo to talk about that kind of energy in the past. And Europe is now rethinking about its ability to invest and develop and gain these spillovers from innovation. So that's the first observation. The second observation, on which I broadly agree with Christina, maybe not for the same reasons, is that I don't think that the DMA will achieve much, and I've said that many times, because it was a very poorly conceived and designed regulation. There was no vision behind it. So we have had utilities regulation in the United States and in Europe. These were based on a very clean diagnosis of what was going wrong and what was the outcome that was sought. So there was this theory of, the ladder of investments, service-based competition, and then replaced by facilities-based competition. no such vision has been formulated for the DMA. And the DMA teams today are struggling because they want to enforce all of the DMA without any sense of, explicit priority. And they're praying that one day someone will come with an app store on a piece of software or hardware and say, I'm ready to launch in Europe. That's why they're just praying for people to come with ideas. We have had conferences in Europe where the policymakers are actively seeking input from technology. When are you coming with technology? It's like, they're on the demand side for something. And I don't think that this is basically a sort of reflection that this was not really well thought out.
Okay, very good. Nolan, do you want to jump in?
Oh, great. No, it's very interesting. So the report that Rana mentioned was really kind of focused on the political economy of tech in the United States. So it was very interesting to hear the European perspective, because I think when we wrote the report, we thought things would be much easier in Europe. There were lots of kind of institutional and cultural reasons why you would expect things to go better in Europe. Mostly the companies that we were talking about were not European countries, they're companies, they're American companies, and that obviously makes a difference. So I was wondering about getting her views, given how negative she was on Europe, what are her views on the US? Are there any reasons why things might go better in the US in the future than they would in Europe, or if not, why
You
not?
want me to answer
jump
that?
in and give us a thought.
I'm not optimistic. I'm not optimistic because I think that, there are a number of cases, antitrust cases underway. And that in and of itself has enormous significance. Of course it does. And, the sense of achievement on the steps of the Supreme Court in 2019, and indeed when the Judge Mehta produced almost unexpectedly, or perhaps expectedly, a positive judgment in favor, was huge, and it is enormously significant because, of course, Europe is never going to do anything very structural, and it is the US who has to take the lead. However, the reality to me remains that antitrust is so incredibly ineffectual as a tool to deal with platforms that have already tipped. If we are in a situation where the platform is somewhat there, yesterday there was a judgment in Europe, I'm sorry, but on Google Auto, which was significant because remedies have been imposed in a market which hasn't yet tipped. And maybe there is some hope that remedies there will do something. In the same way as Android in Russia, the remedy succeeded not to kill the competitor. When you're in a market which is already 90% tipped, what do you do? I have endless discussion on remedies, and I applaud the effort to design remedies that are smart. I've seen every conceivable permutation of sell off, break up, do this, do that, assign this, clone that. So we're in 2026, and then we're going to have 6 years of appeals before we get to the Supreme Court, whatever Judge Mehta decides. Where are we going with this, really, to change the situation on the ground?
That's interesting. Randall, I want to give you a chance to sound off before Christina has to leave.
Yeah, sure. So that was fun as always. I guess a couple of thoughts. So, look, what you described effectively, I think, is that the European antitrust system has been this tax system that you picked up at the end. It's not about a system for changing competition. It's been a system for extracting money from U.S. companies. It's been very successful at that. But what if you care about is actually changing competition, it's been a complete failure. And I know what you said about the DMA. I guess what I'm interested in is looking forward. So look, Europe has one great tech company, and that's ASML. Right, the company that gives us all the EUV lithography tools, that all the chips we have that run on. And so if I were Europe, I guess I'd want to figure out how to leverage that opportunity, that bottleneck, and run with it. But I'll spin that out a little bit. If you were giving advice and say growth is our focus, what are the 3 things Europe needs to do?
Great question.
So let me just disagree with your initial statement, because I don't think that Europe did what it did because it was trying to extract money from American companies. Indeed, the fines that were extracted from Google were not, in Google's terms, not particularly significant. It was $5 billion between friends. I mean, it isn't really significant amounts of money. It wasn't the objective. I think that we, at least on the European side, and I think I may agree with Nicholas more than he thinks, I think that the design of a regulation that essentially pretends to be intending to boost European industry by taming someone else is just wrong-headed. Is just wrong-headed to try and think that we are going to create European businesses and European digital companies by hobbling the ones who are here. You know, it's not how you create a business. In this sense, I agree with you. What's the point of trying to constrain? You know, the only thing Europe needs to do is why don't we have the fragmentation of Europe is the problem. We have a lot of digital businesses. We have a lot of, yes, ASML is a unicorn, but if you think about the pieces of the digital stack, you have lots of cloud, lots of compute, lots of software, lots of stuff, which is scattered across 27 member states and doesn't get pooled. And we don't have anything that is an offer similar to what AWS or Microsoft can do to a company. But that is doable. And there is a sort of a movement that says, wait, why don't we organize our bits and pieces into something? And that is possibly something that will succeed. Growth more I mean, look, we need to be in a quasi-war effort mode. We need to change the factories in Germany to making tanks, but also making more of the clean tech stuff, machinery that Germany excels at and imposed by European rules.
Okay.
Come after us.
Before you have to walk, I want to ask you one tiny question. Actually, it's a big question, but it can be quick. You and I have talked a lot about how Europeans hadn't grappled with power in a long time. They were very focused on rules and technocratic sort of ways of thinking about things as opposed to really thinking about power in the political economy. I know that you were a fan of some of what was done in the Biden administration because it forced the topic of power. Is Trump, as my colleague Gideon Rodman wrote, making Europe great again in sense of forcing them to think about power?
Oh, I think the silver lining for Europe may well be that, you know, there is at least to me, an inescapable sense that we need to think about where we stand. Power, you know, Europe remains still confused in many dimensions. You know, we kind of think, you know, Europe thinks antitrust. I still struggle to get them to understand. We have this morning Roger Rolfo talking about sort of tariffs as part of the DOJ sort of purview, right? Gail Slater said last week, and so that tariffs are part of an America First strategy that she intends to pursue at the DOJ. This is still not the discourse in Europe. It's still a bit, you know, you go trade over there, you do industrial. So I think it's not going fast. But the fear and the need to respond that the latest events have instilled in Europeans are real.
Yeah, very interesting.
Thank you.
You're now 2 minutes. You rock. All right, thanks for that. Now that everyone's awake and excited, all right, we will digest all of that and kind of weave it into the broader conversation we'll now have. And I think, Nolan, I'm going to ask you now to share a few observations on where we've come since 2019, and in particular some of the findings of this report, because you were on the committee, as was I. Basically, have the last 6 years just reaffirmed and strengthened what this report found, or is there something new and surprising that you want to sound off on?
Sure, thanks. I guess I should start with my disclosures.
Yes.
So all of my income comes from Princeton University, which is a complex set of cross-cutting conflicts of interest. But I don't know what those conflicts are, so I'm okay. All of my consulting income comes from the much less remunerative field of election law, so none of which has anything to do with what we're talking about today. So let me just talk a little bit about the report that we wrote in 2019. And we were tasked with writing about the political implications of social media, and especially the economic concentration of the platform space. And, you know, so the report identifies several democratic harms associated with social media, its ability to misinform, its ability to polarize, its ability to harass and challenge. But we also noted that it had become a very important part of the political infrastructure. So much of the discourse around elections and public policy in the United States was taking place on these platforms. So, you know, the central dilemma for us was that here's a vital piece of political infrastructure. It's under the control of a handful of firms and can be associated with a number of kind of democratic harms. Okay, so that's the place we started from, and so obviously we want to think about solutions. But the first order problem, of course, is that these firms are, we argued, and perhaps one could push back on this, that these are uniquely powerful political interests. If you sort of do kind of conventional interest group analysis, you know, that political scientists like I often do, they check off all of the boxes. They obviously have economic power and resources. They have constitutional protections through the First Amendment. Their business models are very complex and not very transparent. They are connective with lots of voters and consumers and users in the kind of gig economy, so they're very well connected. So they're like the National Rifle Association on speed. And then the last point, and this came up in the last discussion, they're kind of national champions because, at least over this period of time, the United States sought to, you know, increase its position and dominance in technology and artificial intelligence. So at the same time in 2019 that these firms were getting beat up in Congress, France dared to put a small tax on Facebook, and, you know, the Trump administration went to war with France over that. So no matter what sort of domestic problems they faced, they could always count on the U.S. government to kind of bail them out internationally. So that's the backdrop, and so the task force made several recommendations. Probably the most important of which, and I'll come back to in a second, is the creation of new regulatory authorities. That's the one thing I think, at least in the United States, has not happened over the past 5 years. A very different approach was taken, and that's what I want to spend some effort kind of diagnosing. We didn't discount the role of antitrust. We acknowledged that it could play some role, but many of the political harms we saw weren't directly solvable by traditional antitrust measures, and therefore we didn't make as strong a recommendation with respect to that. And then we had a few other things. We discussed reforming platform liability. We punted on that because we couldn't agree whether changing Section 230 would mean over-moderation or under-moderation. Just was not a consensus. We talked about more regulation of the role of social media in campaigns and elections, philanthropic disclosures, you know, forcing these companies to acknowledge when they fund academic research in particular. And then we tried to set up some mechanisms for data access for academic and independent research. So the main recommendation was this creation of a digital authority. I won't go through all of the things we said that this digital authority should have, but it was fairly clear it was going to be an extensive regulatory effort requiring new statutory authorities to be passed through Congress. It would have responsibility for rulemaking in addition to enforcement, so general consumer protection, privacy, transparency, data portability, data and algorithmic access. So a very large number of things. So it would be rules and enforcement. Again, I said we weren't opposed to antitrust, but we felt like that the regulatory approach was somewhat superior. The puzzle I want to present with, and I have a few hypotheses, is that you know, it shouldn't surprise anyone that they write a report and it doesn't have a lot of influence. But you know, I think what happened in the Biden administration was exactly the reverse. There was a lot of emphasis on antitrust enforcement, and as far as I can tell, not very much emphasis at all in terms of creating new regulatory authorities. Even gearing up the Federal Trade Commission to do the sorts of things that it could in principle have done without the creation of a new agency. So I have three hypotheses about why this is true. I'm not committed to any of them, but I thought I would throw them out there for discussion. the first possibility is that, even before Chevron deference was eviscerated by the Supreme Court, the existing agencies probably really didn't have the statutory authority to do the things that we thought that they should do. But as I've spent most of my career writing on, we are in a kind of a polarized, gridlock political environment, which made, the new statutory route really difficult. Antitrust enforcement, on the other hand, is basically a unitary executive action, either taken by literally an executive department or what's now a formerly independent agency. And so, it was just easier to go with antitrust enforcement rather than passing new legislation. That's a kind of not a unique observation. I think the second hypothesis is that initiatives such as creating a digital authority were deterred by the political power of the platforms that we talked about in the rest of the report. But I would note that several times over the past 5 years that the platforms or other elements of the tech sector, also like crypto, actually sought regulation. They wanted to be regulated. And in my undergraduate political economy course, I showed the picture of Mark Zuckerberg sitting in front of a congressional committee asking for regulation, and they didn't get it. So I think that leads into the third hypothesis, which is that I think there was a concern of people who care about these issues that regulation first, regulation before eliminating consolidate economic power was a bad idea, because that would just be putting the foxes in charge of the hen house. And when I presented this at the conference 5 years ago, that was the pushback we got, which is that if we created this agency, it would just be captured by the platforms themselves. And so I think that one of the things that thoughts that prevailed was just the idea that you had to do the antitrust first before you could create a regulatory system that could effectively eliminate capture. So I honestly don't know which of these is kind of the most persuasive, but I would just kind of throw out for the idea of discussion that perhaps we should have been willing to accept the weak capture of a new regulatory agency, that we would have a regulatory agency with a lot of influence from the sector, but it wouldn't be, it would still be better than not having the agency. And so I think it was a missed opportunity to try to pursue some of these regulatory reforms in lieu of just a pure antitrust perspective.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm going to ask you all, both Randy and Nicola, to talk a little bit about the report's findings and your perception of then versus now. But I want to call out two things, Nolan, that you said that make a lot of sense to me. First of all, I've been thinking about a lot of about complexity in big tech and how it's moving into what's happening with AI. I actually think, if you put aside the market chaos of the last couple of weeks, I think that the level of complexity is actually preventing price understanding in AI. I think the fact that you saw, DeepSeek come out of nowhere and the froth just go out of the US markets, part of it is the China threat, but part of it is that nobody really knows whether these things are going to work commercially and in what way. We have a few, 2 or 3 examples. The reason they don't know is that there's a lot of complexity. It reminds me of finance, and then some, because there are even fewer people that can speak to average folks about what's going on. So that's point one. Point two, I wonder, and this is a topic for later on, Musk and the, literally the visual of oligopoly from Trump's inauguration is just an interesting turning point to me. And I'm seeing I'm in conversations with Democrats thinking about what the ground game is going to be for the next 2 years, but also the next 4. And that feels important. And I think the fragmentation within Trump's own coalition between Musk and MAGA is an interesting moment too, and I'd love to get thoughts on that. But let's step back. Nicola, I want to give you a chance to just talk first about 2019 versus now, some of the findings in the report. Anything pop for you?
Yeah, so I'll disclose before. So I read the disclosure policy very carefully. Here's my disclosure. Under the policy, I have no conflict of interest. I'm a full-time employee of the European University Institute. The EUI is an international organization of 23 countries. In short, I'm employed by governments. The EUI is essentially funded by the European Commission. The conditions of my employment are aligned with the staff regulations of officials and other civil servants of the European Union. Under my contract, I am prohibited from receiving more than 2,500 euros per year in personal material benefit from outside activities. Any crossing of that ceiling needs to be approved by the UI president. I have asked twice to teach at the College of Europe and receive a honorarium from New York University. That's my disclosure. All right, then I'll tell you a little bit how I think about this. So I have attended this conference 2 times, and I want to thank Filippo, Luigi, and Guy for inviting me. And I've always found it to be probably the most ambitious event on the circuit. All right. But every time I attended this conference, I was puzzled by one tricky question. Would George Stigler approve? Would you accept the normative affinity that underpins many of the discussions here? And would he even accept the embedded assumptions about the function of regulation that we're talking about? So I had a long flight, which allowed me the opportunity to reread the 1971 classic paper entitled The Theory of Economic Regulation. And I reread it with a single question in mind. How would Stigler look at today's regulation of big tech? Okay. So let me just start by a reminder of what is in this paper. The main contention is that regulation is never adopted for the benefit of the public. It is acquired. Industries, not individual companies, acquire regulation from the states, and politicians supply it in exchange for votes, resources, and extra political payments. The second point is that industries or occupations covering a wide public are the typical acquirers of regulation. And amongst them, small firms and outliers are the net beneficiaries of the gains from regulation. Okay? The political process is not such that every wealthy company or industry is going to get what it wants. It's more complicated. All right. The last important point in the Stigler paper is that the typical favor that an industry will ask from the state, and is very clear on that, is to saddle rival industries with limits on entry and expansion, growth. Okay? So what happens when we apply this logic to digital platforms? That's the question. So the dominant narrative today that digital platforms, Google, Amazon, Meta, Apple, what have you, have acquired immense political power, and their scale and wealth and lobbying budgets are seen as tools of capture of the state, right? But here's the puzzle. If big tech has captured regulation, why is so much regulation being thrust upon them, as Stigler would say? Okay, so we are seeing a lot of costly rules, the DMA, the DSA, the antitrust cases, data laws, data localization laws, speech regulation, you name it. And these rules, they are not symbolic. They impose costs on these businesses. So the outcome contradicts one basic finding from Stigler, which is that industries almost exceptionally never acquire regulation against themselves. Right? Why would you do that? So the question I think that Stigler would ask is to say, well, if these burdens were not acquired by digital platforms, who acquired that regulation? Right? And I think the conventional hypothesis here that we have to look at our hypothesis of inter-industry competitors. So Stigler pushes a lot these points. The competitors located in other industries are the ones that acquire regulation. Okay, so the classic example he uses is that incumbent industries like railroads acquired regulation against a new competitor, motor trucking. So who is the railroads here, right? And you have, you can look at the list and do the search on sites like Open Secrets. You're going to find these industries there in these numbers. The news media threatened by platform dominance in advertising. telecom and cable providers that want to charge or get compensation for distribution of content, copyright holders that are trying to seek compensation also for content creation. So all these industries have motives to limit the entry and the growth of platform entries into their space. And it makes a lot of sense. Now, Stigler would also point out to something that he called the defensive power, right? So I want to give credit to that thesis here, which is that the industry that is being burdened may have enough political power to moderate the weight on the restrictions on entry and growth. And if you look at this, you can ask yourself, like the DMA, for instance, that I know well, what was taken out of the DMA, right? That could be interesting to study. So we know that mandatory social media interoperability was in the proposal, removed. Merger bans, removed. Bans on targeted advertising, removed, sent to the DSA with lots of conditions and segmentation. So that may be what the political power of big tech has acquired. Okay, I just want to close with one, I think, a minus line in the initial Stigler paper from '71. It's at the end, and I'm going to quote him. Quote, if a political party has in effect a monopoly control over the governmental machine, one might expect that it could collect most of the benefits of regulation for itself. So if no industry can reliably acquire regulation, the state itself may become the monopolist. Okay, and in that world, regulation becomes a tool for rent extraction. Maybe this is what we saw at the inauguration party. So what we, I think, are going to see today is a system, a new phase of capture, which is not necessarily regulatory capture, but industry capture, in which discretionary ad hoc regulation will arise decoupled from any coherent economic logic and shaped by short-term political traits. So what you're going to see is that things like the TikTok asset sale or the scrutiny of the upcoming Google-Wiz merger are things that are going to be bartered against political scalps through a channel of communication that may not even directly involve the FTC or the DOJ, right? This, I think, is what we're headed up to. And so the common, just let me end with this. The common story, big tech controls the rules, doesn't hold up. I think what we have seen recently is that big tech is more motor trucking than railroads. And what we're going to see in the future is that the government might be the railroads itself.
Wow, that is provocative. And I have about 1,000 follow-up questions that I would ask. I'll just make one observation. As you were speaking, I was thinking, okay, so what's the difference between tech regulation under Trump and under Xi Jinping now? What's, how is, and I'm also thinking about how a longtime source of mine and someone that worked in democratic politics and in finance once told me that he thought the future of the U.S. v. China would be decided by who could best control their elites. But you're talking about a state that is the rent extractor itself, which is something different. Anyway, fascinating topic. We'll go deeper if we have time. But Randy, I want to turn the floor over to you now, and feel free to sound off on anything that you've heard that's of interest, but also give us your sense of then, now, and what's really popping for you.
Yeah, sure. So thanks for having me here. I don't think I have any relevant conflicts of interest. Like my colleagues over here, I'm paid by my academic employer, and I have hopes that that will continue for some time. We will see. 2019 seems like a long time ago. Obviously, so much has happened since then. And when you sit down and look at the report is, situated in a world of like Google and Facebook and Twitter, even Instagram. I don't know what you guys were thinking. I don't mean that as a shot. What were you thinking? Doesn't get a lot of play in the report, which seems shocking. But that's without getting to what's happened since then. That's not on you, obviously. So TikTok just got mentioned. Obviously, the rise of TikTok the movement from US national champions to Chinese national champions and world powers and all the complexities that that creates. Then the fragmentation, the rise of things like blue sky. We learned earlier today that 4 more law firms have signed deals. How did we learn that? Because the president posted on Truth Social, right? That's how we learned that. And we go through that. I'd never been on Truth Social until just a few minutes ago. I see that you don't retweet on Truth Social, you retruth. Okay, good to know. So I do think that landscape has changed, and that's without getting to the fact that, of course, in just like a fit of, oh, what can I do, Elon buys Twitter. And now, as you see today's New York Times, right, how X is capitalizing on Musk's insider status, this fusion, right, and I'm going to go where you are, this fusion of the social media, of the private interests, and then the public sphere. I think we're seeing that in an incredibly raw way in this moment. And that's not the thing that actually scares me the most, but that's a longer discussion. So I do think that landscape has changed in powerful ways. No reason you would have expected that, but I think it's actually quite dramatic. And if what you're focused on a little bit, and certainly the Trump administration is very focused on this, is the question as to whether or not, conservative voices are getting thwarted. The change in the ownership of Twitter obviously really matters. Okay, so that's, I think, my first point. Second point. I didn't see Andrew Ferguson's talk last night. I saw a few things on it on Twitter as I think of it last night. But I did watch, they had a big tech censorship forum at DOJ last Thursday. And Gail Slater was there, and Andrew Ferguson was there, and Brendan Carr was there. Rogge was there as well. They had a number of discussions. And what is so clear about that is that the administration wants to use whatever existing tools, not new tools are hard, whatever existing tools they have to try to address this perceived problem of big tech censorship. I will say I don't love the term big tech. I think these firms are meaningfully different, but for simplicity and time, I'm just going to call them big tech. And what that means is, and now I look at what you just said, they're going to use the tools that are in place. And those tools, I don't know if they were bought and paid for, I don't know, but man, they were bought and paid for a long time ago. So this is the 1890 Sherman Act, the 1914 Federal Trade Commission Act, the amendments to the FTC Act in 1938, the Wheeler Act, which creates the Unfair and Deceptive Trade Practices Act. On the communications side, it's the 1934 Communications Act, and obviously the 1996 Telecommunications Act. Those are the tools they're going to try to run with. And they're going to take an expansive approach to those. I actually think that will be easier to do on the FTC side. There's a certain irony that on the FCC side, the evolution of agency doctrine in the Supreme Court with the major questions doctrine and Loper-Bright, which you referenced, means that the agencies, as it were, at least nominally, have less room to operate. But there is no doubt that the current FCC is going to try to run at understanding 230 and limiting 230 in ways that will test the Supreme Court doctrine that's been created in the last few years. I do think, and this is where you were, look, I think we're in this era, you called it sort of discretionary regulation. I bought a book the other day. I felt guilty buying it. I bought The Art of the Deal. And I wish there was some other way to do that. I teach copyright, so I do not steal content, but I was tempted. Okay, but I do think we're now in this era of regulation by threat and the art of the deal. That scares the hell out of me. I say that as someone at a university, obviously, and watching this at universities, watching the law firms. I'm at a law school. And then my question is, what deals will get cut and why? And then I go, well, what is it that big tech wants? Big tech in the United States maybe wants Trump to deal with Europe. Maybe Europe's the threat. Christina says maybe not. That's not how they behave, right? So can Washington and big Trump, can Trump control Europe? And what would big tech be willing to give to get that? That's the other piece of that you want to think about, right? What are they going to give to get that? They'd like to see the Facebook antitrust case go away. What are they willing to give to get that? And it's sort of the invisible deals, the less visible deals. That's what I think should really concern us.
Wow, a lot there. Okay, start getting questions ready. I'm going to ask just one more thing, and then I think we'll open it up because there's so many places that we can go, and I want to see where the energy in the audience is. You know, one of the things that has just been very troubling for me, and the penny dropped perhaps a little later than it should because I'm in traditional media, but this last election cycle was incredible in where people got their information. I mean, it really was kind of a pivot point because you saw the 3-hour Trump Joe Rogan podcast really being the only thing that you needed to watch. You know, they just didn't pay attention to anything else and didn't need to. And then on the flip side, you saw Kamala Harris doing, I'm going to now forget the name because I haven't had coffee, but another
I know who you're talking
you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Yeah.
What's their name?
Call Your Daddy.
There we
Thank you.
go.
Everybody else is
Yeah.
hipper than me. Okay, this is pathetic. I mean, I'm in media. I had never heard of Call Your Daddy. 23 million views, more than all the cable prime time together. It is, as I've been doing some on-the-ground reporting since and digging into just stories like how Trump's tariff chaos is playing out. Yes, people are concerned about their 401ks, but there's also a lot of people that are, you know, in Indiana, where I grew up, in Pennsylvania, in places where, you know, they are not reading the FT, needless to say, and listening to totally different information sources. It seems very, very difficult in this environment to even make an argument, let alone affect change. And I'm just curious, take that where you will. What would you say about this? Where are we in terms of being able to control the power of these giants? I mean, Nicola, maybe you want to start because you have a somewhat different theory about how this is playing out.
Well, I would distinguish the platform from individuals controlling the platform. I mean, there is massive efficiency in having these distribution systems for content and opinion. And there are inefficiencies in the ownership of these platforms. I mean, in Europe, you know, we have a long tradition of trying to, you know, break up ownership and have these unconcentrated. Italy is a good example with Berlusconi that was trying to control ownership over every TV channel he could, and our newspaper, and you know, there's very strong sentiment in the Italian population, it's the country I live in now, that, you know, it's a very important issue in the population. So people do not feed information regardless of the platform. They pay attention to this, they pay attention to ownership of the platform, and of course, you always have to work on this, but you can educate people to think carefully about these questions of media ownership, right? So we have a center at the UI that works on this media ownership, and so I think, you know, you have to disentangle the discussion on, you know, whether large platforms are something you want or not, because at the end of the day, you're not going to get rid of the convenience provided by network effects, you know, on the supply or the demand side. But you want to think about who owned that. I mean, as someone yesterday mentioned this, I find it outrageous that you're not following Elon Musk on Twitter and still you get these tweets in your face every time you open your app, right? Mm-hmm. And I just find this completely outrageous. This is not the Twitter I signed up for. So we need to work on these fixes, and rather than incriminate the large scale of these distribution platforms.
Nolan, anything you want to?
Yeah, so this is related to the point Randy made about the number of outlets sort of changing since 2019. We didn't talk about Instagram. It wasn't very political at the time. We were coming off the 2016 election, and you know,
By the
it
way,
was
just
all about Facebook.
One point on that I want to insert. The tech companies themselves would use that very point as an argument to say, see, new entries can come up and disrupt, you know, and that's one of the arguments that they make.
Yeah, but
we don't have too much power.
Yeah, but
Instagram can come.
But to sort of tie it to your point, even Randy's extended list is short of what has changed since 2019, because now you have the podcasts,
for sure,
and the Substacks, and just a wide variety of things. Now, maybe not getting to people in Indiana or Texas where I grew up, but the number of sources in the 2024 election seemed much higher than before. I did, you know, and
Profoundly fragmented.
profoundly fragmented.
Yeah.
But one of the things I think about, this is just an observation about the podcasts and the Substacks, is they really are individuals behind them, and they have individual reputations. So one of the things we've seen in the last few weeks is the guy from Barstool Sports ranting about tariffs. We've seen
That's right.
Joe Rogan ranting about tariffs. And so you do have an opportunity, because there's more people and they're sort of tied to their individual reputations, that maybe that will mix up the information environment much more than we've seen before. One other just sort of follow-up I want to make to some of the things that were mentioned before. The report actually does focus on two types of capture: the capture of the regulator by the firms, but also the capture of the firms by the regulator. And so just an interesting side note is that we recommended very strongly that it be an independent agency, more or less modeled after something like the CFPB, you know, in order to prevent both of those forms of capture. But of course, as we know now, that's not an available.
I'm not even going to like spend that much time on agencies, because it sort of seems beside the point. Okay, Randy.
Your examples are just super fascinating, right? And it goes exactly to what was just said here. Look, these are entrants, right? And able to do this at scale. And that's remarkable, the political salience of them you see. And then I want to talk about how rapid the movement can be in this space. So who displaced Joe Rogan as the #1 podcast? Kylie Kelsey, right? And she just comes out of nowhere, sort of out of the growing Kelsey empire, and, you know, Travis and Taylor and all that. And
I love that you're talking about this, by the way.
that's
I
good.
just love
Well,
the University of Chicago. We're talking
we
about
can
Travis.
do that too. So fun doesn't necessarily have to die. But that's fantastic, because it really means that new voices are possible.
All right, I'm going to open it up, and I'm not. You're all about power, so I'm coming to you.
First, I have a piece of news. I hear that the Social Security Administration is going to stop publishing any communication except on X. So,
oh my God.
Apropos Randy's, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
The use of X for communication by a Social Security Administration serving, you know, senior people, et cetera. Anyway, but what I wanted to go to is actually the invocation of Stigler. So, you know, in the 50 years to Stigler, I was asked by the Stigler Center to comment on Stigler, and I wrote a piece called George Stigler and the Challenge of Democracy. And in it, so I did read the piece, which I actually haven't read before. And I want to bring up, yes, he talked about, you know, industries acquiring regulation, and that's the way people mostly think about it. But he had a much more nuanced view of politics, which is a topic of this panel. And what he said specifically is that politics is an imponderable, a constantly and unpredictably shifting mixing of forces of the most diverse nature, comprehending acts of great moral virtue, like the emancipation of slaves, and the most vulgar venality, congressman feathering his own nest. Political processes, in other words, complex and messy. Outcomes may benefit society or, in fact, may reflect corruption and abuse of power. So now if you go to the way, you know, it actually plays out, first of all, they don't acquire the regulation. Oftentimes they lobby against regulation. And that's certainly true for this space that we're talking about here, because we're starting with an industry that's just comes out of the world unregulated, unlike, say, banking, which is always kind of political. But just to say, you know, the lobbying is sort of, you know, Wolves of K Street, you know, all of that is shaping all the rules. But the people who are heard, as we know from studies, are the, you know, those with power and those with connections.
I'm gonna ask you just to get to whatever the question.
So my observation to you is, you know, the power structure here is such that, you know, we won't get the regulator you wanted to. what might we get?
Okay, who wants to take that? Nicola?
So the 71 paper says explicitly, these are the words he's using, that the political process is a noisy filter. He uses the term noisy, so it's not a... Stigler didn't say, I can predict where the regulation is going to go, right? And one of the things that he said that not every large industry will get what it wants. That's literally his words, right? So, you know, the lobbying spending number that people like to bring up is not a good predictor of where and to which industry this is going to benefit, right? So that assumption, I think Stigler would be extremely uncomfortable with that idea. That, you know, you look at lobbying numbers, or you look at lobbying intensity, so, you know, the ratio of lobbying to revenue or profits, and you derive a prediction from this, right? There's no inference you can derive from this. And actually all the empirical work he does in the paper, so the trucking industry versus the railroads industry, he confirmed this. Similarly, he has a lot of paragraphs on something that you call occupational licensing in the US, if I understand well. Mm-hmm. And he says, you know, this is like extremely messy, right? It's hard to read the numbers, the correlations go in very direction, it's not statistically significant, so it's very careful. I think one thing that he said, and that goes back to a point that you both made, is that he said one of the imperfections of the political system is that there's no way to aggregate the preferences of the public opinion on a daily basis. This is an intermittent process, right? And he or she who controls the large platform at a given point in time, that is, you know, the sort of overtone window in which he can shape opinion, right, will have a sort of path-dependent effect on where democracy is going. Right? That's what you were talking about, Randy, right? So you bring the new entrant comes, gets this large megaphone in no time. This gets acquired by someone who is not a friend of democracy. You just show, like, you know, 2 or 3, you know, factory strikes in Germany, you know, migration scandals and that sort of stuff, and there you go, you won the election by a landslide. I think the political system has not yet developed. Martin Gurry was talking about this yesterday. We work with very static tools, right? And so we have this aggregation of political preferences that come every 4 years in America, maybe every 5 years in France, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's more probably frequent, but still it's very static.
Let me ask you a quick, what do you think about things like quadratic voting? And, you know, I mean, are there things at the margins that could be taking us in a more nuanced direction here?
I just have to say,
Yeah.
if I answer this, I'll have to revise my disclosure.
Oh.
That's so funny.
Okay, well, maybe we'll move on. I think there was a question over here.
That's funny.
So as I think the only other, I can just talk.
No, that's for the recording, I think.
Ron, do you mind, as the only other member of the panel who's here today, can I make a quick couple of quick comments? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I was on the panel with the two of them and other excellent colleagues 6 years ago. I want to make 2 comments. One in response to Randy, your point about like these other platforms.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely a big difference. I've gotten a million questions. You know, I got a million questions going into the election. What's different from the social media perspective or from the digital media perspective going in the 2024 election from 2020? It's obviously a really big difference. I want to put out like a theoretically argumentative point here about that what we have seen is a fairly consistent rule that it is pretty hard to develop a new platform that competes with the incumbent platform without offering new affordances. And I think that's the key here. And there's 2 ways to think about those affordances. One way to think about those affordances is you make you kind of keep the platform similar, but you aim it at a niche audience, right? So Truth Social or Blue Sky or something like that, they look like things we've seen. But the other things that you've mentioned, like the rise of Instagram and TikTok and podcasts, right?
These are kind of new affordances, and that's where the opportunity here is. And I think for those of you who think about concentration in this industry, I think you always have to think about the trade-off between the network effects, which makes a platform that has more people on it more valuable for the users. And so that's where I think we get into this question of why can these new platforms come about? Well, because they offer something new to the user, and they don't have to compete with an incumbent with network effects. Now, there are a lot of people on the tech side of things that are thinking exactly about the kind of stuff you were talking about here. Go to a Project Liberty blockchain conference, you'll hear like a million different things about people owning the algorithm, and middleware came up yesterday, and so there's those sort of like tinkering around at the margins type things about, but keeping the affordances somewhat similar. I think that would fit into the sort of niche platform. I want to have a platform which doesn't show me this kind of content or allows me to do this kind of thing. The second one I want to make, which goes directly to the report, and the big part of the report that no one's talked about a little bit already, is that we don't really know what happened on these platforms during the election. Because the other part of the report that we were advocating for then was a regulatory approach to data accessibility for researchers. Now, we've heard earlier at this conference about DSA, we heard earlier in this panel about DSA and how slowly that's moving along. But the reality of the situation is we just went through another election, and I think we really want to be thinking about, apropos the previous panel, do we want our understanding of the intersection between these large digital platforms, even when there's more of them, and our politics to be guided by opinion pieces and to be guided by anecdotes and to be guided by what people observe in their own personal life, or do we want it guided, our understanding, and be able to deliver to policymakers by rigorous scientific research? And there are steps that can be taken. There was this should be a bipartisan issue, which is not something we say very often about anything, but there was a bipartisan bill introduced in Congress, in the last Congress, the PATA Act, Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, that would have, among other things, have indemnified researchers who were scraping data for scientific research purposes, provided this, privacy considerations were respected. And then there's also the question of just regulating access to data and making it accountable. So I think that's an important part of the report that was in there 6 years ago that is still just as relevant today, in a sense even more relevant as the number of platforms that we want to understand has increased. So
Great points. I'm glad you brought those up. Anybody want to sound off? No? Okay, yep, go ahead.
No, I was interested in the comment you made about Joe Rogan and news influencer, because that was probably unexpected in 6 years ago, that digital platform became relevant also for opinion journalism and not only for gathering news information. My experience interacting with Spotify or Substack is that these are curated content. Joe Rogan is paid by Spotify. It's the number one because it is paid by Spotify. They're not true random things that happen together. So I was wondering what you expect in the near future about this, because to me as a journalist, platforms are destroying the very last part remaining to newspaper, which is like opinion pieces. And I mean, Paul Krugman quit the New York Times to start its own Substack. So is this a new phase where, I mean, the public space has evolved in a different way? They gained influence in a way that is unpredictable. I mean, it was not expected in this way.
I'll say one thing as a journalist who's kind of in the middle of this, and then I'll turn it over to anybody else who wants to comment. Part of people going to Substack is about profit sharing in the media industry itself, which is not great. You have tools now that can tell you exactly, for better or worse, which journalists and which stories are generating profits, basically, eyeballs. And I think that these tools are making it clear that the superstar model is hardening. There's a small handful of journalists that are bigger brands often, or as big brands as the publications that they work for, and can go and make multiple times their income on these new platforms and do it successfully. And it's interesting to me. I mean, we could have a whole nother session on this, but conflicts of interest in media and some of the rules that media brands hold for individual journalists versus what they hold for themselves as entities is interesting, and there's a gap there. which is what people like Paul Krugman are going into, because he doesn't have to work for the New York Times. He can, and there's a bunch of other people like that.
On this point, it's striking to me how many journalists use information they acquired during their day job and save it for their book. When it could have affected an election if it had been reported in a timely way, looking at Maggie Haberman's.
I didn't understand on the question, if I could, whether destroying and competing were different words, right? So you said destroying, right? And,
No, I mean,
I
quit
look
the
at
traditional
these
newspaper
entrants
and I started my own
competing.
Substack.
Go ahead, say what you were saying.
No, I am just worried because as
I'm
a
worried.
Substack user, and I make part of my living with it, and I make more money than in a traditional newspaper. So I recommend Rana to do that.
Matt,
but no, the question was simply, platform has a real power in shaping this content.
Okay, I think, yeah, we got that. Matt, I want to give you a shot, and then we'll go back to Luigi.
I just want to make the point that I don't think there's really much change from 2020 to 2024. I mean, Joe Rogan interviewed Bernie Sanders. I mean, we had TikTok. I started my Substack in 2019. Google was dominant. Instagram was dominant. It's still dominant. Like, I think it's really weird to say everything has changed. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I hear that.
I don't think that's what we were saying, though. I think, but maybe...
That's what Randy said.
No, one, you were ahead of the
And
curve.
that's-
You were ahead of the
yeah.
curve on Substack. Good for you. That's
No,
what a
no,
good,
I'm
smart
talking-
entrant should do.
No. Google had 90% market share.
For sure.
In 2020, they had 90% market share today.
In
Facebook-
2009, they had a 90% market share.
Right.
Okay.
So, but we're talking about 2019 to 2025.
Yeah, I'm just-
I think this is very cynical. Because
You think I'm
there-
being cynical?
I think there's a cynicism on the panel of trying to say that look at all of this technological change. Everyone knows that Apple's iPhone has been the same every year since it's a joke now, right? This is a popular joke. And here I'm listening to a panel of people saying, look at all these changes. I think it's ridiculous, and I just wanted to make that point.
No, I think that's actually fair. I think that's fair. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that. Luigi, this is your show, so you get to...
I just wanted to relate a question that was raised in my panel with team, and I wanted to bring it to you because I don't think you were around, which I don't have I have a partial answer, but I'm open to question because I think is really, really important. So if you're Joe Rogan and you have access to, I don't know, 10 million, whatever is the million, I don't know what, you might have an impact on the election. And as I say, allegedly, I don't know whether that's true, allegedly Kamala Harris tried to get on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan made it difficult for her to be. And, we like to play, but I believe that this might be much more influential than the Russia interference in 2016, okay? Because I think that the Russia interference was a joke, and it was helpful for the Democrats to say, we did not lose the election. But I think that it's possible. So, now, and I understand it's part of Spotify, etc., but at the end of the day, we have some people that have a dramatic influence in the election. And in the case of Elon Musk, he also owns X, but forget for a second he owns X. As I said this morning, he has, 200 million followers, and he interferes in the election in Germany and in the UK, not in the election, but in the normal policy in the UK, in a way that is massive, massive, massive. And should, with all this power, come some responsibility or not?
Well, yeah, I was arguing for that in my book in 2019 too, but nobody bought it. So
That's not the question. The question is, with all that power, does it come with regulation, right? That's the question, right? I mean, it's not responsibility. That would be fantastic, but the question.
Responsibility of some form of, regulation.
Okay.
Nicola.
So we have, very established rules on the separation of ownership between content and infrastructure. And here we may have to think of, new rules separating influencers from ownership. So these conflicts of interest have existed and for a long time. And maybe we need the sort of intellectual direction that you're pointing out. Luigi seems to intuit that we need to think about, is it good to be a very large influencer, but also own the platform so you can preference your content all the time and gain increasing influence. So that, I think, is sort of problems we have today. I also would disagree with the idea that nothing has changed. I mean, every person that studies history knows that small events matter. And so, much of the push for regulating big tech came from things like Cambridge Analytica, the Snowden scandal, and, other, forms of social events that were pretty small, but that propagated in the system. And now we are faced with another, I would say, constellation of small events, like, the judge ordering Elon Musk to buy Twitter. He wanted to back off, and then the judge said, no, you have to buy. That's the sort of migration spillovers from the crisis in Syria, right? And a few other things here and there, and that creates another, so I don't think, saying, okay, the market share of Google hasn't changed, I think obfuscates attention to the small events of history that create enormous past dependency in a political system.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Only raise your hand if it's a really good one.
Wow, that's standard.
Okay, right there.
You made it very difficult.
That's
I don't know
very
if it's
funny.
a very good one, but thank you for the opportunity. I want to go back to a point that was made earlier. Can't remember who made the point, but it was a question about what would big tech give to Trump to deal with Europe. I wonder if we can stay with that question for a little bit. This is a question for all of the panelists. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
And I framed it as Europe, and I instantly said, oh, I should have said tariffs as well, right? So there are any number of things you could imagine they want. Please go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I listened to something that is probably illegal in certain circles here. This All In podcast. All In. It's like 4, tech billionaires, and when they talk about technology, they talk about it, I find, in a very educated way. So it's very interesting, but they're also very Trumpist in a way, and I sort of, struggle with that. But the other day on the podcast, there was all this talking about how the government is trying to ask digital companies to build infrastructure for the government for free. And they were talking about this like, they're going to do it for free, right? And I think this is the kind of concessions you could see that, Google or Oracle or Salesforce is going to build like a new stack for whatever for free in exchange for another benefit that could be pressuring the EU, with the DMA fines or, lifting
100%.
some. Yeah, I think these are the trades we're going to see.
100%. I mean, I'll go a little off piste and say, how many people are down with and have read about the whole dark enlightenment stuff? Okay, so, they want a world without government. And I think that, they want an old, I wouldn't, okay.
They say that there should be a CEO.
Right.
Power, or
Right. A monarch. Okay, so is that a government? Okay, but yes, a monarch. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think that that's one of the reasons you see, meddling in Germany. I think that there's a really kind of quite strategic attempt to undermine democracy in Europe. I know that the Europeans are talking to certain democratic legislators about how to overcome this, but I think it's a real danger. I don't have much more to say about it than that. Nolan, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat related. You mentioned we might talk about this strange coalition in the Republican Party between MAGA and big tech, and it's a very odd coalition that I can't really think of any historical examples of. I mean, they really have diametrically opposed preferences on lots of issues, and some of those are like how to deal with international trade, how to deal with Europe, whether we should have any connections at all. So I think anything by way of prediction is really going to depend on how long that coalition lasts. Sometimes it'll look like tech has the upper hand. Sometimes it'll look like MAGA has the upper hand. I'm actually betting on MAGA.
I'm betting on MAGA too.
And we'll see then what tech does. There's a question about whether or not what we saw at the inauguration was the consolidation of authoritarian power around tech, or whether it was just partisan polarization around this set of policy issues. I think it's probably polarization around these issues, and if tech finds that Republicans are not reliable partners anymore, they'll go back to the party that they spent the last 20 years with. I mean, it's not a great thing for democracy, but I think the idea that there's been a cemented coalition in the Republican Party that's going to look like this for the long haul is it's a little premature.
Okay, we're going to end this panel with a poll of the audience. MAGA v. Musk. Who thinks MAGA will win? Raise your hand. Interesting. Okay. Musk. Interesting. All right. A small but influential group.
I've always thought we
believes
need an Ehrlich-Simon style bet on this.
Okay. All right.
Anybody who wants to come up with that.
I'm going to be ruthless about timing. Thank you guys. Awesome panel. Thanks for the good questions.
What part of Indiana are you from?
Frankfurt, Indiana.
I grew up in Akron.
All right, everyone. For those of you who have not encountered me yet, I'm Matt. For disclosures, I'm a full-time employee of the Stigler Center, and I'm not aware of any other conflicts of interest beyond that. I'm going to give you a quick framing of how I'm thinking about this panel before introducing our panelists and turning it over to them. So the basic idea for this is policy advocacy, new modes for that, and specifically acting through the marketplace of ideas. For me, I'm thinking about this in part as this is us bringing the discussion from yesterday full circle. In particular, yesterday we were talking about policy, the DSA, shaping the digital public sphere. And now we're thinking about how that shape of the public sphere, how we discuss things in the marketplace of ideas, gets fed back into policy. So we're going full circle on this final leg. I'll also say that this was, by Filippo's description, this was the Brody Mullins panel, if he could have been here in the afternoon. This is about how economic influence feeds into the generation of economic or academic ideas, how it is shaping social movements, both authentic and fabricated. It's looking at how the media and journalism is responsive to pressure campaigns from economic influence. So, with that said, to my left, that's how directions work, is Michelle. She is a senior policy fellow at the Center for Law, Economics, and Society. Sean Heather is a senior vice president at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And Marianne Burchard is a distinguished service professor at the University of Chicago. With this, I'm going to suggest that we start with Michelle, then Marianne, and then Sean.
Great, thank you, Matt. My disclosure is that in addition to the affiliation that Matt just mentioned, I'm a fellow at the Center for Research on Multinational Corporations, which is funded by a range of philanthropic organizations, and the details are available on their website. So first I have to apologize to Matt, who I think has found himself herding cats in trying to organize this panel, with one of our panel members disappearing out of the cat flap and onto the previous panel. But having just briefly discussed some of the issues that we're going to get to with my co-panelists, I think that we're going to have a lot of fun discussing these things. So my apology is due because I'm not going to actually speak about what I agreed we would speak about. I was going to talk about the extreme asymmetry of resource between civil society and companies, which is a huge problem, but which thankfully one of my fellow panelists, I believe, will be talking about, and I hope we'll come to it in Q&A. I had to rewrite my remarks after what I heard last night. Actually, I couldn't really sleep. I found aspects of the remarks by Chairman Ferguson chilling, particularly the comments around free speech. One of the things he seemed to be concerned with was that the previous administration had threatened tech companies to do as they were told on censorship during the pandemic, or suffer reprisals, or else, in Chair Ferguson's phrasing. There are others who know much more about what actually happened in that specific case, but I heard quite a lot of comply or else in his speech yesterday, which, given that it was live streamed and recorded, was presumably directed at the tech companies themselves. In that context, as the fusion of power between government and the private sector is being negotiated in front of our own eyes, the role of civil society advocacy is more important than ever. Also, just to say that what's so interesting about this conference is that it flushes out conflicting ideas in a way that few other conferences do. What I heard on the previous panel were ideas about government capture, which I consider to be like typical Chicago school or public school, like choice school type arguments, but being directed at a Republican government, which I never thought I'd hear. And I'm coming at the same sort of arguments about the fusion of power from a very different perspective and with different solutions. So the world is upside down. The theme running through my remarks is a question, which is, what is the proper role of civil society and anti-monopoly advocacy in this political moment? I've tried to organize these thoughts with the caveat that I wrote it with no sleep. I will start with an anecdote. I published a book in 2020 called Competition is Killing Us. It's about how the idea of competition can mean different things to different people, and how it has been used as a cover for consolidation and corporate externalities for decades. My agent at the time was approached by a Chinese publisher. They wanted to publish my book for students across China. And when I studied international antitrust at Georgetown, our 2 fellow students from China felt that they had to leave the room before we discussed a new Chinese competition law, which had not apparently been published domestically yet, and which they therefore weren't meant to know about. So having my book published in China was an exciting and frankly, potentially lucrative opportunity. There was only one catch. I had to remove one sentence from my book. Just one little sentence. This was the sentence. So this is after I'm writing about how Facebook content moderators failed to act upon a systematic campaign of misinformation by the military in Myanmar to gain support for the genocide against Rohingya people. I wrote this sentence. Twitter was similarly used to promote government propaganda covering up human rights violations against the minority Uyghur people in China in 2019. Now, to be clear, it's not necessarily that the publishers themselves objected to the sentiment in this sentence. And it wasn't just that they wouldn't publish the book with the sentence in it. It was actually much worse than that. It was that the publisher would lose its license for publishing such a book. That was the or else. That was the tool for ensuring compliance to bury the truth of human rights violations in their country. And that was what ensured self-policing. Now, they came back to me with a rewording. They really wanted to make it work, but I couldn't. It would have been akin to Holocaust denial. And what was the point of publishing a book, speaking truth to power, if I was not willing to speak the truth? It's a small and trivial example, but I think it's illustrative of the broader issue of self-censorship, which was mentioned earlier today by Luigi Zingales, and which Matt Stoller was talking about in relation to Chinese power in Hollywood. And it touches on the role of civil society to speak up and out when it can. Now, I have a question for you all. In a show of hands, how many people here consider themselves to be involved in antitrust advocacy? Okay, I think like 3 or 4 people are putting their hand up. I think that's interesting. I would argue that we can no longer maintain any pretension of neutrality in what we are doing. Antitrust is political. We are, by putting forward different ideas, engaging in a political process in some way. We are almost always doing normative work, hardly ever descriptive. The politics gets baked in. So if you're working on antitrust, you cannot avoid the politics. When people tried to do that for decades, publishing papers on markets and efficiency, it was really the enactment of a specific form of politics, I would argue. Now, I'm usually loath to quote Milton Friedman, but my mother-in-law is from Chicago, and her father did his PhD under Friedman. And for my sins, I used to be a Friedmanite myself. So, being here at the University of Chicago, well, when we are in Rome, this quote is one that you'll have heard of before. Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. That, I believe, is our basic function, to develop alternatives to existing policies, to keep them alive and available until the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable. Friedman knew exactly the game that he was playing, and he knew that it was advocacy, and he understood the stakes. Civil society must act as a repository for ideas. We have to keep up the diversity of regulatory ideas. We have to keep them alive, not least because antitrust is only just scratching the surface on power. Our system is not working. We have not deconcentrated really anything yet, but we have so many ideas lying around. We have ideas around bigness and its relationship to harm, bright line rules, outright merger bans. It will be interesting to see which of these ideas the Trump administration adopts and which are sidelined. One problem, though, is the idea that people have lost faith in the very institutions that might help us. We cannot fall for that fatalism, because nothing entrenches power like giving up. And honestly, it was astonishing for me to hear Chairman Ferguson say that one of the benefits to the people of network effects of platforms is that, and I think this is a quote, but you can check the speech once it's published, that you can't troll if there's no one there on the platform that you disagree with. He said that at least twice. He also said something to the effect of, you can't doom scroll if there's no doom to scroll, or something like that. This, to me, sounds like giving up on the American people. There was a suggestion yesterday that was made in this room that some people in this debate are targeting big platforms because we have an elite distaste for the sort of mass media that real people like to consume. I can see how that makes sense in this kind of the customer is always right sort of way. I thought the same at the time of Brexit, that although disinformation and manipulation were proven, maybe people would have voted to leave the European Union anyway, and that the elites who exposed Cambridge Analytica and people like me just didn't like the result. But it also feels a bit like saying we shouldn't do anything about opioids because people like getting high. The question is why? Why are people in so much physical and existential pain? Why is life so bad that the only pleasure left is to troll someone or doom scroll? And why is our attention so scarce? Why are trolls targeting, as Alexandra Geese reminded us this morning, women, people of colour, queer people? Why are UK citizens willing to commit what I believe is geopolitical self-harm based on a narrative of hatred for immigrants? At the very broadest level, the concentration of wealth and the incorporation of people's lives and dreams into business models, that is the instrumentalization of humanity for profit-making, is a big part of the problem. And power is both the result and what is driving this. And I think there's an international dimension to this. Sorry, I know I'm way over time. The EU, which has taken a bashing for being ineffective, including by myself, now looks like it could be a safe haven for the sorts of ideas that can counter power and preserve freedom and sovereignty at a foundational level. I don't know if they'll step up to that responsibility, but I'm a bit more optimistic than Christina about the role of Europe. And I think that we could be pushed into that role by the free speech issues that are going on in the US. If we listen, I think that people are saying they want safety, security, dignity, nourishment, and community. These are basic human things. Our role in civil society, I think, is to elevate those voices and those ideas and to connect them to the legal and economic frameworks that we know so well across party politics. We can't do research in a vacuum. There is no vacuum. Without even realizing it, we'll be leaving ideas lying around that will be used in ways we may not like. Civil society must be there to articulate not just the problem or the solutions, but also to articulate the vision of the world that we're trying to build. Thank you.
I'm happy to go next. Should I go next? Great. So I do not believe that I have any conflict of interest that's relevant to this conference. I'm just an academic, and whatever I do that's not academia is definitely not about concentrated interest. I don't do any consulting. My remarks are going to be much, much shorter. I wasn't there yesterday, so I see what happened. I'm going to say a bunch of stuff that are fairly obvious. So I think, kind of, when I think about, advocacy, kind of the pressure that lawmakers, rulmakers get to, as these outside parties are trying to influence outcomes, I think the thing that always comes to mind is just the asymmetries between, between businesses where the stakes are, are very high, and, people on the other side, general society, civic society, where, there's either kind of very small concentration, dispersed interest, or, in most cases, just even a lack of awareness that there's anything that they should be fighting for. I don't know much, about antitrust, but antitrust strikes me as one of those topics. Antitrust, I mean, you guys spend 2 days here, but it's really damn boring. And it's really boring. I mean, you can see how many people are left. And so I think it's just really hard to get people to, kind of want to just devote time and effort to, to build the counter pressure you're going to need for, for change. So that's your standard kind of Ausonian logic, but I think it's an important one, particularly, for a topic like this one. We had a side chat about issues of climate and health, and maybe that's different there. But antitrust, I think, is particularly hard because it's complicated and it's boring. Liability reform would fall into that, bucket as well. Now, that's kind of the starting point, which is these imbalances. Now, on top of that, you add, the fact that exerting influence on lawmakers, on lawmakers, all that stuff is expensive. Lobbying is expensive. Campaign contributions are kind of by definition, expensive, and more so. And there again, I think the numbers are pretty clear. If you look at, who's lobbying, I think your organization is by far at the very, very top. If you look at the amount of money that's spent by businesses on lobbying compared to like representatives of civil society or unions, I think the ratio is like 30 to 1 in terms of dollars. So it's not so complicated that lawmakers, because they are hearing much more from lobbyists on one side and not so much from lobbyists on the other side, are very often not making the decisions that would seem to be in the public interest. That's I think also like fairly obvious. The one other thing that kind of maybe not straightforward, maybe less straightforward, is that I also worry that, kind of the central role of money and the dependence on money also make potentially some of these actors that are supposed to be representing civic society not always the most kind of honest brokers. So we can, talk about anecdotes of like, kind of nonprofits or advocacy organizations being financially dependent for their operations on a bunch of big businesses, and very often taking positions that are aligned with, with the big businesses. So there's one egregious example. It's kind of like nearly a caricature, but it's from like, when was it like AT&T was wanting to merge with T-Mobile, and they were giving money to these like homeless shelters, and then the homeless shelters were writing to people saying, yeah, we should let this merger go through. I mean, this one sounds so fucking ridiculous, but there are plenty of examples, of that type. So, kind of related to that, I think it's a much more kind of general phenomenon. 2 years ago, it was sexy for companies to talk about all they were doing on, corporate social responsibility or ESG or whatever that was. Obviously, that's not sexy anymore. But even that, a lot of that money, based on research that, kind of I and others conducted, is just another form of like trying to influence the political process. You can trace, donations from corporations to nonprofits that then start, kind of writing, providing comments that are consistent with the objective of their corporate founders in the rulemaking process. So money is important. Money creates imbalances. I think it's great that, for a democracy that voices get heard. I think it's a beautiful process when not all voices are unfortunately equal, because some voices just carry more weight than others, and it's very often because of kind of distribution of income and concentration. I'll stop there.
I am a registered lobbyist. I work for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I represent all the corporate interests that you all have spent the last 2 days saying are too dominant in the conversation in one way, shape, form, or the other. You can pull the Chamber's 990, and you can, just like all the other nonprofit organizations, see what is behind the curtain. You can pull my lobbying report and see who I've given to. You can also go and pull the Chamber's lobbying report and see what issues we cover. Yes, we are, I think, still the largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C. by expenditure, but we probably do 500 issues. So you take the dollar number and divide it up across those issue sets. There's a lot of stuff we cover. So I don't know, I'm always begging for more money because there's so many mouths to feed in terms of issues in Washington. So I'm not so sure the pool is deep, at least in the U.S. Chamber, as maybe some people think. Certainly consultants, when they come, they want big dollars from us, and we say, well, actually, we don't have big dollars. We actually pay law firms pennies on the dollars to work with. We pay economists pennies on the dollars because we just don't have as deep of pockets to do all these issues. But yes, we are a lobbying group. Yes, we represent corporate America, and I'm damn proud of it. So there's my disclosure. I didn't know what I was going to say today, and we didn't have a very great organizational call as a panel, and Christina Cafaro was going to be on this, and we all kind of looked at each other and said, what do we want to accomplish here? I sat in the back for the last 2 days and really kind of thought about what am I hearing, and this is the first time I've been invited to this conference, but I've sat at my desk in Washington over the last several years and watched bits and pieces. I've had times a member call me and say, can you believe somebody said something at that conference? You got to go watch it, Sean. And I've had to go dig through and find the panel where somebody said something. But I thought I would try to do 3 things, but I'm not going to do all 3 because we may not be interested in all 3. One, I thought at some point I was being asked to talk about how advocacy has changed. The other thing I think somewhere along the line I heard was that you wanted me to say something about how maybe how the Chamber's advocacy works today versus what we used to do. And then 3, at one time, I know we were going to talk about how it differs in Washington and Brussels, because I also do international regulatory affairs for the U.S. Chamber. So I've done a lot of work lobbying in Brussels and in member state capitals over the years. But I thought I'd focus on what I think is different about advocacy today. I'm going to assume all of us in this room believe that democracy is a good thing and we want to preserve it. Any disagreement in the room on that?
No.
I didn't hear one in the last 2 days. I also think I heard, based on the title of this, that people think that the marketplace of ideas, more is better than less. Does everybody agree with that? Okay, I'm going to say from an advocacy standpoint, the answer to that is no. And that is actually a problem. And Tim Wu talked about it, but he didn't talk about it in the context this morning of the way I'll talk about it. If people remember back to Tim Wu's comments, he said, you know, most of the last whatever number of years, the problem has been government censorship. You know, he thinks that the future problem is the market's just flooded, that governments will flood the zone with information and overwhelm the system. Well, that's what's happened in the world of advocacy. The zone is flooded today. Anybody who wants to solve a problem, I think we all want to be solution-oriented. That's why you guys commissioned a group to write a paper 6 years ago and decided today that it hadn't accomplished anything, and you debated it on the last panel. Advocacy usually starts with people trying to identify a problem and getting people and building a coalition that agrees to that problem. Along the way, you do a second step, which is to try to identify an agreed-upon underlying set of facts that explain how you want to solve the problem. And then the third step is writing the solution. It is really, really, really difficult to even have the conversation starting with what is the problem today, because the zone is so flooded. When I listen over the last 6, 7, 8 years, people talk about the problems with big tech, the list is this long. So when someone then decides that the solution is, let's just take all of those problems and wrap it up together and let the DMA solve for it, that's never going to work in the United States. You've built a much bigger problem. Look, I think flooding the zone and bringing more ideas to the table is, in a democracy, a good thing. But if you actually want to work on solving problems, you have to somehow edit all those thoughts. I think it was William F. Buckley who said, I don't want the top 100 professors in Harvard to rule me. I want the top 100 people in the Boston phone book. The common denominator is you only want 100 opinions. And if you really want to try to move the meter and try to solve some of these conversations that we've been having the last 2 days, you got to build coalitions. And it's really hard to build a coalition today if you can't define a problem in a narrow way that then you can start talking about the fact set to support that problem and then talk about the solution. And right now there's just so many voices, and it's not because somebody has more money. There are so many voices in the system right now that we can't even start the first step in an advocacy process of identifying the problem, identifying the facts, and then identifying a solution. I'm happy as part of any of the conversation to talk about how the Chamber's changes processes. I'm happy to also talk about Europe, but in the interest of time and wanting to get the conversation going, I'll stop.
All right, well, thank you to all of you, and also as a quick mention, I also want to thank everyone in the audience for your indefatigable spirits to be here to the very end. I think I'd like to start with Michelle, and I had a question about well, first, can you explain the anti-monopoly archives? That is, there's also an article on ProMarket that mentions this. But I'm kind of curious, who is this for, and how does it fit into your theory of change? In particular, is this an elite or kind of a mass for theory of change? And I want to give you one wrinkle for both of those. The one would be if we're creating an intellectual archive to inform advocacy, one of the fears that I have is that that can create an issue of when we canonize specific bodies of thought, we can lock in specific perspectives even when we're trying to recover the past. An example of this, I'm a political scientist, was that social contract theory is something you definitely encounter that if you took political science classes now. Nobody talked about that in the 19th century in the English political tradition. It was something that Locke did that, it disappeared, by chance it worked its way back in. So there's a good chance that we can accidentally lock in certain ideas and we end up treating them as sacrosanct. So whether or not the attempt to broaden our intellectual space mechanically when we make it into infrastructure actually narrows it. The mass version of this is a shorter thing, is simply that I know this from like political science and also from science technology studies, is that you can't get the public to learn things they don't care about. Like science education does not move the needle. Political education doesn't move the needle. The only one time that we knew that people's political knowledge really increased in society was roughly the 1970s, because you had to watch the news in between entertainment programs on the 3 TV channels. So outside of literally forcing people to learn, we just can't do it. So I'm wondering, like, given those 2 wrinkles, I'm like, what's your theory of change here?
Sure. So I probably, I guess I didn't really think of it as it's not really a disclosure, but it might be important context for my comments that some people will know me from my work co-founding the Balanced Economy Project, which was an organization that was set up to catalyze the anti-monopoly movement in Europe and globally. So we have held the first ever global convening on anti-monopoly. We've just had the second version of that a couple of weeks ago. So I've been actively involved in trying to build the coalitions that, that Sean mentions, and it is really hard, as you say. We are definitely nowhere near as good at advocacy as I think the US Chamber of Commerce, and that probably will be a surprise to nobody. I think on the anti-monopoly archives, this was an idea that I've come to, which essentially is like looking at the last few years of the thought that came out of the New Brandeisian school, which had excavated knowledge and ideas that actually had never been lost to historians, but to a lot of us in the antitrust space had been completely buried. So I studied antitrust at Georgetown, I think it was in 2010. I believed I was learning like a revealed truth. I did not think that I was learning a kind of post-Chicago correction of Chicago. I definitely didn't learn about Brandeis. So like the idea of having some kind of archives is really about, and it's an anti-monopoly archives, it's for the anti-monopoly movement to ensure that in the years to come, no matter what the political climate looks like, no matter what happens to our kind of scarce attention, that these ideas that have been flushed out even in the last decade have somewhere to live. And I totally get it that I mean, this is to Marianne's point that that antitrust is boring, and like, can you teach people something that they don't want to learn? I mean, I think, to me, the fact that, and I completely believe that it is true, that many people would come into this room and say that what we're talking about is boring, is a profound lack of communication on our part, because we are talking about the most or I'm talking about anyway, I don't know what everyone else is talking about, but I'm talking about one of the most fundamental issues that does connect to everything else. So the failure of the language, the failure to be able to communicate it is definitely a problem. I don't think this is necessarily something that is for the mass, but nor do I think it's just for the elites, because actually that's one of the things that really surprised me about the European anti-monopoly movement is, just as an example, around the Bayer-Monsanto merger, groups that were interested in the right to food, like Oxfam, like international groups that are interested in the global south and farming wages and so on, taught themselves to an extremely sophisticated level competition policy. This was way before a lot of the resources that we now have, a lot of the knowledge that's been surfaced was available. They would be going to to law firms for pro bono advice, and they would hear like, oh no, it's consumer welfare, you can't talk about food, like you can't talk about the right to food, you can't talk about dignity, and then they would have to try and transform their asks into a language that was legible to the competition authorities. Now you might be able to actually say some of these things a little bit more directly. They might not be successful, but actually I have been surprised at how many groups actually are capable once they think that it's interesting to them. Like once they see that there's a specific thing, like a merger or something that they can see, like my issue connects to this. So there's not a complete answer, but I think that it's...
I don't have answers.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily just for the elite.
Okay, thank you. All right, Marianne, I also have a question for you. This is also partially related to your Hall of Mirrors paper. And you mentioned earlier in context of, like honest brokers potentially being scarce when they're being paid. And one of the things that struck me, and I think this is actually going back to, we had some great conversations on academic independence earlier. And we were talking about like the conflicts of interest come from people receiving money and then acting on that. And I'll confess, I've applied to grants that I didn't get. I have like positioned myself to try and move towards the possibility, putting myself in a conversation. And I'm curious, I guess this is a bit speculative, thinking about if we're missing some degree of like near misses, like research projects that are in a space that are aiming towards getting grants that aren't receiving them. The same way that I guess it's a slightly...
So can you, I'm not sure I understand. So research projects that
So one of these would be, like prior to the 1970s, we had lots of think tanks that were like things like the Brookings Institution that were these big catch-all institutions. They're working on everything.
Yeah.
And after that, there was a switch that we had think tanks that were much more explicitly partisan, and they worked on like 3 things. So that there was this specialization where experts, I think the way, like Andrew Rich described this as, experts exist where there's demand. And whether or not you like get the contract, whether or not you're actually rewarded the grant to, tweak your language to fit things, research takes time. There's preparation moving into that. So I'm wondering like whether or not we're missing that there's a gravitational pull.
Are people tweaking the language in order to get grants?
Or whether or not that there's an anticipatory action before they ever even get the grants. Whether or not there's like this hidden...
I mean, like I was just asked by Dean this afternoon to change my website so that, I keep on getting grants and get some words out of my website. So it seems like this is, people are doing those things. Seems like this is happening. I mean, I wasn't part of this conversation on, not our Dean, a different Dean, don't worry about it. I think that the issue of like conflict of interest for academic, I think it's more complicated than just, kind of you give me this money and, that changes what I write. I think there's a layer, I think the most important part of it is more just like selection. You ask like 100 people to do the study and then you pick, you only pick the one that just gets, that gets your result. And that doesn't require anybody, to kind of do anything that's, that's wrong or like manipulating their results. It's just like, you ask 100 like academics and then they write 100 reports and you only just pick the one that gives you the result that that favor you.
All right.
Can I come in on this?
Yeah, please.
Just because I think the issue of funding in the kind of third sector is fascinating. I think it actually conforms a little bit to what you're talking about as well. Another disclosure, maybe I could have made, but it's a long time ago now. I didn't come kind of into this work I'm not from the social change space. Like I was an academic, I was a private practitioner, I worked at 2 of the law firms that David Dayan read out earlier. I was completely new to working in philanthropy, and I suspect that some people in this room might also not know quite how it works. So you might be interested to know that civil society in Europe, and that's the space that I know that's working on anti-monopoly. It's incredibly difficult to get money on this topic. There are a few reasons. One is that we've spent probably the last 5 years, I've spent like half my time educating funders that monopolies is a problem, that it exists. So I had one funder who said to me, either you are talking about a problem that doesn't exist, there are no monopolies, or you are talking about the biggest single flaw in capitalism. So what are you going to do about it? Because you're like a 2-person organization. And there's no funding. It's all being cut. All of the philanthropic organizations, a lot of them are pulling out of the new economic thinking sort of space. There are also, I've had issues, I've been on the phone with funders who've basically said, so hang on a minute, if your agenda is successful, our organization shouldn't exist. There shouldn't be rents that are then in the hands of a family that can then be distributed at our whim. So we have issues with foundations where the family wealth holders are still alive. It's much easier if they're long dead. And the issue that kind of connects to what you're saying is that there are two types of funding you can get, project funding or core funding. Everybody wants core funding because it funds your core activities, but increasingly philanthropy wants to fund through projects, which means that the areas that are of great issue, like big tech, get a lot of funding. And so if you want to go and say, like, I also want to talk about agriculture, I want to talk about labor rights, or I want to, you know, all of these other things, the funding is much more difficult. So we do, I mean, even in civil society, you find that you are being contorted by the need for funding.
Let me pick up on your comments about rights. As I've watched things play out over the last 20 years of my time in this space, but go back 40 years, if you look around, you think about how economies get organized. I think about it as kind of three major policy planks. You've got trade policy, tax policy, and competition policy. And through those three tools, a government organizes an economy. Somewhere around 1980, we started to think about all three of those economic organizational tools with an efficiency lens in mind. Regardless of whether you're Republican or whether you're a Democrat, we wanted to make sure our tax policy was efficient and not creating a drag on economic growth. We cut a lot of taxes over the last 40 years. Democrats kind of abandoned their high tax position politically. What did we do on trade? Liberalization was the aim. It would, you know, raise living standards around the world, which it did. We would have cheaper access to goods and services, which apparently people really enjoy. That's why people freaked out about the tariffs. And in the antitrust space, we were wedded to economics to guide the law. What's changed in the last 10 years? We invented the word fair. It first started out as fair taxes. It first then went to being fair trade, and then it became fair competition. Now, fairness is a legitimate conversation, but it makes my blood boil if it's going to be left to a 5-member FTC commission to decide what is fair competition. They are not an elected body. It's going to make my blood boil if it's going to be left to whoever's running the Department of Justice to decide what is fair. This is what a democracy decides by elected officials. And what I've seen happen is that these rights conversations, which are absolutely legitimate, they should not be dismissed. Otherwise, we can't stay together as a democratic society. But to try to force fit them into an antitrust lens and ask an unelected series of 5 people, no matter who's in charge, that outcome is not going to be one that's going to be sustainable. And so, you know, when you think about advocacy and you think about how these conversations play out, and what we've just tried for the last few years, in trying to, you know, watch what happened in the Biden administration, it didn't get very far because a group like the Chamber stood up and said, you know, no, Chair Khan, we're going to sue you.
Can I just,
and
can I
we
just,
did
can I
successfully.
just quickly push back on that? I mean, at first I don't understand. Kind of seems like fair trade seems to be a very different concept. I don't even know people use fair competition. My understanding of what's been happening with antitrust is that the economic profession, you know, has made progress as to what they think is or is not consistent with well-functioning market and is or is not consistent with, you know, a competitive environment. And, you know, kind of that's why, you know, maybe some behaviors that before were not problematic now are being viewed as, you know, as problematic. I don't think when people say fair competition, I don't think this has anything to do with rights. It's just got to do with, like, are we creating a marketplace that tries to, like, you know, look like the markets that we would like to have, where there's competition within, you know, between parties, where people are informed, where people know what they buy. I don't know what it's got anything to do with, you know, rights. This is just the same concept of efficiency. It's just the way, you know, kind of we think about behaviors and what is and what is not efficient. It's just a bit more sophisticated today than it was, you know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
No, I think that we thought about what was unfair in competition, not what was fair. You know, when Epic wants access to the App Store and not pay 30 cents, that's a question of fairness.
I don't think it's a question of fairness, sorry. I think it's a question of power. And I think that is, I'm also suspicious if we're going to talk about fairness, because fairness to me is as manipulable a concept as competition. So I think that I agree the idea of shoehorning rights into a competition or fairness perspective doesn't make sense. It's also not to shoehorn it into power. It's to say that we know when power is being exercised, one of the ways we know is because rights are being infringed. And so I think that the idea that I don't know if this is what you're saying, so I'm going to just check if this is what you're saying, that it's uncomfortable to have the idea of something like fairness or some other standard because it would lead to a kind of contentious issue being decided by bureaucrats versus the idea of the last kind of 40, 50 years where we had this like very technical exercise, which I think you were saying was misguided around consumer welfare and so on and efficiency, but was maybe a little bit more comfortable for the US Chamber of Commerce because actually many of the interests that you were representing at the time, it seemed like a very busy, like I was practicing it during some of that time. It seems like a very busy environment. None of us thought that we were doing nothing, but we really, all of the mergers got approved. There were no monopolization cases, or like one. I think big business did pretty well out of that settlement.
So 2 things. I think the issue is not whether or not political power or corporate power or rights, again, are things that we shouldn't be talking about in a democratic society. I think people were very unhappy with Donald Trump's tariffs. I think there are several people in Congress who said, wait a minute, that's an Article 1 issue, not an Article 2 issue. What I'm arguing is that these conversations need to be in our United States Congress, and decisions need to be made there versus downstream. In terms of whether or not the grand bargain towards efficiency was good for the business community, there's no doubt about it that it was. I would say that the increase in antitrust enforcement started under the Obama years. The chamber didn't complain. I mean, we've long supported antitrust enforcement more so than we've ever wanted regulation. We'd rather have the scalpel than force everybody to live under the same regime. So our tolerance for pain in the antitrust space is a whole lot higher amongst our members than it is for regulatory responses. What changed during the first Trump administration, obviously there was much more enforcement as well of the antitrust laws. That didn't really make the chamber get off the sidelines and get active, but the Biden administration did. When you have an executive order that says the entire U.S. economy is overconcentrated, the entire U.S. economy is somehow a failure, I was very pleased to see a former Biden administration official earlier today say, you know what, we have to remember, folks, the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. That EO became actually a political weight around Joe Biden's neck. Now, obviously, he didn't end up running in the end, but for him to set out a course of Biden economics to say that the U.S. economy is a miserable failure and we need to do something about it, when the reality is the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. That's not to say it's perfect. That's not to say that we don't need to make things change. Those 2 thoughts don't work well together politically. And we were pushing back against that. We sued the issue of non-competes, not because we had a thought about non-competes. We've always thought about non-competes as a state issue. In our 113-year history, we never had a conversation, to my knowledge, in our building about what to do with non-competes. What we were concerned with was whether or not the FTC had rulemaking authority to write their own antitrust rules.
But you were okay with non-compete, kind of,
So when
you were just worried about the process.
It's why we didn't even read the rule.
All right,
we said we were going to sue from day one.
This is a great exchange, but I want to bring in the rest of the room, so we're moving to Q&As. See a hand there first.
So I probably need to do a bit of a disclosure, ask my question. So I work for the Texas Attorney General. And I'm an economist. I used to be an academic, and I used to do a lot of research on corporate lobbying. And some of that was positive for corporate lobbying, some of it wasn't. So I've also worked on all these big tech antitrust cases and have seen documents in them. I'm not going to talk about those. But I'm wondering, and I've been wondering this whole time at this whole conference, if antitrust is a solution for all of the problems that we've been talking about. Because sometimes in my job now, we see issues and we uncover them in an investigation, and we might refer them to a different state agency, or we might refer them somewhere else when we find them. And that in one way is advocacy for solving the problem, but it's not necessarily antitrust advocacy. The other thing that I'm curious about is just lobbying for different antitrust laws. We have very old antitrust laws, even state levels, they're very old. My office, through our legislative division, recently upped the civil penalty for violating the Texas antitrust statute. The maximum civil fine we get is still only $30 million, but we have the highest state civil penalty now. And so the consequences actually aren't that large you can get injunctive relief, and that's about it often. And curious to hear thoughts on that as a policy lever.
So I agree. I think I've been for the last 6 or 7 years saying that a lot of stuff I hear is probably not going to be solved by antitrust. And question of whether or not raising fines is the right lever. I think the previous panel talked about how high fines in Europe did nothing to change the dynamics of competition. I would totally agree with that. We're about ready to release a paper that we're doing in-house at the Chamber on fines in Europe and the history of them. If you look at least in my mind, cartels are the most clear-cut violation of law that does the most consumer harm. Over the last 10 years, there have been 41 cartel violations in Europe. There have been 12 abuse of dominance cases. In aggregate, which group do you think got more fines? The cartels, which we put in jail, or the abuse of dominance? Abuse of dominance fines collectively are higher than they are in cartels. So I don't think the answer is just jacking up the fines. I think putting in a good conduct remedy, whether that is behavioral or whether it's structural, is a much better approach for antitrust enforcement than setting up a toll booth.
Can I comment on this? Which is that I don't think that antitrust is necessarily the solution to all of the problems that have been raised here, but I don't think that we can address any of those problems until we've dealt with the question of concentrated power. So you can't actually govern many of these companies. You can't govern them on environmental law. You can't govern them on labor. You can't govern them on anything. And you can't get to the point where they are governable until you deal with the antitrust power issue. And I also think that you're right. Like, I think the tools that are available are really limited. That's one of the reasons why I think that not only should we preserve the ideas that have come up in the last 10 years, but also go and dig deeper, because the ideas, I mean, we're kind of frozen in time now between like the end of one administration and into the kind of chaos of another. And I mean, I find myself in this kind of actually like, I mean, I suppose it was like Friedman, that kind of lunatic fringe at the time when some of those ideas, they were first kind of espousing them, because I'm thinking about like much more, I basically think the power has gone so far. Those rules that we have been talking about were designed for companies that were 100 years ago, that we have companies that have far outstripped those ideas. So we need to be thinking much more drastically to address power so that we can even do all of the rest of the things that we're saying that we need to do.
All right. Luigi?
So first of all, I really want to thank Sean for coming here and enduring 2 days of this. You're one of the few who sat all along, so I really appreciate your participation and your contribution, your insights. And second, I will try to say this as calm as I can. I envy Eric Posner. Yesterday was as cool as a cucumber. but I'm an Italian and I cannot be cool. So please anticipate that whatever I say, it comes out with more passion than I would like to have. But so I have to say that I'm very sympathetic, and I was even more sympathetic to your position that at the end of the day, certain things needs to be decided by Congress. But I ask you, where was the Chamber of Commerce when antitrust was changed in the opposite direction? In a sense, antitrust used to be based on, for example, simple measure of concentration, and enforcement used to be very strong. The notion that antitrust was connected with liberty was very powerful. And what Eric Posner, Filippo Lancieri, and I found out in a paper is that what changed was not the Chicago School. What changed was the action of the American Chamber of Commerce, who hired a very powerful consultant, Louis Powell, who actually had a business plan on how to overturn in an undemocratic way the law of the country, and who was put on the Supreme Court by Nixon without revealing he was not only a paid agent by the American Chamber of Commerce, was also an FBI informant against the communist Red Scare. And just the latest thing, he had a robe with the embroidery of Phyllis Morris, because up to the day he walked into the Supreme Court, he was on the board of Philip Morris and contributed to all the campaign of misinformation of tobacco. This guy alone changed the doctrine of the Supreme Court on antitrust because he wrote the Sylvania decision. He changed the law of the land on campaign financing because he wrote the Bellotti decision. He changed everything we know about security laws because he wrote some of the important decisions, and so on and so forth. And if that was not enough, he actually, in his business plan, said that the Chamber of Commerce should actually focus on conquering the courts. This is, his expression is, this is the underappreciated source of power that we should conquer. And the American Chamber of Commerce created a number of organizations that very effectively actually conquered the courts. So much so that in 1997, because once I presented this paper with some economists, and they said, oh, this sounds like conspiracy theory. I said, sorry, sometimes conspiracy theories are true, and in this case, we have a phenomenal evidence because when there was the retirement party in 1997 for the chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce, they celebrate his success. They said, we implement the Powell Memorandum. So your organization is single-handedly responsible for overturning the democratic view of the country, because we went in that paper, and I'm happy to share that paper, we went through every single nomination, FTC chairman and Attorney General for Antitrust. We look at the script of Congress. We look at the party platform. Nobody in the democratic process said we should weaken antitrust enforcement, we should adopt the Chicago view. There was nobody ever in any democratic process. It was completely done by the American Chamber of Commerce. And now, when somebody tries to do vice versa, then you say it's anti-democratic. Thank you.
Well, appreciate the passion. It's more helpful to have a dialogue if you send the paper before I show up. Fair? Absolutely. Look, I'm aware of the memo you're talking about that the Chamber had written in its history.
You spoke with Filippo. I thought that Filippo, every academic shared that paper. It's just,
No.
for us, the thing we talk about is our paper. So
No.
I'm shocked. I apologize.
No, that is not the case. That is not the case. But I'd be more than happy to come back next year and defend whatever may be indefensible in your mind. But look, even if you're unhappy with somebody who was elected or was appointed to the Supreme Court and confirmed by a United States Senate, there are processes by which we go through as a country to correct for that. There just are. And we can talk about why those processes today aren't working, which is what I was suggesting in terms of the reason why we can't get anything done in this country. My members have things they want to get done. You know, we would like to see immigration reform. We've been trying to get that done. But when you have the challenges we have now, which I think is, you know, flooding the zone, everybody's out there talking. It's really difficult to get everybody around the table and say, here's what the problem is. Let's agree on the problem. Then let's agree on the facts around that problem. And then let's talk about a solution. It's really, really difficult to have course corrections, whether you want them your direction or I want them my direction or we want them someone else's direction.
I just want, can you explain what you
You're
mean
a
by
lobby,
flooding?
you're
Can
a
you
paid
explain more
lobbyist.
what you mean by flooding the zone? I'm trying to understand that, and I wonder whether that has got, you know, something to do with, you say, oh, no, people want fair stuff. Is it like people, there are some groups that care about, you know, kind of labor income, people that care about the environment? Is it what you have in mind, that there's all these kind of leftist causes, and that's, you know, hence people cannot get together? What do you mean by flooding the zone?
Well, the flooding the zone was in reference to Tim Wu's presentation this morning, which you weren't here for. But, you know, when we were talking this morning to kick things off, the conversation was about how speech is being controlled and what the future is. And Tim Wu's got a book apparently coming out this fall he was pitching, and his thesis was that in the past, government's control over information was all about censorship. And today, it is about flooding the zone and pushing as much information, including misinformation, out there so that everybody just is confused. And that is the
Is it the government that's doing that, or it's business that's doing that?
I'm saying we're all doing it.
We all do it.
We're all doing it. Washington is on information overload. They don't know what to do with it. This was my point about 100 people, whether it is the 100 people in the phone book at the Boston, or whether it's 100 professors at Harvard. You know.
But what you said
All right,
was
real
that
quick, I want to bring in.
Because what you said was the problem is that we've all identified a single solution. But if we have 100 solutions, the zone will still be flooded. So I think it's that you don't actually necessarily want, or your members don't want, those problems going to Congress or to the representatives or whatever. Not that there's the single, you know, multiple solutions wouldn't solve your problem.
They love the zone to be flooded.
Okay, I'm going to say, let's pause this exchange. You want to bring in someone that we haven't heard before back into the left, just so we can bring a new voice in?
Thank you. My name is Spencer Waller. I teach at Loyola University, and I direct our Institute for Consumer Antitrust Studies. Our funders are on our website, I did a stint at the Biden FTC as a consultant, and undoubtedly worked on something that made your blood boil.
And Spencer, you worked for us when we were doing something on the AML years ago.
Yes, that's true also. I want to go back to an earlier comment about antitrust is boring, and but it doesn't have to be. And somebody mentioned about meeting people where they are, not where we are. And just in my role as a teacher and just talking to people in life when they know what I do, and occasionally talking to the media, people care about this stuff. But what they care about, at least in terms of what I hear, is digital platforms, healthcare, Live Nation Ticketmaster, the grocery merger that was blocked between Kroger and Albertson. And I don't hear a lot about cartels, except the phone calls I got from college newspapers that said, I hear there's some kind of settlement going on where they may have been fixing our tuition payments and our scholarships. And so, my advice is I raised my hand when I said I was an advocate. If you're going to advocate, if you're going to enforce, you have to pick and choose. Pick and choose the big, important things that people care about that used to be called the dinner table issues. And teach about them and write about them and advocate for them in civil society. And you'll find that people already deeply care about this. And I think you can move the needle better by doing that.
Okay, real quick before anyone responds, we're running up on time, so this is going to be our last response.
The last question, or the?
Or that was the last question. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. I mean, one thing I didn't mention is, I mean, obviously the US has a really rich tradition of civil society engagement on anti-monopoly. I mean, you could talk about the Boston Tea Party as an example of an anti-monopoly kind of act of civil society defiance. Here in Chicago, we have the Chicago Conference on Trusts, the first one held in 1889, just before the Sherman Act. And present at that event were academics, lawyers, business, the Knights of Labor, political actors. These are issues that a very diverse group of people can get into. I mean, I think, in a way, what I can take from what Sean is saying, I mean, you are obviously the expert on advocacy. That is what your job is. That has not been my job. It's something that I'm kind of learning to do. So I think we have a lot to learn from how you focus the message, how you kind of do that. But you also, I think we heard, have orders of magnitude more resources. So we have to think about how we use the main resource that we have, which is that we hope to represent a much wider group of people, and that means that we actually have to represent them. Like, I don't see that necessarily represented in this room. This isn't the purpose of this conference, but I also don't see it in other rooms as well. And I also think that maybe unwittingly you gave us a kind of interesting quote on what this advocacy is that you're talking about, because you said to Luigi, defending the indefensible, and I feel like that is what I am up against, is like trying to tackle the sorts of narratives that are coming from big companies which do have resources. They also have a lot of experience in going into the commission, where I'm kind of working. This commission, the Ribera Commission, is the first that I've come across that is actually calling up civil society and inviting them into the room. That is a really positive step. It's basically never happened before. So, even consumers, supposedly when we were still obsessed with the consumer welfare standard, consumer organizations were never at any of these conferences. Only in the last five or so years, Bayuk and a couple of others have come into the discussion. So I think bringing in those people, communicating it in ways that actually connect with people, as Spencer's saying, and as Marianne pointed out, and I think we have a lot to learn from you, Sean.
My only quick comment to you is I don't disagree with anything other than all the polling we've ever done would suggest that the digital issues are not resonating with the average American citizen. So while it may be a priority for you, I've never seen a poll done that shows that those are issues that American voters care about.
I mean, it's just super tricky.
Some of the other issues, I would say, would be more fertile ground to generate political support.
All right, I think with that, I want to thank all of our panelists. I appreciate this lively exchange. I think it's like slightly off topic.
Yeah, you did really well with that.
I tried. I was going to say one thing that you might like for just looking at like activists moving into like expert spaces.
Okay, before everybody is left, let me first sort of give you some notes for next year, and then I will try to do a very, very brief concluding remark. So, one thing I would like to remind you that for the last time we had a survey, if you can please fill it. And also let us know if you've been inspired, outraged, or would otherwise like to comment on the topics we've been discussing at this conference, because ProMarket is open to continue this conversation online after the end of the conference. As you know, putting these events together is no small feat, and I would like to take a moment to thank everyone who contributed to this event, including the Knight Foundation, speaking of contribution, and founders, who contributed to the conference, and in particular then our team, including the videographer Gabriel and the other AV techs, who have been live streaming and recording these two events. Our Stigler research professionals, CU, Emanuele, Shashank, and Lorenzo. Then Brittany, Utsav, and Joy for promoting the conference across social media and our platform. The ProMarket editorial team, Brooke, Madavi, and Andy, for their coverage and live tweeting. Our administrative team, including Annie, Rachel, Matthew, and Sebastian, for the planning and execution of this conference. And last but not least, Guy and Filippo. I also would like you to mark your calendar because the next year conference will be on Thursday, April 16 and Friday, April 17. We will follow up with a formal save the date and with more details. So we're not decided yet what the topic will be. But let me tell you what I'm sort of conclude of 2 very intense days, and I really appreciate for everybody who had participated because in his introductory remarks, Guy said that we should not indulge in self-congratulation for the changes that have taken place since the first conference was launched in 2017. And I have to say this is a little bit hard because there is a lot to congratulate us on. When we had our first conference in 2017, the theme of the conference was, does the US have a concentration problem? And I remember at the time, many of my colleagues ridiculed me because I was looking at concentration. This was the approach that the old structured content performance paradigm was using, and this paradigm had been defeated decades ago with the general contribution, as Bill reminded us, of the most dominant player in the industry. The dominant view in antitrust was that concentration was not a problem per se, only market power was. However, to prove market power, you needed a lot of data and a lot of sophisticated techniques. Too bad that the data were controlled by industry and the experts were mainly captured by industry, so it was impossible even to prove that there was a problem. Andrew Ferguson yesterday and Roger Alford today showed us how much the world has changed. Ferguson said very explicitly that concentration alone represents smoke, and whenever there is smoke, I quote him, you should take a look. How far from a Supreme Court decision, the Tumblr's decision, where obvious indicia of collusion between 2 duopolies were not considered sufficient to further any discovery. In the paper with Eric Posen and Filippo, the one I mentioned earlier, we read the confirmation speeches of all the FTC chairmen and the DOJ Assistant Attorney General in the last 60 years. We never found a statement so aggressive as the one Roger Alford attributed to the new AAG. Antitrust should serve the purpose of helping American workers. Not only this, but the new Attorney General for Antitrust days later, in a memo that circulated to the staff last week, said the DOJ will review what it spends on expensive economic consultants. So, yet, Guy is, in spite of all this, we have to say that Guy is right that we should not be complacent. We should not be complacent because while the rhetoric has changed, the actual legal victories are limited. Most importantly, there is a risk in the global embracing of a more Brandesian view of antitrust. The great advantage of the Chicago approach to antitrust is that it restricted political discretion in prosecution. It was restricting so much that almost no prosecution was taking place. However, now the risk is the opposite, especially in a world where the unitary view of the executive prevails, as we learned yesterday at dinner. The risk of political use of antitrust is high, and we should keep our guard up. In fact, antitrust could be potentially used to prosecute political enemies. As Tom reminded us yesterday, in the countries where political backsliding, democratic backsliding was contained, it was contained by experts. And so, as antitrust experts, we have a role to play. But to play that role, we have to have people's trust. As John told us at lunch today, this trust is lacking. In a world where experts have lost their privileged access, where the public is in revolt, to use Martin's book title, and where the COVID crisis has shown the abuse of expertise, how can we perform our role without people's trust? So what do I think we should do? The first one is open the door of the ivory tower, descend from our cathedra, and engage without arrogance in the intellectual debate. This is what we have tried to do as Stigler for the last 9 years, having people from all persuasion and have a discussion, sometimes intense, but always very productive, at least in my view. As Michel said, we need to make antitrust interesting and exciting. I'm so sad that Marianne thinks it's not exciting, I think has not followed too many of our conferences. Hopefully, after this, we'll find it more exciting. I think that Lina Khan and Jonathan Kanter have done a lot in this direction. However, we can do more. The second step is to actually regain the trust of people by being very open about the conflict of interest, about the limitation imposed by the data, and about the professional norms that make us behave very differently inside the ivory tower and outside. This is what we have started doing, and we promote this aggressively in the near future. But the third step, the one that is probably most important, and we failed to do so, is to create a new foundation for antitrust based on liberty and not consumer welfare. Only a theory defeats another theory. I believe this is, liberty was the inspiration behind the Sherman Act. This was the inspiration behind the Clayton Act. And this is the reason why antitrust is not boring, but vital. I ask all the participants and the people online to join me in the effort in the years to come. Thank you.
I was going to say, Steve Epps.